edge off the spice.
Wait, what he putting?
Spoons of mango chutney.
What?
He's putting chutney.
Mango?
Today we're going to be reviewing Jamie Oliver's butter chicken with Uncle Roger commentating. Let's get started.
Come up with a recipe that you could do any day of the week. This is my kind of version of a butter chicken.
Ah, this Jamie version of butter chicken. Not traditional. Okay.
Yeah, it kind of looks like Jamie's version of butter chicken. Normally it's a lot creamier.
Okay, Uncle Roger, go easy on him. Won't be super strict on all the spices because I know he won't use most of the spice anyway. This is Uncle Roger on easy mode. I just gonna make sure you're basic correct.
All of this happens in a pan, so it's a super convenient recipe. Let's get that on a hot...
Right, so Jamie's saying that all of this happens in a pan. I can explain a little more about this later on, but typically either you use the tandoor oven, which is the name of tandoori chicken, which there's another history about it, which I'll tell you about in a minute. Or you grill it, yes, and this imparts a lot of flavor in it.
High heat, and then I'm going to add 700 grams of fresh tomatoes whole. Essentially what I want to do is scald, char and blacken the skins of these tomatoes.
Butter chicken is North Indian dish that use makani gravy, which is tomato-based gravy. So tomato correct, but just make tomato puree, no need to char it.
Now, what Uncle Roger's talking about, the makhani gravy or the sauce, is a very creamy sauce. I'm not an expert on Indian dishes and Indian cuisine, but with this dish, it should be very creamy. It's called butter chicken anyway, no? It should be. So typically you add ghee or butter to it, and ghee itself is basically the best way to describe it. It's like clarified butter. The traditional way of making it is different than just clarifying normal butter, but it is basically using clarified butter if you can't get ghee and, well, making a nice creamy sauce.
Now, at the same time, as we blacken these, we're going to do the chilies. Split the chilies in half, and with the tip of the knife, take out the seeds. That's the hottest bit.
Just keep seed in there. Little spice won't kill you, Jamie. Big man like you can't handle.
So the other thing with butter chicken is that it's supposed to be a balance between sweet and spicy. It shouldn't be too spicy and it shouldn't be too sweet. So I know that Jamie's not adding a lot of spice to it, but we'll keep watching and see how it is.
Small seed.
So in these go. Now, as these tomatoes get black all over, what you'll notice is naturally the skins are starting to peel off.
Wait, what are you doing?
The skins are starting to peel off.
The tomato dropped already, but he still pretend to put on plate.
Let's get the last of the chilies on there. Now, let them cool down. If you want, you can cover them just to let them steam a little bit. Right, the marinade. Really, really simple.
Marinade, good.
A bowl or a nice...
You're making marinade?
I'm going to add 2 tablespoons of the garam masala.
Correct? Garam masala, correct?
Cloves of garlic. And just...
Garlic, good.
Look at that. Then I want a nice big couple of thumb-sized pieces of ginger. Just take a little...
Ginger, correct?
To scrape the skin off the ginger. Then I'll use the same fine grater.
Indian cuisine uses a lot of spices to a dish. If you look at the recipes, they have an enormous amount of spices compared to what we typically use.
To grate the ginger. We will season it with salt.
Salt, good. Pepper, okay.
Of lovely yogurt.
Yogurt, correct?
When it comes to the chicken breast, it's all...
Hiya, Jamie. Chicken breast. The marinade, all ingredient correct. Uncle Roger pleasantly surprised. And then you fuck it up by using chicken breast. Hiya. For butter chicken, you want to use leg of chicken. Chicken breast, I think you're gonna...
The reason why Uncle Roger's saying to use chicken leg or chicken thigh instead of chicken breast is because the thigh meat, if you don't know a lot about cooking, is a lot more resistant to overcooking than breast meat. You can easily overcook chicken breast. It's white meat, it's very delicate, and to get it perfectly cooked is not easy, especially if you're going to be, say, grilling it or anything else. So this is why using the chicken leg, chicken thighs is a lot better because the meat is a lot more resistant to overcooking. And actually, the longer you cook it, it has extra flavor with it as well. Not everybody likes dark meat. I prefer chicken breast than chicken thighs, but when making anything like this, I highly recommend chicken thighs.
Overcooked, gonna be too dry. But to be fair, we 1 minute 22 seconds into video. Of all the Jamie Oliver video, this is the longest he go before he fucked up.
The thickness here at this fat end than this part. Start to score it. About 0.5 centimetre to 1 centimetre now thick. This will allow that lovely marinade to penetrate quicker.
Score okay. You can chop to pieces also.
Yeah.
There's no polite way to marinade. Get that into all the little slits and the cuts. I'm gonna let that marinade for about 10 minutes.
What? What he say?
I'm gonna let that marinade for about 10 minutes.
Marinate for 10 minutes. For butter chicken.
That's nothing, 10 minutes. That's like a quick marinade. That doesn't do anything.
Do we marinate overnight? At least 12 hours.
No.
10 minutes. That's not called marinate. That's just a splash.
Now, the whole purpose of marinating is to infuse flavors into the meat. So the longer you marinate, the more flavors will be infused into the meat, and it will also help tenderize it. This is another reason why we marinate. Now, traditional marinades without using yogurt, we use all the time in the kitchen, but there was a study done that I read, and you can Google this, so I won't bore you guys, but yogurt actually does, from the study that I read, penetrate the muscle fibers much more efficiently than traditional marinades. So it does work, actually using it does, but overnight is a lot better, and you'll notice a lot more of a difference than just say for 10 minutes or anything like this. So if you're gonna do this, do it half a day ahead of time, or at least a day ahead, stick it in the fridge, and then, well, tell me what you think afterwards.
10 minutes, the chicken's still alive, it's still clucking. Some people have premature ejaculation, but Jamie have premature marination. Sorry, children.
Right, let's get cooking the chicken. I'm gonna get this nice and hot. I'll add a little bit of oil to a pan, and then put the chicken straight into that hot oil.
Usually for butter
bit of olive
chicken,
oil
you want
to
to
the
use a tandoor, or if you're cooking at home, you grill. Not shallow fry like this, niece and nephew. Tandoor is clay oven.
that's
You
true.
can see it at all the good Indian restaurants. It cook food full of flavor. Like how Chinese cooking, we have wok hei.
Very
Indian cooking have tandoor hei.
And I wanna get it done.
It is very true that the tandoor oven is the thing that makes the dish tandoori chicken. This is where it comes from, the word tandoor. But, or at least for the chicken, the dish, I'm not saying the actual word. But in any case, this is what makes it delicious. Now, you can grill it if you don't have this oven. Obviously, in the West, we don't typically have these ovens. So you can grill it, or if you don't even have a grill, then you can do what Jamie's doing at the last resort if you don't have either of these things. If any of you are curious about where or when butter chicken was actually made, it wasn't made that long ago. It wasn't, I should say, created that long ago, just a few decades ago. If you are interested in it, I will leave the link down below for you guys to actually read the history about butter chicken for yourselves if you would like to find out more.
Dark and golden. Let's peel these tomatoes. Just take the skins off and the little stalk. The chilies I'll keep to one side. Hey! Buds, do you want to turn the chicken for me, darling?
Making your kid work for you for free? Uncle Roger, that's the main reason Asian people have kids anyway.
Cooking the chicken, we're only going to do it for like 8 to 10 minutes. Well done, mate. So look, we've peeled through all of these little tomatoes, and then you can gather all of these little skins at the end, put them in your hand, and in there, that.
No, don't. Hiya, is that how you're making tomato puree? Just squeezing, don't do that. You're giving your whole family COVID.
Your hands, big boy. Oh, chicken's looking amazing. Gnarly on both sides and just cooked through perfect. Gnarly on both sides.
Gnarly? Who described good food as gnarly? That's how Uncle Roger described Auntie Helen.
Now, when I was in Hotel Arts, which is the Ritz-Carlton here in Barcelona, when I was in banqueting, we used to have an Indian chef named Jason, who is now the chef of Enoteca, which is the 2 Michelin star restaurant. And whenever we had any Indian banquets or anything going on, Indian weddings or anything like this, they would ask him to do the banquet and the catering because he knew the recipes better than anyone. And I remember one day we had 1,000 guests. It was going to be butter chicken. Since I was in banqueting, I was helping him, and he gave me all the chicken to grill because we didn't have the oven as well. It was not very common. And I must have spent like 3 hours grilling chicken for at least 1,000 people. Yeah? It was a lot of chicken. So if you do have a chance to see how someone makes it like authentically, it's completely different than what Jamie's doing. But like he said, he's making this his way today, and he's making it for him and his family, more than likely. So.
Gnarly.
Right, let's get that on a board. Now let's make the sauce. It's really, really simple. So use all those pan juices there.
No, Jamie. You don't use the pan juices. When you cook meat, if you use leftover meat juices to cook other things, that's very European cooking. Indian cooking like this, you make the gravy separately. This is not Indian. This is French.
Let's get
Uncle Roger's saying it's more European style, you know, using all the juices in the pan, and it is with a lot of things when you're making any stews or anything, or making like what they have here, carrilleras, which are beef cheeks. If you burn it, yeah, if you actually burn whatever you're searing in the pan, you don't want to use those same juices, because once you burn the pan, those flavors can be imparted into the sauce, into the dish, and you don't want that. It'll ruin the dish completely. And the moment that you see this, the easiest way is that if you see anything that's starting to turn a little black as you're sauteing like the chicken or onions or anything, or garlic as well, garlic burns very easily, the best way to avert this flavor is to throw it out to start over again, which at home is one thing. You don't want to throw food out. In the professional kitchen, well, you use it and, well, you lose your reputation.
The tomatoes and all the juices into the pan. And now in with 2 tablespoons of that cashew butter.
Cashew butter? What is cashew butter? Butter chicken, we just use cashew nut paste. Cashew butter sounds like some organic grocery store whole food bullshit.
Put down pretty quickly and go ruby red.
Oh, he has a nice little backyard, doesn't he?
So I've got 500 mils, give or take, of boiling water.
Wait, no. Don't add water to your makni gravy. Hiya. You're gonna dilute the tomato taste. This is where Jamie go wrong. He tried to make butter chicken for whole family, but he didn't use enough tomato. So he used water to make the volume more, but you're gonna dilute.
Uncle Roger's right about this, yeah? You don't want to water this down. So this is a tomato-based sauce, or cream and tomato-based sauce, so it should have more tomato in it. And you only add water if you want to thin it out. So if it is, of course, like super dry, then you can add a little water, but adding half a liter of water, and it's going to make it watery, very watery.
Dilute it. This guy put water in egg fried rice, and now he put water in makni. Jamie, don't pour water in cooking. Not everything is pot noodle.
And turn into a lovely thick sauce. Just get a fork and just squash all those tomatoes and let that boil vigorously for a couple of minutes. I am going to put some chili in. The question is, how much? I think what I'm going to do is just go...
So little.
If you want to take the edge off the spice...
Wait, what are you putting?
Spoons of mango chutney.
What?
Oh, no.
Mango? What?
He's
Put like 2 teaspoons of mango chutney.
All right, now chutney, yeah, goes on the side. And chutney's quite popular in the UK. Actually, Indian cuisine, Indian food is very popular in the UK because India used to be part of the British Empire at this time. A lot of the influence was obviously transferred to England. So whenever you go to England, you will see Indian restaurants literally everywhere. It doesn't have to be just in London. It can be all over the country. And obviously Jamie likes a lot of Asian cuisine, Asian food and Indian cooking. Now, chutney though, it's gonna make it, I know why you added it because it's sweet, but you can add some sugar to it to sweeten it a little bit. You don't need to add chutney to it to sweeten it. Wow.
Mango chutney. He putting mango chutney into pan. This all over now. You make Uncle Roger put leg down from chair, and you make all our ancestors cry again. Hiya, mango
Chutney doesn't go in curry, huh?
Mango chutney is condiment. It's condiment. You don't cook it that like cooking ketchup. Hiya. First chili jam in egg fried rice, and now mango chutney in butter chicken.
Well, you know, you learn little by little. Yes, it's all about learning.
Put like 2 teaspoons of mango chutney.
What you doing, Jamie? Oh, does he know anything about Indian food? Don't just take random shit from cupboard and throw in food.
Now what we can do is get that chicken in there, and we want the chicken to be really juicy, right? And I want quite big chunks. I don't want like little wafy
Look a bit dry. See what I tell you?
bits. And then I'm going to put this in the sauce.
No, you want bite-sized pieces for butter chicken.
It does help. I mean, all right, so Jamie's cutting big pieces. If you're cooking chicken or chicken breast in a curry or anything like this, you do want to leave the pieces, say, a little bigger so they don't dry out as fast. But A ver, it's like one of those things, yeah? It's already cooked. You can add this, if you're doing this, adding this like this at the end and everything, cut it a little smaller. It'll make it easier to cut. Or easy to eat, I should say. Not, well, you don't have to cut it later, but you know what I mean.
If this is bite-sized, who you feeding this to? Crocodile? This is not bite-sized. Jamie, I know you talk a lot of shit, but your mouth not that big.
And let that chicken simmer. What I'm gonna do now is just spoon.
No, wrong again. The last step here should be butter. You're making butter chicken. This step should be butter. Where your butter, Jamie? Where your butter?
Smooth like butter.
So,
Through the sauce.
like Uncle Roger's saying, butter or ghee. Ghee is a very common ingredient in Indian cuisine, you know, and if you can't get ghee, then use clarified butter.
Just a little bit of coriander on the top, and that, my friends,
Coriander for
is
decoration.
gonna be a beautiful curry. So look, I've got some rice here.
Rice with chickpeas.
I've put
What is
peas in.
chickpea? Hi, that not in chickpea Middle Eastern, James. Uncle Roger, phone drop. I don't even care anymore. This is too painful. This not Indian. This butter chicken have everything except butter and Indian.
And then just get it
you
in
get
there.
it in there.
Look at that. Big chunks of meat. Let's get amongst it. So, so good. That's good to go.
Good
Let's
to
feed the family.
If by good to go, you mean good to go in bin, then you correct.
Well,
So do you like it, River?
Oh, that's it.
Do you? Yeah. Yes!
Can you believe this guy got cookbook? For more Jamie Oliver madness, go check out Hiya podcast because Uncle Roger reviewed Jamie Oliver cookbook. It's a vegetarian cookbook, so you know Uncle Roger gonna hate it already. Link in description. Uncle Roger reviewed Jamie Oliver so many times now, but he keep fucking up. So Uncle Roger gonna keep roasting him.
there are some little things that obviously he should have done a little differently. Then again, this was Jamie's own version of butter chicken. And if he likes it, he likes it. That's it. It's for him and his family.
Hi guys, we're gonna make spaghetti carbonara, a classic Italian dish. Pasta, cheese, bacon. What's not to love, right? But it's really controversial. I want to give you what I think is the most authentic recipe. So first up,
So far, from what we've just seen, it looks like it's gonna be a good video.
guys, you only need 5 ingredients. Guanciale. This is the cured cheek of pork. And as you can see, it's all about the fat. It's salted, it's got pepper, it's dried, and it's aged. Of course, it's similar to smoked bacon, and you can get some pretty good results, actually. But you can see this is quite lean. So try and get them to not cut off the fat, because you need it. Or there's pancetta.
Jamie's right about this. If you cannot get guanciale, then you can substitute with either bacon or pancetta. Bacon normally is smoked, so this will add another flavor to it. Pancetta is, for me, a better recommendation. I would also recommend that you ask the butcher, if you have a butcher, to cut the bacon and the pancetta a little thicker. Because if they're in a cube or a lardon, when you cook the guanciale, you'll still have a bit of a spongy or soft center. If you don't overcook it, they won't be like little pebbles, but it'll still have a bit of a soft center to it and it'll have that texture when you bite into it. If you can't eat pork, or if you don't want to eat meat and you want to make like a vegetarian version, use zucchini, use other things. You don't have to use exactly this. There are always substitutes.
Most people use Parmesan, but actually, the more classic is Pecorino Romano. Sheep's cheese, it's crumbly, it's salty.
If you can get pecorino, use pecorino. If you can't, then use parmigiano. And at a very last resort, use grana padano. Now, if you're in Italy and you ask for pecorino and you don't really remember, does it end with pecorino, an O or an A, is O.
Pecorino is the cheese.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Pecorina, there's nothing wrong with pecorina. It means a kind of woof woof style. Woof woof. Nothing, yeah? So, you need to be careful because
What
if you
you
go in
order?
Italy and you ask for pecorina, you're gonna get it. So, stick with the pecorino, the one with an O.
Free-range organic egg. Pasta.
He cracked the egg by making it sit on the cutting board. And you can see that it's starting to leak. You don't need to do this when using eggs. Some of them are actually quite delicate. If you want them to stand up, there's a trick. You can take a little bit of salt, put the egg on top, and then blow the rest of the salt away, and you won't even see it. One other thing I want to point out is that, and I've seen this in multiple videos with Jamie, is that you want to take off your rings when cooking. Why? Because if food gets stuck in there, bacteria will start to grow, and then we can contaminate the rest of the food, and you can get yourself sick as well as other people.
Pasta, black pepper, and then optional garlic. So first up, guys, grab the pasta by 2 hands, twist it into the water. By twisting it, it won't stick together. Put a tiny amount of salt in this water.
When making pasta at home, you want to add the pasta to a roaring pot of boiling water. Why roaring? Because when you add the pasta to the water, it's going to drop the temperature, and this will take longer to cook. It'll take longer for that water to come back up to temp. And then you also want to add the salt after it's at a boil. And don't break the spaghetti. There's a reason why the pasta is that length. You don't need to break it into smaller pieces.
Because the cheese and the guanciale is salty. This beautiful pasta takes 8 minutes to cook.
Jamie is right about this. So you don't need to be adding extra salt on top of this. However, the spaghetti is not salted. So it's important to salt the water, and then that water will be absorbed into the pasta and will give it some flavor.
So I've got my guanciale. I'm going to remove the skin.
This is good. You want to remove the skin, as is quite tough.
And I'm going to take a nice centimetre slice of the guanciale, roughly chop this to about 1/2 centimetre chunks. Now, the pan, it's cold. Turn it on to a medium-high heat. The reason I want it cold is because I want to render the...
Jamie is very theatrical, yes? Render the fat out. It's good. It helps you learn if you're like this.
Guanciale goes into the pan, and this pan is getting hot. Give the garlic a crack, and then put it in the pan. As this starts to sizzle, the fat will just pull out some of that perfume from the garlic.
This is a little trick anytime that you want to add the aroma, the flavor of garlic to a dish without adding the garlic. But again, garlic is an optional ingredient in carbonara.
Then there's the black pepper. Get your peppercorns in a pestle and mortar, crack it.
One suggestion I would have, if you're going to go through the effort and actually crush your own black pepper in a pestle and mortar, is that you toast the black pepper before you crush it. Take another saute pan, put them in the saute pan, and then cook them over medium heat until you start to smell a stronger fragrance. And what will the toasting do? It will help the peppercorns release more aroma. It'll be better. It'll be a lot stronger than just normally crushing them like this.
A little sieve. This is one of the most important little bits, and no one really does it, okay? Honestly, this is the outer skin. This is much milder. What we have here is the inside part, the peppercorn, which is hotter.
This is a very good trick that Jamie is showing you. If you crush a lot of black pepper, it's a good idea to take a sieve and to separate the crushed from the finer black pepper. And if you're new in the kitchen, remember this. It's a good technique to learn.
Which is hotter, perfect for a good hot carbonara.
Be very careful with adding that much black pepper to the carbonara. The guanciale has black pepper. If it's too spicy, you will have to add more sauce, more pasta to reduce the spiciness.
Now let's get onto the eggs. Eggs are really, really delicate. And if you don't treat these right, you end up with stir-fried noodles. And we don't want that.
No, we do not want stir-fried noodles when making carbonara.
I'm gonna take a bowl and I'm gonna crack the egg straight into there. And I'm just gonna add a little pecorino to that. So like 20 grams. Okay. Now we're time sensitive, so we're gonna have a little whisk up.
It's important to add finely grated pecorino to the egg, not thickly grated, because it will not be the same. So if you have a microplane, it'll be easier.
We've got dark guanciale. We've got the fat that's come out of it. And that's what you want. You want attitude and color. Now,
it's important not to overcook the guanciale or the pancetta. Otherwise, you will have little pebbles in your dish. And it's not fun, I don't like it at least, biting into cubes of hard little rocks instead of having that soft spongy center to them. If you have to cook one thing at a time, maybe I would cook the other ingredients such as the guanciale and everything first, and then cook the pasta, and then have that ready, if you cannot manage both things at the same time.
I'm gonna remove that garlic. Turn the heat off. And you're going to drag the pasta and the water into the pan.
It's a good idea to turn off the heat, just for safety reasons. Now, the residual heat in that pan, if you're using a thick bottom pan, will continue to keep the pan hot. You add the hot pasta, add that directly to the pan. And then, like he's going to be using the pasta water to mix with that.
Use the water to stop the frying. Bit of water, bit of water. That water and the fat.
Correction. Get a ladle when adding the water to the pan. You don't need to be using the tongs and be splashing the saute pan with water, because you're gonna get salty water all over the counter and everything else. This is not good.
That is what's going to emulsify to become a creamy sauce.
Also, one thing, if you are using tongs, metal tongs like this, be careful not to scrape your nonstick pan. Even if it's a good one, such as this brand, just be careful not to scrape it.
Can you hear that? Quiet. No frying at all. Only then can we think about adding our egg. As we toss, we add some more liquid.
No, don't add the water like this. If you are a new cook and you're gonna be making carbonara at work and you see Jamie doing this, don't copy him. If you do this in a professional kitchen and the chef catches you doing this, that will probably be your last day at work, or you're gonna have a very, very bad day. Trust me.
Ha ha! That's the cream. You get the cream
Creamy.
through the emulsification of the cooking water and the fat, and technique and timing. So as simple as this is, it's technical. Get your friends, your family, get them around the table, glass of wine. Look at that, guys, look at that.
This is why I like Jamie. He's very theatrical, he's very entertaining, and you can tell when he cooks, especially when he likes to cook something.
Carbonara! And you finish with more pepper. Wow! I'm so excited. Spaghetti.
That is way too much black pepper to add to this. If you like it very spicy, that's fine, that's a personal choice, but that is a lot of pepper to add to this.
Carbonara with a beautiful little finishing of pecorino. That is as classic as I can give you guys. From chefs, from nonnas.
Nonnas are newbies, I believe. I would say that this is an easy recipe for someone to follow, but I'll speak more about that in a second.
It's about quality ingredients, the guanciale, the pecorino romana, quality eggs, the pepper, the technique of the pepper, good pasta, and then the sensitivity of cooking it right.
Jamie's very passionate about making this,
There's
you
a
can
little
tell.
pan for two people. And of course, the most important thing when you eat pasta is don't watch it, eat it. That, my friends, is a thing of joy.
The only thing I would say, a few things. One, the black pepper is a little too much. You don't need to add this. And the garlic, of course, is a personal choice. But besides that, he really made a nice carbonara. And actually, this carbonara looks better than what you get in most restaurants.
Woo! Yeah! That's what it does. Oh, my Lord.
Uncle Roger, Malaysian people, and I love roasting Jamie Oliver. So you put Malaysia and Jamie Oliver in same sentence. Of course, Uncle Roger gonna review. If you follow Uncle Roger a while now, you know last time I reviewed Jamie Oliver, he gave me so much trauma.
Yeah, he's not the only one.
Here it's sizzling.
You hear sizzling, I hear my ancestors crying. Putting jam in rice. So niece and nephew, smack like button now to give Uncle Roger the courage to finish watching this video. Smack like button like how you smack chili jam out of Jamie Oliver's hand.
Guys, smack that like button to be able to give us the courage to be able to finish this video.
Down at my hut at the other end of the pier.
If anybody is familiar with this area, please then let me know where Jamie's cooking, because I'm curious. It's just not normal to see somebody cooking on the end of a wharf for the pier, at least where I am.
I've got a belter of a dish that even Amir's mum would approve of. Lovely.
Why he cooking in shed this time? Shed is where married men go to escape from their wife, not for cooking fish.
To the pier, I've got a belter of a dish that even Amir's mum would approve.
And look at that, So many chairs, but nobody sitting in them, just like Jamie Oliver restaurant.
Lovely people, I've got the most incredible recipe to share with you. It's Friday night, which means it's fish night. What we want to do is start not with the fish, but actually with the paste. So, lemongrass.
We use that,
Give it a
yes.
good old spanking.
Spanking lemongrass, hiya. Every time someone use the word spank, Uncle Roger always have dirty thought in my head. Don't spank vegetable, hiya. So dirty, this Jamie.
Jamie does seem to do this with the lemongrass a lot. He always says this line. We saw this in our last video as well with the red curry.
Chili is very, very important. Now, what
Yes,
wanna
we
do
use
is
chili
remove
for the paste.
This is the first time that I've seen him use a lot of chilies to make something. I don't know if they're super spicy. I don't think they are. They may be a little sweeter. The chemical that makes peppers spicy is called capsaicin. And the method that we use to measure the spiciness of a pepper is called the Scoville scale. Now, each pepper has a different amount of Scoville units. It rates differently on the Scoville scale. And a bell pepper, let's say, will be a 0, whereas a Thai chili, I think, is more than 100,000 on the Scoville units.
We're going to use shallots here.
Shallot,
ginger,
correct, we use
very
that also.
hot and fragrant,
Ginger,
and then the kaffir lime leaves.
we use
We'll
that
just take
also.
the little stalk
Okay,
out.
ingredient good so far.
We're going to use a pestle and mortar, and what I will do for some basic seasoning.
Jamie Oliver using pestle and mortar. Okay. 1 point to him. In Uncle Roger last video, I mentioned how pestle and mortar is good Asian cooking utensil. Pestle and mortar require hard work to smash your spices. That's why many white people don't use them. Jamie Oliver strike me as a food processor guy because last time he made egg fried rice, he used packet rice. So lazy. Many niece and nephews say, Uncle Roger, you don't like food processor because you press a button and the spice ready. But then why you like rice cooker? Because rice cooker, same concept. You press a button and then the rice ready.
Yes, Uncle Roger, that's true. They're both machines, but a little different.
Uncle Roger say food processor and rice cooker, different thing. Rice cooker, it make perfect rice. It's the same as using perfect technique. But food processor, the spice come out different texture from pestle and mortar. So lifeless. And also food processor, sometimes the plate spinning around too fast generate heat and the heat ruin the flavor of the spices. That's why food processor and rice cooker different. Don't try to attack Uncle Roger with your logic. Uncle Roger thought everything through before.
I think Uncle Roger had help on this. He's right that there is a difference between a pestle and mortar and a food processor or a Robocool. There is a difference between cutting spices and herbs or crushing them. They release more aromatics if you do crush them. Then again, there are multiple reasons why in the professional kitchen we don't always use a pestle and mortar, especially not for production. Because if you look at the amount that Jamie is making here, he's making a very small amount. Imagine having to make, say, 20, 30, 50 liters of this at a time. It's not practical.
So we're going to get a bit more pasty now. I'm going to take some peanuts. Just a little handful.
Wait, what?
Now, I'm going to take some peanuts. Just a little handful.
No, Jamie. You have to use roasted peanut. Raw peanut, no flavor. Niece and nephew, when have you ever eaten raw peanut? Never. Because it tastes like nothing. Hiya.
And I'm using fish sauce.
This I disagree. Peanuts, raw peanuts, do have a flavor to them, but it's a flavor that I do not like at all. I like roasting them. After you roast them, they have a much better flavor to them. Little trivia for everybody watching. Is a peanut a nut or a bean? Let me know in the comments down below, and no using Google. No cheating.
I'm using fish sauce. And this
Fish sauce,
gives
correct.
this
We use that too.
savoury. 2 tablespoons of the fish sauce, and then I'm going to use a little bit.
No. I see Jamie Oliver using red paste. Uncle Roger nervous. Please don't be chili jam. If there is a god up there, please answer Uncle Roger player. Please don't tell me it's chili jam.
Of tomato puree, which gives a hit.
Okay, tomato puree. Whew. It's still wrong ingredient, but at least it's not chili jam. Usually for Malaysian fish, we don't use tomato puree. We use sambal belacan. Sambal is Malaysian shrimp paste. So much flavor. Uncle Roger lived in UK so many years now, and I realized many white people scare the smell of sambal belacan. So if you live in white people country and you hate your neighbor, just microwave sambal belacan. Let the smell waft over to their house and they will move out tomorrow.
Aye. Now guys, just keep in mind that this is a skit. Uncle Roger is a comedian. One thing I want to point out real quick is that even though that Jamie is using a pestle and mortar, you don't want to fold your chef cloth so much to where it's going to be like this thick. You don't have to. Because the more padding that you have underneath the pestle and mortar, the more soft padding, the more it's going to absorb the energy every time that you hit it. So it's going to take a little more work when you use it.
Lime is the one. So give it a roll.
Okay,
And then
we use
a little fine grater. So look, that is the paste done.
No, Jamie, the paste not done. Hiya. You need to stir fry it to bring out the flavor and the fragrance. This is chili paste, not salad dressing. You need to cook it. You need to cook it.
Woo! Yeah! That's what it does. Oh my lord.
I love this little clip of Jamie doing, yeah!
Woo! Yeah!
That is the fakest cheer Uncle Roger ever see. Niece and nephew, have you ever had something delicious and then go, yeah? No way, that's how you know he acting. Hiya. His cheer remind me of all of Auntie Helen orgasm. All fake. Sorry children, now go buy a t-shirt.
I mean, if this was some chocolate and he tasted it and he went, yeah, then I can see a reason for it. But for this, not so much.
Yeah!
But this is one thing I love about Jamie. He is a character and he's very good on camera. He is a very good character on camera.
Paste look good on camera, but I know it doesn't taste good because he essentially eating raw shallot, raw ginger, raw peanut, and tomato puree. None of the ingredient tastes good at all. Hiya.
So here is our fish, the beautiful sea bass. Line caught, sustainable, and very prolific in this area.
Okay,
around the pier.
Jamie,
The
I
only
hope
lovely
you don't
white fish
fuck
you
it
get
up.
hold of that's
Otherwise,
sustainable
this
is great.
fish die for nothing.
Quick question for everybody that makes this. What is the typical fish to use for this dish? Because Jamie is using some sea bass. Now, sea bass is a very neutral type meat. It's, well, it doesn't have a very strong flavor to it. It's a white fish, white meat. And when I used to live in Hawaii, we used to use a lot of tuna. We used to use a lot of mahi-mahi, which I love mahi-mahi. I haven't had that in years. So just let us know what type of fish is typical or what can be used for it, because some fish have a very strong flavor and that flavor adds to the dish. You don't want to cover it up.
So I'm just going to lightly score it.
Scoring
Have
good
like this checker.
help the fish
Open
cook
to
better
flavour.
and
Rub
help the
that
paste give the fish flavor.
Now we could wrap that in greaseproof paper, but what I want to do is show you another way that I think is so special and exciting. We've got banana leaves.
Oh, okay. Another point to Jamie Oliver. He has banana leaf. Yo, this is good detail that I didn't expect Mr. Chili Jam to get. Uncle Roger so surprised because if you look at his kitchen, so tidy, so white, but he has banana leaf.
I do have to admit, I am quite impressed that he has this as well. I mean, it's not like I can just walk down to the store, and I mean specifically where I live in Spain, and buy banana leaves. But in any case, banana leaves are multi-purpose. You can use the banana leaves to wrap food, which they do a lot in the Pacific, but they can also be used as serving platters, so you can serve food on them instead of having to use plates or anything. The banana leaf itself will also help protect the food if you expose it to an open flame.
Yeah, you heard it right, banana leaves. It gives the most incredible fragrance. So if you've got a gas hob at home, just lay this over a heat. You're going to see the natural oils waking up.
Ooh, good
And that
technique.
shininess.
This is right. You heat up the banana leaf because if you in UK, you get banana leaf shipped from Asia. By the time it arrives at your home, it already so dry, so dead. Heating it up, make it softer and make it look prettier also.
And it also makes it more malleable.
Correct.
We'll take our fish.
This is one good thing about living in Malaysia. You don't need to ship banana leaf from far away. You just steal from neighbor.
Well, see, this is the thing. When you have something growing everywhere, or, well, if your neighbors have it growing and they don't notice, you can just pick it. It's kind of like scrumping. This is something that my dad used to do when he was a kid in England. Scrumping is when you steal apples from your neighbor's orchard, or, well, you just go to somebody's house and you steal their apples off their tree. This used to be quite popular back in the day.
And then I'm going to kind of wrap this up, tuck it into bed. So that is still going to create an environment.
Hi, Jamie. Banana leaf correct, but you don't need to use the whole thing. Hi, such a waste. Do you think banana leaf grow on tree? I mean, do you think money grow on tree? Don't need to use so much banana leaf. Just one piece on bottom of fish, one piece on top, then wrap it up with aluminium foil. This guy used whole tree worth of banana leaf to wrap one fish. Hiya. Does he have a lot of banana leaf in his shed? This pandemic time, I hear many people hoard toilet paper, but Jamie apparently hoard banana leaf.
It is true. He really wrapped them in banana leaves, like a couple layers, and you don't have to use that much. You can use twine if you want to tie them up, or use aluminum like he said as well. But then again, I don't think Jamie had a lot of other uses for these banana leaves and he wanted to just use them. So who knows?
It's going to be amazing. So this goes in an oven at 220 degrees Celsius for 25 minutes.
Oven. Uncle Roger prefer grill, but I guess oven easier if you're cooking at home.
Yeah, grill may be better, or maybe even a pit fire. But in any case, Jamie's cooking on the wharf, and I don't know if an open flame is allowed on a wharf or not. I wouldn't think so.
From now onwards, there's a beautiful rhythm of getting jobs done to bring a beautiful feast together. Rice.
Oh, no packet rice? He learning from past mistake.
We're using jasmine rice. In a nice little pot, we're going to get it on a high heat.
Oh, hot high compliment too early.
And one thing either they cut out or he didn't do, he's using jasmine rice. Now with jasmine rice, you need to wash it. You don't have to if you don't want to. You can do whatever you want at home. But if you do wash it, it will not be as sticky.
Jamie, you can have someone ship you banana leaf all the way from Asia, but you can't ask him to get you one rice cooker. Hiya. But at least not packet rice. And also, I just noticed Jamie dressing. Why he always wear checkered shirt? Jamie is multi-billionaire, but why he always dressed like the was dad who about to go fishing?
It is possible to cook perfect rice without a rice cooker. A rice cooker obviously helps, especially if you don't know how to cook rice that well. It helps, it's automatic, it's a machine, it does it for you.
Okay, salad.
Salad? No. Vegetable tastes like salad. Life too short for salad. Skip this.
The moment of truth. Let's do this.
Let's see how it looks.
Look what's inside there.
We can see that he checked the fish, which is good. You need to check it to see if it's done.
Look what's inside there is very special. So tear a few bits over.
Ooh, look good.
You can do as well.
This looks good.
I want to get a little teacup of rice. And what happens at the seaside? Sandcastles.
Hiya. That don't even look like sandcastle. That look more like sand igloo.
Fork to go down the back.
The fish coming off the bone quite well. That means it cooked well.
Look at that, come on. That ain't your usual.
In Malaysia, we just serve the whole fish to table. We don't need to pick the fish off the bone first. But I guess if you're serving to white people, then you need to pick it off bone, because for some weird reason, white people fear the fish head. They see fish head, they think it's scary looking. They don't want the fish eye to look at them. British people eat fish, they only eat fish and chips. Every fish there look like a square, don't even look like fish. Many people say the fish eye look creepy. But fish eye is one of Uncle Roger's favorite dishes. So chewy, same texture as the pearl in bubble tea. That's what bubble tea is made out of. Just little fish eye in there.
This is true. Jamie could have used, say, a nicer portion of the banana leaf to serve, to use as a platter and serve the whole fish. He didn't have to clean it. Or maybe have used a bigger plate. Or maybe used a smaller fish to serve whole, or he could have even used a pizarra, which is a blackboard, what you see a lot here when they serve tapas and everything as well.
This will just make the whole thing sing. I would normally use a knife and fork with this, but I'm not going to today. I'm going to use my very clean hands.
Oh! Jamie eating with hand? Okay, another point to Jamie. In Malaysia, many people eat with hand. Hi, yeah, compliment too fast again. Who eat with hand like this? If you go to Malaysia, people eating with hand, they eat normally, just like this. Nobody eat like little baby bird. What are you doing? Are you waiting for your bird mom to feed you? Hiya. Jamie, no need to tilt your head backwards. So dramatic.
I'm sure Jamie's hands are clean, but still, cooking with the rings on is just not good practice. Because if you're handling a lot of raw products, a lot of like literally ground meat or anything, it's hard to get underneath the ring and to clean everything sometimes. It can be very difficult. The rings aren't as bad, but if you ever have been to a restaurant and ever had an experience where you get your plate of food and you pull out a hair, it's because one, they have long hair, which it should either be tied back or you should have shorter hair in the kitchen, and two, it should be covered anyway.
Oh, wow. The flavors. It's all there.
Jamie think eating rice with hand is same motion as downing shot of vodka.
Oh dear, my mum will kill me for using fingers, but I don't care. Delicious.
I surprised he didn't go yeah again. Honestly, this dish passable. Uncle Roger thought I was gonna be way more disappointed than I am. He got most the ingredient correct except tomato puree. Jamie, to improve this, you just have to stir fry your paste before putting on fish, and also use sambal belacan. Then it makes the dish so much better. And even Uncle Roger will go yeah. Jamie actually did okay job. He didn't use packet rice, didn't use chili jam, and didn't use Capri Sun tofu juice box. But Uncle Roger's still gonna keep roasting you for a bit longer. You can't stop me.
Jamie did do a good job, and so good that it actually impressed Uncle Roger, so this is good.
What up, food tubers? Mr. Oliver here. Today is a very exciting day because I am going to get the chance to cook with an incredible Indian cook, the lovely Monica Gawada. Hello, darling.
Hi, Jamie.
We're going to cook some amazing food.
Yeah, this is a good thing. Hopefully she's going to be showing, not just all of us, but showing, Jamie on how to make it a little more properly than how we saw it last time.
The dish is murg makhani. So murg means chicken and makhani means butter. It's full of flavor, it's decadent, so you've got the sweet, sour, spicy, hot, tangy, all of it.
What can I do to tell the story?
You can
I'm peeling, chopping.
Yeah, you're peeling, chopping. I can't believe you're following my guide. For a change, okay.
Yeah, I think it's for the best. It really is.
What I need you to do is we'll first make the marinade for the chicken tikka itself.
So I've got your 4 cloves of garlic, your inch of peeled ginger,
Half of this chili, please, Jamie.
half of that chili.
So make a little paste of that. Okay, that's perfect.
Let's have a look at that.
I've taken about 4 tablespoons of Greek full fat yogurt, and I've also added some chickpea flour, which is gram flour, so about 2 tablespoons. So just give that a quick stir.
Chickpea flour to the marinade. It's interesting. I wouldn't think that you would need it. For those that don't know what chickpeas are garbanzo beans. And in Spain, they use the term garbanzos, which is the same term that we use in the US. Sometimes we use different names for the same ingredient. Like for eggplant. Eggplant we use in the US, and in the UK we use aubergine, or even in France because it's a French word. The same thing with zucchini in the US and courgettes in the UK.
Give that a quick stir. Just to
Guys, if you've never used gram flour before, it's just ground down dried chickpeas.
So no lumps in that, Jamie?
No.
Sure?
No, well, I am now.
Stay on them. Keep them busy.
Okay, along with that, just a few more ground spices. So I'm using some coriander.
That's about a teaspoon. Then.
Yeah, a teaspoon. Pinch of cinnamon. Now this is Kashmiri chili powder.
So this recipe, as we can see, is a little different from some of the other recipes that we have reviewed with like Chef Ranvi. In the previous video, Chef Ranvi was using some Degi Mirch, which is another spice blend. From what I know, it's a blend of Kashmiri chilies, these, and some bell peppers. It does help give a lot of color to it. And like most chilies, it does give a little bit of flavor because every ingredient adds something to a dish.
It's really smoky. It's got a good amount of heat as well, but it's got color. It's hot.
So guys, to give you a little bit of clarification on how hot these chilies are, if we were to rate these on the Scoville scale, these only rate between 1,000 to 2,000 on the Scoville unit. Now again, there are many other factors that affect a pepper's heat level, and this may be a little spicy, especially for Jamie, because if we look at all the videos that we have reviewed with Jamie, all of them, he has always tried to make them a little or a lot less spicy than what they should be. Again, not everybody likes spiciness. Not everyone likes spice. I love it. I absolutely love spice, but not everyone, and some people can't tolerate it.
And you've also got some cumin powder. And this is a pinch of saffron, which actually adds a color to the marinade as well. So in with all the ground spices and a pinch of salt. Great to do this overnight if you can in the refrigerator.
Yeah.
But if you can't, even 20 minutes, half an hour is perfectly fine.
Obviously, if you are in a rush, you can, cut corners. It won't have the same amount of flavor because it does take a little bit of time for the chicken to absorb the flavors from the marinade. So if you can do it overnight, it's perfect. Half an hour is a little short. 2 hours would be better, but by no means 10 minutes. Not like in the very first video.
So the ginger, the garlic, and the chili in the marinade. Yeah.
Now, what do we do next? I just stir this
Mix
in.
it, and then you add the chicken to it.
Okay.
She's starting to enjoy this. She keeps telling him what to do. Good.
You're going for chicken thighs, about
As
an inch
opposed to-
in size. Why would you do that?
I think much more succulent cut of meat, and also I find it's still quite moist when you add it to the gravy.
So what's next?
Next, to skewer them on.
Okay.
I don't want to give too many spoilers for that first video, but if you haven't seen it, let's just say that chicken thighs, well, they weren't really used in that recipe.
Now we'll just grill this. You want the edges to be nice and charred, and you want the meat still to be quite moist. So once it's done, then we can add it to the curry.
Now guys, to keep in mind, when working with a lot of rings on your hands and touching like a lot of raw products like raw chicken and everything else, you can do whatever you want at home, but just keep in mind that it is not the most hygienic thing, and it may be easier to just take the rings off if they come off. If they don't come off, that's another thing. But if they do come off, it may be easier just to take them off, set them aside, work with the ingredients that you need to, sanitize, clean your hands, and then you can put them back on. And that way you don't have to clean the rings as well.
Okay, now we make the gravy or the sauce for it. So add about half of this butter in the pan, Jimmy, please.
Okay.
And peel and grate half an inch of ginger, and the chili, half freezed, and de-seed, and just lengthwise, just julienne. Along with it, I'm adding a few spices. So I've got cassia here.
Can I have a little taste?
Sure. This is the outer...
licorice.
Almost like that, but this is the outer covering of the cinnamon. And I've got 6 pods of green cardamom and about 4 or 5 cloves. Now this will add the warmth to the gravy, and they'll start to sizzle in the pan. Jamie, if you could please add the chili and the ginger as well.
Yes, ma'am.
I stay on him make that sauce, and remember how it's made.
Half of this onion. And you don't want them to brown or color, you just want them to kind of soften.
Gorgeous.
3 heaped teaspoons of tomato puree. So you want that little bit of color. Now the Kashmiri chili powder. So a good heaped teaspoon of that. And a good teaspoon of coriander powder as well.
Nice.
So now all the spices are going in. So they're going to kind of cook all the way through as well.
Double cream, and I think in some parts of the world you call it heavy cream.
Heavy
Basically,
cream.
this is the richer cream.
Jamie's right, double cream is richer and has more fat content in it than heavy cream. But if you can't get double cream, you can substitute. But other ingredients such as sour cream and creme fraiche are 2 separate things. Sour cream is less fatty, creme fraiche has more fat content to it, and it's less tangy than sour cream. Creme fraiche is also a little thicker.
I'm also adding some honey.
So a teaspoon of honey.
There's a few more things I want to add to it. Dried fenugreek leaves.
Chef Ranvi also added honey in his buttered chicken. Now a lot of people do say you shouldn't cook with honey because it can be toxic if you start to heat it up. We do make some things with honey. We use it in breads, we use it in pastries, and we also use it in the savory kitchen.
Fresh coriander.
Yep.
And a pinch of salt. So all we need to do is actually add the chicken to the sauce, leave it to sort of soak in all the flavors. So you can see the charred edges, those bits is what's actually going to add all the flavor.
flavour.
Perfect.
So, it smells incredible.
Give it a stir, please, Jamie.
For those that don't know what butter chicken is, it was created originally to save some very dried out or older tandoori chicken. And tandoori chicken is chicken that has been cooked in a tandoor oven, which is a cylindrical oven. And it's a different method of cooking, but it adds a little bit of a smokiness to this dish. And that's why in some of the previous videos, we did see, like with Chef Ranvi, that he added smoke to this dish to help infuse it, because it's a little difficult to try to replicate all these flavors in the oven. It's possible, you can do it, you can get it very close, but you know, it's just like that one little thing that just helps make it a little bit better.
Give it a stir, please, Jamie.
Wow.
You can coat all the chicken so it soaks in the flavors of the gravy as well. If you can add a little bit of lemon juice,
And how much would you like?
that'd be perfect. Brilliant.
For any Indian chef watching, what are your thoughts on adding lemon juice to this? We did see Chef Renvi add just a little bit of kevra water. I probably mispronounced that, so if I did, I apologize. But in any way, he added a little bit of that, as he said, to just balance all the flavors to bring them together.
And it does give that curry a nice little finish. The colours are phenomenal. It smells outrageous.
And we've got some salads. So I've got a pickled onion salad, sliced onions, lemon and salt. And just some lettuce.
Simple green lettuce.
We've got our chutneys.
The reason we do this channel is because of this.
At least the chutneys are not being added to the butter sauce. So, you know, this is good. This is much better.
Boom. Gonna go for some of the chicken in the sauce. That meat is tender.
Yeah, nice and moist and succulent. Perfect. Yay!
It's so good. Monica, thank you for coming into the world of FoodTube.
No,
FoodTubers,
absolute pleasure.
How lucky are we to have give us
No.
this wonderful, authentic
A
recipe?
pleasure and privilege to cook for everybody and for you and with you. It's been brilliant.
Phenomenal. That's buttered chicken. Please, please try it.
Thank you so much.
Until next time, lots of love.
It looks much better than the previous video that we did see, Jamie make, but then again, he had Monica helping him make this. They make a good team. They really do make a good team. If she tells him what to do, it turns out nice.
Hello, niece and nephew, it's Uncle Roger. Today, Uncle Roger gonna react to this video requested by so many niece and nephew out there. It's Jamie Oliver making egg fried rice. Jamie Oliver is professional chef, very established, everybody know him. So Uncle Roger think this one is gonna be good. I've been to many of his restaurants.
When I was working in Brenner's Tavern in London, I never went to eat at one of Jamie's restaurants. I was too busy working all the time to go to eat at other restaurants. So I cannot say on the quality of his restaurants, but if anyone has eaten at his restaurants, then please let me know in the comments down below.
Niece and nephew, please smack the like button now like you slap a bag of rice. Don't make Uncle Roger sad. Smack like button. Now let's start the video.
Egg fried rice. It's an absolute classic. And I've got a
2 seconds into video and I already see saucepan. Hiya. Where your wok? Jamie, where your wok? Egg fried rice need to use wok because you need the wok, hey. Many people asking Uncle Roger, what is wok, hey? It is the breath of wok. When you cook with wok, the wok gives the food flavor. Get the wok, hey. No such thing as saucepan, hey. Jamie, you have 25 cookbook, but you can't afford one wok. Uncle Roger send you one wok for free, Jamie. No problem.
If you can use a wok to make fried rice, obviously you're gonna have better results, but it's one of those things. If you have a small kitchen and you don't have one, it's okay, that's how it is. You can use a saucepan if this is the only thing you have, or a larger pot if that's the only thing you have. But obviously, if you do have a wok, it's easier. This is the proper thing to use, and if you have the space for a bigger wok or an actual wok station, it's even better.
I absolutely love making this recipe. Yes, you could do this as a side dish, no trouble at all. But actually, it's heading towards being a really beautiful dinner. So,
Wait,
yes, you could do this as a side dish.
Jamie say egg fried rice is side dish? When Uncle Roger growing up, when my mom make me egg fried rice, that is the main dish. I never tell my mom, oh mom, this egg fried rice is only side dish. Where the main dish? Where the main dish? I would have been beaten to death.
Yeah, I mean, egg fried rice, it's possible that in Western society, egg fried rice is kind of like the side dish. Yes, I mean, you can have a small bowl of egg fried rice, but if you go through all the work of actually making it, it's for the main meal. And, you know, you can add, say, chicken to it or seafood as well and make it a little more elaborated than what it looks like Jamie's going to be making today. So you can make it more interesting than just making a basic fried rice with green onions. But, well, let's see what happens.
So finally slice this up, and as this pan gets nice and hot, I'm going to go in with 1 tablespoon of olive oil, and
What? 1 tablespoon of what?
I'm going to go in with 1 tablespoon of olive oil.
olive oil for egg fried rice? Who use olive oil for egg fried rice? Why are you making salad? Olive oil is like white people oil, not suitable for Asian dishes like egg fried rice.
Now, we've seen this with Jamie a lot. He uses olive oil a lot. In Western society, we do use a lot of olive oil. The only problem is with olive oil is that it has a lower smoking point. And if you're going to be frying at high temperatures, it's not impossible. It's just that it's not the best oil to use. You know, it's just one of those things. If this is the only oil you have, it doesn't mean that you can't use it, especially if you're cooking at home. I mean, nobody's going to judge you if you're making this at home, but if you're trying to show someone and you have a lot of money, like Jamie does, filming this with a professional camera crew and with the producers and everybody else, you know, providing for you, then you could use more of the proper ingredients or techniques. So, one of those things.
And I'm gonna go straight in with the onions and we'll get them sizzling straight away.
No. Spring onion is garnish. It's garnish. You put spring onion as the last thing in your meal, not the first thing in the frying pan. Hiya.
We'll get them sizzling straight away.
No, you don't sizzle spring onion. Nobody sizzles spring onion. If you cook spring onion now, it will wilt. It wilt. This should be garlic. First step should be garlic.
Yeah, I have to agree with Uncle Roger, yes. Green onions, they're the last thing that you add. Yeah, and if you do add them at the end, you add them for just a few seconds before then you serve, because otherwise they'll turn brown. They won't just wilt, they'll change colors. If we look at the fried rice that Chef Wong made and compare that to this, I think we'll see a big difference because his fried rice looked perfect. This is already looking to be a little bit on the side. So
This first 3 step all wrong already. I thought you professional chef, you have website and everything. Uncle Roger don't even have website and Uncle Roger know you fucked up.
And then I've got some packet pre-cooked rice. Yes, you can cook your own.
Packet. This guy owns so many restaurants and he still can't be bothered to make his own rice. Packet rice? Imagine if you go to Japanese restaurant and you ask for noodle and the chef gives you instant noodle.
everybody was talking about this being the worst fried rice because Jamie added chili jam. I've never seen this before and I do all the shopping, yeah, and I've never seen packaged pre-cooked rice like this before, and let alone for a cooking video. For me, this is a little more important than just putting or not putting the chili jam or putting the chili jam in it. I don't know if he was in a hurry or obviously he didn't do the shopping and somebody else did it for him, but this is something this is a big no-no, yeah? Packaged rice. If it's the only thing that you have to use because this is your lifestyle, okay, but for a cooking video to show other people.
That is what this guy is doing.
Own rice, white rice, 12 minutes. But for stir-fried rice, you have to drain it and chill it.
You have to chill it. He correct, but don't drain rice. Uncle Roger made a whole video, 12 million view now, of Auntie Hersha draining rice. Don't drain rice, but chill rice, correct. 45 seconds in, first thing he got correct.
So for me, that feels like a good cheat. You can hear it sizzling.
He actually used packaged rice for this though. To me, that's the worst thing that you could do for this recipe, besides the chili jam. But packaged rice.
You hear sizzling, I hear my ancestors crying.
It's fast, it's hot, it's furious. We're just gonna toss it around. Right, the next.
Oh, Uncle Roger don't like the look of this. He taking ingredient from this drawer, and this drawer looks so white because Asian ingredient never come in jar. You ever notice that? Asian ingredient always come in plastic bag or bad packaging. If your packaging look this nice jar, nice bag over there, then it's not Asian ingredient.
Next ingredient. I have this in my home all the time now, chili jam. It's
What I tell you, it's not Asian ingredient. What he doing with chili jam? Let's see.
brilliant for cooking. It's got heat, but it's also got the sweetness and it's gonna kind of glaze.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Putting jam in rice. This is disgusting. Who put jam? First of all, what is chili jam?
I have to admit, the chili jam, the consistency of it looks a lot like jam. Now, Jamie's saying that it has spice to it, that it's sweet. So, okay, it's a little like sweet and sour sauce, maybe. But still, this is something that, I don't know, I'd have to taste it. But again, there's a difference when making something for yourself that you like, and then making something, let's say, as the base recipe to show others. Because a lot of people that don't know, especially if you have a lot of influence, may take that as the actual recipe or the actual traditional thing. Now, if you say that this isn't how you make it, this is just my way of doing it, that gets you off the hook. Or if you don't have the ingredients. But guys, let me know in the comments down below what you think of the chili jam. But not just the chili jam, yeah? Let me know what you think of the other ingredients that he added, like the pre-cooked packaged rice.
Uncle Roger, no fresh chili, chili oil, chili flake. Never heard of chili jam. Is this how you trick white people to eating chili? You give them fresh chili, they go,
No, I don't actually like chili.
give them chili jam and they go,
Oh.
Chili jam is so weird thing to use. Jamie, do you know about sriracha? This is Asian chili, just use this. No need to use jam. What are you gonna put in there next?
You know, I go through like a bottle of sriracha at least every 3 weeks to a month. I love it. Chili jam, I've never tried it, I've never tasted it. Sweet and sour sauce I have quite a bit and I like it. I have never used it for fried rice. I would put sriracha in this after cooking, just to spice it up, you know, just for me, if it's not spicy enough. But chili jam,
Peanut butter. Okay, why do you go bake PB&J egg fried rice? How many things can a chef get wrong in one video? Hiya!
2 nice teaspoons go in to our pan and then just start tossing again.
It tossed very po, but he tossed all the wrong stuff. All style, no substance.
That'll start to coat every single rice grain and it'll shine in the most beautiful way.
I mean, it's pretty easy in this video to pick on Jamie, right? Because he has gotten quite a few things wrong, and I can tell that this is the video that made Uncle Roger super popular, because this is just, it's golden for Uncle Roger, yeah? It's so easy to pick the things that he should have fixed.
Just give it a little splash of water.
Wait, what? What?
Oh, no.
No. In the middle of cooking, you put water. Oh my. Uncle Roger say, if your rice too wet, you fucked up. But if your rice too dry, you also fucked up.
This is a little trick that Jamie did with cooking the fried rice. I'm not just saying that this is a trick for the fried rice, this is for anything in general when you're cooking. Whenever the pan gets a little too hot or if it's a little too dry, you have a few choices. You can add more oil to it. If you need to, say, fry more, say if you're frying chicken or meat or vegetables like this, or if it's getting a little too hot, you can drop the temperature by adding a dash of water. Doing this with rice is a bit of a no-no because you don't want to add more more water to the rice. It does drop the temperature, but it can make it extra wet. It depends again on how much you add, but you know, it's just one of those things. You have to be careful.
At this stage, just push the rice up the side of the pan, like that, and then straight into the middle, we're gonna crack in 2 beautiful free-range eggs.
All right, now this is another little trick that my dad actually taught me. My dad was a chef. He worked in Asia for quite a while. You can make a hole in the middle of the pan and then add the eggs to the center of the pan. It's one method of doing it. It's not a bad method. It's just a different way of doing it.
Okay. Okay, the egg look good, egg look good.
And then it's time for the last ingredient, which again, to a lot of people...
He reaching for that shelf again. So Uncle Roger don't think it's gonna end well. Uncle Roger just don't like that shelf. I think it's wrong shelf for egg fried rice. Maybe during filming, they put the wrong shelf there. And Jamie's like, oh shit, you bought the wrong shelf. What I do now? And the filming people are like, we don't care. Just use whatever in the shelf.
People is a bit of a new ingredient. Tofu. Firm, silken tofu.
Tofu? Why your tofu in juice box? Who make your tofu? Capri Sun? When Uncle Roger buy tofu at Asian market, always come in plastic bag, plastic seal wrapping. No tofu look like juice box. What, are you gonna poke straw and drink your tofu?
50 grams. And what you can do is just break this up.
No,
and as
no.
that cooks,
No! No.
If you actually look at the tofu, yeah, if we take a quick look at it before Uncle Roger commentates on it, just breaking it up like that, it doesn't look nice. If you add it, say in cubes, okay, in fine dice cubes at the very end so it doesn't fall apart, this is, you know, a possibility. If you want to make it, say, a vegan option, then, you know, this is something that you can do.
He make Uncle Roger put my leg down from chair. Baking tofu like how Auntie Helen baked Uncle Roger hot. Asian cooking, when you cook tofu, you preserve the whole shape of tofu and serve to customer. This video, so many sad things happening. He wasted the spring onion. He wet the rice. And now he tear apart the tofu like paper.
And Uncle Roger forgot. He added the chili jam and, so far, no MSG. I don't really think MSG can save it at this point, but, you know, wow. Let's finish the video.
I don't know if Uncle Roger can go on. This depression is too much.
I want chunks of egg and I want little bits. So the nice thing about this stir-fried rice is it's kind of random.
What he say? What he say?
The nice thing about this stir-fried rice is it's kind of random.
Random is not compliment. You made food for your friend one day and your friend say, why your food so random? And Jamie say, oh my god, so random. Gonna start restaurant.
Jamie has to talk, yes, for his show. He has to say something. It's possible that he had a gaffe and he just said the wrong thing. I mean, it's common to say this all the time, especially when you're doing something live or, you know, you're in the midst of doing something you're not thinking and you say something. But this is true. It shouldn't be something random. It should be something that was intended. So it's not a random creation. Because if it is a random creation and then you can't remember what you did, then it's going to be a little more difficult trying to recreate that if it's good.
Season with a little salt. Give it a little toss.
Salt, again, no MSG. But Uncle Roger talk about MSG too many video now.
Mix it all up and then we're ready to serve. Get a bowl. Put a little oil.
This guy loves olive oil like how Auntie Hersha love colander. He put olive oil on everything. Do you shower with olive oil also? Don't go get massage from Jamie Oliver. He will put olive oil on your body.
I understand why he's adding oil to the bowl. Yeah, it's to lubricate the bowl. It's not necessary. Jamie must have some really good quality olive oil as well if he's adding it to everything, because good olive oil, especially extra virgin, the strongest, the first press, has the most flavor to it. And in Italian and Spanish cuisine, you should see the amount of olive oil that they add to things here. But if you add this much oil to the rice, it's going to look like what the rice looks like now. It's going to look very wet.
Associated with being unhealthy. This has been made to be healthy.
If by healthy you mean disgusting, then Jamie, you are right.
You could have that as a meal. I think it's the time to have a little...
This rice looks so wet. Look at this. You can see your reflection inside. Mulan is gonna start singing when she sees this rice.
So silky and delicious. Looks fantastic. And it's really good fun.
I do understand that Jamie has been trying to make food healthier for many years now, and this is something that is a good thing, yes? We should be eating healthier, obviously, but cooking in general, cooking for yourself, is one step towards this process. I need to take a look at the ingredients on the chili jam, but I don't think something like the chili jam and the prepackaged rice and all these other things are that healthy for you. I do applaud him that he has tried to at least make food healthier for people, try to get people more interested in healthy food.
To make.
Jamie is professional chef. All the step he messed up. Does this guy hate rice or something? What else have he done with rice? Oh, this guy, I think he just hates rice in general. Maybe he's sponsored by potato company. They are competition.
There's another instance that Uncle Roger didn't look up, and that was an instance a few years ago with Jamie Oliver making a paella, but making a paella that was, of course it was with chorizo, because every chef outside of Spain makes it with chorizo because that's what they think that should go in it every time. But in any case, it really ticked off the locals here, like really ticked off the international Spanish community. And I guess that he was receiving threats and everything else. I mean, it was serious, and nothing should be taken that far. I mean, many other famous chefs have done, you know, paellas like that, but I don't know, Jamie, when he messes up, people tend to take it a little more serious.
Uno de los cocineros más famosos del mundo, el británico Jamie Oliver, ha provocado un enorme revuelo con su receta de la paella. La prepara con chorizo o con zanahorias.
Uncle Roger don't like this Jamie Oliver recipe. Too wet, no garlic, no MSG. He break the tofu, no wok. It's all wrong. Subscribe to Uncle Roger channel for more video. See you next time. Bye bye.
You know, to be honest, before reviewing this video, I was thinking, as everyone talks about the chili jam, that it was going to be, oh, okay, I expected just the chili jam. But the pre-cooked packaged rice, for me, that was number 1. 2 was the chili jam. 3 was the water. 4, the garnish. Well, and of course, no MSG. The tofu as well. Well, in any case, guys, let me know in the comments down below which ingredient you think was the wrong ingredient, or the matter of importance, which one should have been added first. Again, there's no reason to honestly pick on Jamie. He's been picked on quite a bit. He did obviously mess up, and there's no way to defend it. He messed up for this video, and at the end of the day, this is how it is. It was his own version of fried rice. Maybe not something that anyone would really want to eat. Not everybody, at least. Some people, but me, not quite. I would taste it, but me, I wouldn't order this.
It says chop off your fingers and turn them into nuggets.
It gets so much darker than that. Death threats and all sorts because of a bit of sausage. FYI, it tastes better with chorizo. Trust me or don't trust me.
We're going to be making that today. And if you are curious on finding out on whether or not it tastes good or whether or not you should make it, then stick around to the end of the video and be sure to give this video a like and a share, because trust me, I'm actually taking a little bit of a risk here making it, because I live in Spain and I live not that far from TV3. So I don't know, maybe I may get on the news. Who knows? If anybody is from TV3 and they want to put me on the news, be sure to do so, but nicely, yeah? Because I'm doing a review. This isn't my recipe. So now, let's get started. Today we're going to be using a lot of ingredients, and some ingredients that are a little controversial to go into a paella. Now, we're going to be using some chicken thighs and chicken legs, some drums and some thighs, deboned and deskinned, yes? We're also going to be adding some chorizo to this. Now, for the chorizo, the recipe didn't specify what type to use. This is extra smoked. It is not spicy, but it's smoked, so it will add a little bit of a smoky flavor to it. We're going to be using a little bit of garlic, a lemon, a carrot as well. I've never actually added carrots to paella before, so carrots will add a little bit of sweetness to this, yeah? Instead of using stock today, we're going to be adding 1 stick of pre-packed chicken stock, some sweet paprika, pimentón dulce. We're going to be adding bomba rice. This is the bomba rice. This is Spanish rice for paellas. There are also other types of rice that you can use. And what's special about bomba, unless you don't know and unless you haven't seen my other videos, is that this rice absorbs like 3 times the amount of water. You do not want to be using other types like basmati or jasmine or any long grain types of rice. If you're in a pinch, and I'm not saying to do this, but if you are in a pinch and you don't have this type of rice and you only have, say, like a Boreo, you can use it, but, well, it's not going to hurt this recipe, is it? I don't have tomato puree, so we're going to be adding just a little bit of tomato sauce. And in this recipe, unlike the egg fried rice, you do want to use olive oil. Yes, olive oil is important for paella.
1 tablespoon of olive oil and...
What? 1 tablespoon of what?
A little bit of parsley, some frozen peas. Of course, we have to add peas to this, don't we? And we're going to be adding 1 red bell pepper. Now, the thing is, the recipe states 1 red pepper. And, well, this is 1 red pepper, but so is this. So whenever you see a recipe, you kind of have to use your own due diligence and think a little bit, because obviously this is too much for this recipe. Here we go. Let's hope this turns out well. Anytime that you notice like the germ of the garlic that's really starting to like grow, here not really, but it's a good idea to remove it. Some say that this is what causes the bite in the garlic, but it isn't. It's actually the chemical allicin that causes the bite, which is the defensive chemical of garlic and like onions to protect them against predators. Also with like lemons and limes, citrus, if you roll it, it helps to release the juices a little more when you go to squeeze it. So do that before you cut it and it'll make it easier. Real quick, if you're going to be using any pans, it's a good idea to get a paella pan. This is for 2 people. It may look a little big for 2, but the idea is not to make like a super thick dish where it's like up to here. The idea with paella is to make it in a big pan where it's a little shallow, and that way the rice cooks more evenly because it's distributed wider. Now with the paella pan, the thing is, if you can get the oil, if it comes up to just under these little rivets, that's enough in the pan. It may look like a lot, but we do use a lot of olive oil here in Spain. All right, now Jamie says first we're gonna throw in all the veggies, but first what we're going to do is we're gonna throw in the meat, we're gonna sear it, and then we're gonna take that out and then throw in the veggies. Little tip, if it's sticking and you don't see a lot of color on it, the pan's not hot enough, as in case in point. This comes out. All right, the onions, carrots, go in. Cook this for about 5 minutes. He also says to stock in the garlic. Okay. Right, after about 5 minutes, we'll throw the peppers in. If you notice that you need a little more oil, add a little more. Okay, we're gonna add the chorizo and the chicken back in. Right. Chorizo and the chicken we added back in. We're gonna add in the tomato sauce because we don't have tomato stock, or tomato puree, I should say. We're gonna be adding in the little chicken stock cube. Yeah. Break this in, the whole thing too, by the way. Okay. All that MSG. And the 300 grams of rice, which, by the way, is a lot for this. It's for about 3 people, which this paella pan's only rated for about 2. Almost forgot. I forgot to add 1 teaspoon of paprika. Oh, I'll add a little less. There we go. Now we're gonna add the water. And we're gonna let this cook. The thing is, you don't want to be adding too much paprika to this because otherwise the paella is gonna be like red, and you don't want it like super red. Not yellow, but you do want it like a little in between. When we're at this stage, turn it on high, let it come up to a vigorous boil for just like a minute or so. And then we're gonna drop it down on low heat because you don't wanna move this. Jamie says to continuously move it as you're cooking it. That's to prevent it from burning. But there's a trick to getting the sokorat, which we're gonna try to get today. And well, we'll mix it up at the end maybe. Now you can tell it's starting to get a little thick. Yes? So if you have to add like a little bit more water, then be sure to add it. The thing is that for this paella pan, 300 grams of rice plus all the other ingredients is a wee bit too much to add to this pan. It should be more like a little bigger, like for 4 people. Now before we let this cook, we're gonna taste it in case we need to add any seasoning. I'm gonna add just a little bit of salt. And since this is Jamie's recipe, he says add a little bit of pepper, so I'm gonna add a little bit of black pepper to it. Normally you don't, but you know, to each his own. Mix this in, and we will see how this turns out. So far, it doesn't look that bad. Yeah? Famous last words, no? So now we're gonna put a timer on for 15 minutes, and we're not gonna move it. Yeah, it's on low heat. If you need to, take it off of the big burner and put it on a smaller burner, all right? Also, if you have to, you can cover it. And if the lid's a little big, it's okay, but as long as it covers, it's good.
15 minutes later.
Moment of truth. Right, so it sounds like there's still a little too much water, and there is. So if there's a little too much water in it and the rice is done, because we can check the rice is cooked, even on top, turn it on high heat and try to evaporate the rest of the water. So we're gonna add some green peas to this, sprinkle them on top. He says to add all of this, yeah, 100 grams, which to me is like, it's just too much. And as you can tell with this pan, it's just too much. Too much rice, too much product for this size pan. Okay, so I'm gonna be adding, not all of it, but some of them. Put the lid back on, just to heat the peas up. Now, if you can hear that sizzling, that is the rest of the juices reducing and hopefully creating a little bit of sokarat. Now we're gonna sprinkle a little bit of parsley on. Add some lemon wedges, as it says in the recipe as well. And voila, it's done. Taste test time. Oh, I have to admit, that's actually not that bad. I'm joking. I am and I'm not. So here's the thing. If you're going to call this a paella, there's a few things that you need to change. We're going to mixy and make it a little more like he has in his photo. We got a little bit of a sokarat. So this had a little bit too much water. Yeah, 750 for about 300 grams is a little too much. Now, to be honest, we didn't follow Jamie's recipe 100% to the T. So obviously his actual recipe that he made that day that he got in a lot of trouble with it was different. Yeah, because I used a type of chorizo that was a little smoky. And you can taste that as well. I added a little bit of a smoky flavor to it. But I didn't add shrimp. I didn't add tomato paste as well because I just had tomato sauce. And, you know, little things like this actually do matter. The thing is, though, is that whenever you add chorizo to anything, you just need to keep in mind that it has a very strong flavor because chorizo is made with pimenton. This is not something that I would order if I was in a restaurant. As a matter of fact, if I got this as a paella and I ordered one, I'd be a little cross. So again, it's not something that I would order. It's not something that I would want to make, but since I made it, this is not something that I'm gonna throw out. So let me put it that way. So hopefully guys, you did enjoy this little tutorial video and hopefully you did enjoy watching me make it. If you have any questions or comments, let me know down below. And if you have made this recipe, then let me know your thoughts on it. Or even if you haven't, let me know your thoughts on it down below.
When you're juggling work and family, you need a dish that's super simple to rustle up. I want to make a curry.
I'm getting the feeling of deja vu again. This is the same spot that he made the butter chicken in. And we all remember that video, don't we?
A really beautiful, fragrant curry. But I want to do it in such a way that it's surprising and exciting. And do you know what? It's just a handful of ingredients, right? I've got ginger, garlic, chili. There's always an onion or that family in the house. And then yogurt, rice, standard stuff.
Okay, so Jamie's making an easy recipe that most people should be able to make with these simple ingredients in the house. That's fine.
In the freezer, I always have sustainable prawns. These I've just put in a bowl of water for 5 minutes, defrosted them. They're fantastic.
If you don't want to eat prawns, you can substitute with another type of seafood or another type of meat. So you don't have to use the prawns if you don't want to. You can change this recipe a little bit. The other thing to keep in mind is that anytime that you're using any frozen products, any frozen seafood, is that the texture of the meat will change. And if it's frozen incorrectly or with too much water, it will make the meat mushy. And why is that? When you freeze, water expands. And in between the muscle fibers, the water will create water crystals, and those crystals will tear the meat. It will expand. So if you don't want mushy seafood, then I would suggest getting fresh. This is always better to get fresh. If you can't, then you need to use what you have.
So I'm going to do an amazing rice cake, right? It's going to blow your mind. So 1 builder's mug of basmati rice into a pan, and then 2 of the same mug of water right up to the top. So in we go. Get that on full whack. Super easy. Season it with a little pinch of salt.
So this is good. Jamie is telling you to start the rice before you cook the curry or before you start the rest of the dish. Another way to measure the rice, if you don't want to do it this way, is to actually measure with the first knuckle. So you put your finger into the water up to the top of the rice line, and you measure the water up to the first knuckle, and more or less it should be right. If you have a rice cooker, obviously it's easier, but if you don't, it still works.
So bring this to the boil, cook it for about 10 or 12 minutes until the water's cooked away, and when it has cooked away, turn it down to low for 5 minutes, then it'll go crispy and golden. Super simple. Let's get on to the curry. Take 4 cloves of garlic and finely slice it. And we're on to the curry pan. Put some olive oil in there and then go in with these wonderful fragrant...
Jamie loves olive oil. If that's the only type of oil that you have for the house is one thing. If this was a restaurant, then I would say no. They need to use another oil. They shouldn't be using the olive oil, but a home is a different situation. The one thing I will say though, is not to substitute with extra virgin olive oil. Extra virgin is from the first press, and whenever using it, it will impart the most flavor into anything that you use it with. It has a lot more flavor than normal olive oil.
And we're on to the curry pan. Put some olive oil in there and then go in with these wonderful fragrant ingredients bit by bit. So garlic in.
Now for the garlic, personally, I would crush the garlic and add this a little later if we're going to be sauteing. It's your own personal preference. If you like slices, you can add them, but I would suggest to cut the slices a little thicker. If you cut them super thinly, it would take literally less than 30 seconds for the garlic to cook. And when I mean cook, I mean to turn like brown. If you leave it a little longer, they'll turn black, like we saw in another video. And it's very easy to burn them, especially if you add them first and then walk away.
So about 1.5 chilies. Always check how hot they are, because they can catch you out every now and again.
I don't think this chili is a very spicy one, because he just said it too, that you need to be careful checking the chilies, which one's hot, which one's not. And he's adding quite a bit to this. In the other curry recipes, he was adding 2 or 3. Here, he added a decent amount.
Nice thumb-sized piece of ginger. Just get a little spoon and scrape the skin off. And then just finely slice the ginger, just nice little chunks like that. So that goes into the pan.
That is a lot of ginger to add to this. Ginger is quite pungent. You don't need to add that much if you're adding it normally to any dish. It's quite strong. The one thing I would suggest with the ginger is to use a little bit of that with the basmati. To take some lemongrass and take a little bit of ginger and put that in the water with the basmati, and it will help give the basmati more fragrance.
Look at the colours. Give that a little toss. And then spring onions. Just cut 1 bunch into like 2-centimetre chunks. Sprinkle that in.
You don't need to add the green onions so early to the dish. You can add the white part earlier, but the green bit, you can add that later on towards the end for garnish. And what did I say about the garlic? You can already see that he's not cooking on high heat, and in the time that he's been making this, the garlic, look at it, it's already crispy, it's already brown.
Chunks, sprinkle that in, right? Then we're gonna go in with a good friend, right? Mango chutney. You want a couple of nice tablespoons going in there. So, if you look at the rice, the water's now gone.
Chutney. He's actually adding chutney to this. He hasn't added any curry paste and no curry powder yet. And he's adding chutney. So we added the garlic, we added the green onions, ginger, and red peppers with a little bit of olive oil. And now we're adding some mango chutney to this. The chutney, if you're gonna be making this recipe, you can just add it if you want as a condiment. Instead of using the chutney, I would recommend using some curry powder, or at least some curry paste, if you don't want to make it yourself. It's still easy, it's pre-made. It's not going to have that curry flavor to it. It's going to taste like mango chutney.
Got the little holes here, and now we turn it down low. 5 minutes, don't rush it, and you'll go from standard rice to rice cake. So I'm just going to steal half of this into here, and then about 150 mils of water, and this will make the most incredible sauce. So let me go and whiz this up. Now, this is the time when we can go in.
You can see what I mean by the mango chutney. Yeah, it's sugary, typically is quite sugary. And if you add this to a hot pan, it can caramelize.
We can go in with our prawns. I left just 1 or 2 prawns whole with their heads on. The rest, I just peeled the shell. A nice couple of handfuls in there. Look at that.
Whenever using medium to large prawns and shrimp, you want to clean them. And what I mean by cleaning is that if you cut down the very back, the spine of the shrimp, you will pull out their intestines, which is all the dirt, all the crap, literally, that's in there, and you don't want to be eating that. So 2 ways you can do this, or 3. When you take off the head, sometimes they come out. If they don't, you can take a knife along the back end and take out the intestines. Or the last way is to also take a toothpick or a needle of some sort, and to go in between one of these little ridges in the back and to pull out the little tube. It's a little easier though if you take off the tail.
Look at that. I'm gonna wash my hands. So the sauce goes in now. Couple of minutes and that's good. So just take your rice and then just flip it like that. Can you see how crispy that is on the top?
That's fine if you want a bit of a crispy texture to it. If you make normal basmati rice, it's also fine. It's perfectly fine. You don't need to make the rice cake.
Right, the sauce. Turn the heat off here now, and then about 150 grams of yogurt.
I think he's adding it because it's a bit of a color contrast.
Just give it a little shake and just pour. Gorgeous. Easy prawn curry.
A quick little tip on cooking shrimp at home or prawns is that anytime that they're like this in a circle, that means they're overcooked. If it's more of a C or a U shape, then that means that they're cooked. So you don't need to cook them any further. They don't take that long in general to cook.
With a lovely rice cake, get in there and just break it open. And if you look in this, you know, you've still kind of got the fluffiness and the steam stuff inside. You see how lovely and steamy that is? Going for the prawn. Look at the colours, guys. The colours are bonkers. It's just blooming brilliant. Come on, more sauce, more sauce. Let's just do a little bit of poppadom action. A little bit of salad on the side for a bit of crunch.
I mean, actually just looking at this little plate, if we didn't know what Jamie put into the curry, then yeah, this would be a fantastic curry that you can easily make at home. It's simple and easy. But we do know what he put in it. And we know that he put the mango chutney in it. So, you know.
That is a beautiful plate of prawn curry. Rice cake galore. Come on, let's do this.
I bet he's gonna say it tastes good.
Gentle, fragrant, loads of flavors. Prawn's lovely. It's joyful. Really, really joyful. I'm happy. So happy. Right, I'm gonna go and serve this to the family. I think they're gonna love it.
It was like deja vu again with the butter chicken. If he just didn't add the mango chutney to this and instead added, say, curry powder or a curry paste to it, it would have been, for me, better. So when making this at home, if you still want to make it easy, instead add some curry paste or curry powder. It'll take you the same amount of time. If you want to make a little bit of a sauce, add some tomatoes to this or add, say, a little bit of coconut milk. What I would suggest though is to not cook the garlic like he did. I would say add it a little later. In any case, guys, I hope you did like the video, or well, the breakdown of the video. Not the recipe, but the video. Write down below your thoughts on ways to improve this little recipe, because it's easy to criticize. What's not easy is actually taking something and then trying to improve it.
Who are you? Why are you tied up like this?
Uncle Roger, I've been sent by Auntie Helen. She's not happy that you've been mentioning her in all your videos.
Auntie Helen? My ex-wife Auntie Helen? You tell her I'm not scared of her.
Getting more
Oh really?
theatrical.
She knew you were going to say that. So we have something special planned for you, Uncle Roger.
What?
You have to review Jamie Oliver's Thai red curry.
No. Please, no. Tell her I do anything she wants.
So I'm going to make the most beautiful Thai red curry with prawns and lemongrass. In all the supermarkets, just trim off the ends like that.
Lemongrass correct?
Come on, review it properly. It's Jamie Oliver. You must have made some mistake.
He cut the wrong end. You need to cut the hard end while you cut the soft end. Hiya. Jamie, see? Nephew kidnapper. Even he know you fucked up.
And then just give it a spank. But if you smell it,
Just give it a
also
spank.
release that incredible
Just give it a whiff.
Spanking thing.
sherbet lemon sort of smell, flavour. Absolutely gorgeous. So I've got the lemon.
It's not easy to find lemongrass in
Use
Spain.
pestle and mortar.
I'm going to put a heaped
pesto
teaspoon
and
of
mortar.
tomato puree.
We do use like food processors a lot in the professional kitchen because they're quick, they're easy. These food processors, more of the Robocoos, we do use quite a bit. The other one though that I would recommend is a Thermomix. It's not just a food processor, it does everything. And it can make a perfect puree as well. And it can also make a nice paste.
Yeah, nobody use tomato
I
for
think
Thai
we have
red
found
curry.
somebody
That's
that
the
uses
wrong thing.
tomato
Nephew
paste in Thai
kidnapper,
red
cut off
curry.
my rope.
Jamie.
Uncle Roger want to put my leg down from chair. This must be fastest Uncle Roger ever put leg down from chair. He really is Usain Bolt of fucking up. Nobody use tomato puree for red curry. What is this? You're trying to make bolognese, is it?
Then I'm going to put 4 of these roasted peeled peppers.
Pepper?
Kind of smoky, sweet flavour. 4 of these go in.
Wrong again. Tomato puree and red pepper. I think Jamie going, oh, I'm making red curry today. Get all the red thing in kitchen and throw in there. Good thing he not working next to fire extinguisher. He gonna put that in too.
Really good. A kind of smoky, sweet flavour. 4 of these go in. And then I've got this.
Okay, in Spanish cuisine, the piquillos, or the little red bell pepper, red bell peppers. The little red peppers, they're not bell peppers, it's another type. But they're very common in Spanish cuisine. Thai...
Bunch of coriander.
Let's
so
keep
much.
watching.
Big handful. Stalks.
You want coriander root, not coriander.
Use this 1 chilli and then garlic.
What?
Chili. I'll use this 1 chilli.
1 chili. 1. Remember, niece and nephew, Jamie Oliver making his green curry. He used 3 chili, and we all know that is not enough. Hiya, 1 chili. Why even bother? Red curry like this, 1 portion. We use 10 red chili.
Even if Jamie added, say, 5, 10 red chilies, then, you know, you don't add the entire amount of paste to one meal. You make the paste as the base, and then you add, you know, and if you want a little more, if you want it spicier, you add more paste. So the whole purpose of him doing this is probably because he's going to use the whole thing, or he just doesn't like spice.
1 chili. Use the right amount, not the white amount.
And then garlic. 2 cloves of garlic. And just...
garlic crusher for what? You're gonna blend
I
it
don't
all
use
in
garlic
food
crushers.
processor
For me,
anyway.
I never had one in
Garlic
the
crusher
house.
is the whitest invention.
We just
Uncle Roger
smash
only
the garlic,
see white
chop it
people
up,
use it before.
and
Nephew
he is
kidnapper,
right that
you
you
white?
could put it in
Do
food
you have any
processor.
garlic
There's no
crusher at
reason to
home?
actually smash it.
Yeah.
you could add it at the end, but there's no real reason for it. Just another thing to wash.
Squash.
Ginger.
No, wrong. Kalangkao, not ginger.
And then I got a secret ingredient, okay?
Yeah.
Lime leaves.
If you don't have galangal, it can be a little hard to find, especially if you're not in a, well, if you don't have the supermarket that has all the specialty items, it can be difficult. I do add ginger to my curries because I can't get galangal. However, I do use a lot the pre-made paste that does have galangal in it and a lot of the other ingredients that are a little more difficult for me to get them since I'm here in Spain. But, you know, if you have to substitute, you can. But if you want to use the authentic, I would suggest using the authentic. Different flavor.
Incredible. So put about 4 or 5 leaves.
Not lime leaf. You want lime zest. Secret ingredient. If by secret you mean wrong, then you correct.
4 or 5 leaves of kaffir lime in there.
Oh, looks so bad.
Those beautiful flavors in there. We want to.
Where got beautiful?
The old way of doing that. The old way of doing that is in the pestle and mortar. So instead of, well, obviously it's a lot more work.
2 tablespoons of olive oil goes in.
Oh, olive oil.
And
with
soy
sauce. Okay, I'm not going to defend them on this. Olive oil, is a Mediterranean, a European ingredient. Now, we use olive oil in all types of cooking, and olive oil is extremely healthy for you. It's excellent for you, especially extra virgin, but it's not common in Asian cuisine, and it's especially not common in curry. So, well, you know, things like this.
With soy sauce.
And for the soy sauce that he adds to the curry.
Should do the trick, but we're going to...
Soy sauce? For your
I don't add soy sauce to my curry.
Who do that?
Okay, Uncle Roger, I'm going to stop this. This video is giving you a heart attack, and I don't want to be a murderer.
Don't you dare, nephew kidnapper. We in too deep now. All our ancestors crying. Uncle Roger need to avenge them. Press play.
2 tablespoons of olive oil goes in, and I'm going to season with soy sauce.
What the hell is this red curry paste? Where your dry spices? Where your white peppercorn? Where your salt? Salt he don't have. And where your shrimp paste? Shrimp paste, one of the most important ingredient in red curry paste.
Should do the trick.
What I do use quite a bit is fish sauce. I add it a little bit to it to add a little bit more flavor, but I don't put soy sauce in it.
But we're going to adjust that later. And a little bit of fish sauce, basically a teaspoon of fish sauce.
Fish sauce, correct. But don't put in blender. Fish sauce you put in when cooking. But credit to Jamie. He using Tiparo's fish sauce. That's super authentic. 1 point to Jamie. So now he at negative 9,999 points.
It's basically a teaspoon of fish sauce and a teaspoon of sesame oil.
Sesame oil wrong. Oh, look at that. So ugly, so clumpy.
Hang that on there so we can get all of that out there. In a hot pan.
McQueen mother-in-law gets smoother paste in just 4 pounds. It's like a food processor not even trying. Hi. Jamie Oliver cooking so bad, even his food processor give up on him.
Like I said, pestle and mortar.
Just bang that on there so we can get all of that out there. In a hot pan, I'm going to go a little bit of olive oil.
Olive oil again. Wrong again.
Paste in here first. All of it.
All of it? Jamie, don't use all of it. Save some paste for your pasta tomorrow.
Then I'm going to go in with the prawns.
No.
Frozen prawns, they're perfect. Chuck them in frozen now.
The prawns cook fast. You add those more towards the end, otherwise you're going to overcook them.
You don't just saute prawn like that. You're not making stir fry. Prawn is expensive ingredient and you ruin it like this. Prawn in red curry. You just cook in red curry itself. Like how you cook chicken in Thai green curry. No need to stir fry it first. You're wasting prawn. Okay, continue.
Give them a little shake like that.
Sometimes
I'm also
Uncle Roger doesn't act as much as he really is, or he really doesn't like what Jamie's doing, yeah? Because Jamie does make some, let's put it nicely, he does make some mistakes.
This guy just loves Munch too. Is he sponsored by Big Munch too or something? Every curry he puts that
very
in
English
there,
ingredient.
and 200 grams of this shit versus 1 chili.
My dad was English. Well, I'm part English as well. And growing up, we always had a garden full of what? Full of peas and beans. Full of sugar snap peas, fava beans, haricot vert, or green beans. Everything, yeah? So we'd add it to everything because we would have so much in the garden.
Oh my god, what the hell he doing?
Oh man, Auntie Helen is brutal.
Yeah, she the most evil bitch. She make Putin feel like Mother Teresa. This just vegetable smoothie now.
And then coconut milk. So literally I'm going to bring this to the boil
milk's good.
and turn it right down to a simmer. And this will be ready in 3 minutes. A little bit of coriander.
More coriander? I thought you chopped up the whole forest already.
And a little bit of lime juice.
Lime juice wrong.
So I'm just going to pour that.
Oh, this Thai red curry. No Thai, no red, and not curry.
No, it looks like green curry. It looks like green curry,
Absolutely
not red.
gorgeous.
This not Thai red curry. This British orange soup. Oh, Uncle Roger almost fainted from this. Nephew kidnapper. Uncle Roger done now. Release me. Release me. Hello, who is this?
Hello, Uncle Roger. It's Auntie Helen.
Release me, you crazy woman. Let me go. What you doing?
Let you go? Maybe I'll think about it when you get more subscribers than Jamie Oliver.
No. Niece and nephew, hit subscribe now.
close, huh?
Help Uncle Roger get more
And
subscribers
Jamie's
than
a
Jamie
celebrity
Olive Oil.
chef.
Otherwise, I
Uncle
cannot
Roger's
make
been
any
getting
more
famous
videos for
quick.
you. Hiya. Still would tighten it myself. This looks more like a sex robe. Right. It looks like lingerie. The thing I do for my niece and nephew. Hiya. This is my editor. He thinking, why the hell I have to do this? I don't get paid enough for this shit.
All part of the job.
Yeah. So it looks less lingerie.
Torture garden.
Yeah. It actually looks like I want to be here.
Kidnapper roleplay.
Yeah, we should have gotten thicker rope.
The way that Jamie makes his curries is more that he makes it the way he obviously makes it at home. He's not trying to make it authentic at all, no? You don't put olive oil in curry. They don't have olives or olive oil in the cuisine, in Asian cuisine. This tomato paste, same thing. You don't. At least in Thai, I should say. In Indian curries are tomato based, but then again, the tomato is from the New World. It's from the Americas, so it's a relatively new ingredient, like the potatoes as well for like masiman curry. I don't know, but like I said, and then it looks more like Thai green curry than Thai red curry, even though it's supposed to be Thai red curry. In any case.
Uncle Roger, I reviewed Jamie Oliver 2 times now. Still haven't heard back from him. I think Jamie Oliver don't like me. Hiya. It's just comedy video, Jamie. You can roast Uncle Roger back if you want. Come, leave comment to roast me. Uncle Roger pin it and heart it for you. Even Uncle Gordon left comment on my video. It's your turn now. Let's see how Jamie do on ramen. Is it gonna be hiya or is it gonna be yeah?
This is one of those things I've said many times in other videos, and I'll say again, that it would have been nice if Jamie would have at least acknowledged Uncle Roger a little bit, said something, fired back at him, insulted, whatever, because it was a comedic thing. It wasn't personal. I think he did take it personal, a little bit personal. So in any case, I like Jamie. I do a lot. It doesn't mean I like all his recipes, but I like him because he has a good personality.
We are going to make the mighty ramen. It's one of Japan's most treasured dishes, slow cooked and packed with flavor. We're talking about the most beautiful.
Check shirt again. I think because Jamie restaurant all closed down and now he have so many extra tablecloth he can wear as shirt.
Yeah, I think it's become a little personal with these videos, like, it really has.
Jamie never cooked anywhere normal. Last time he cooked in shed, Now he cook outside trailer. Hiya. Is he going through the walls or something? Did your wife take your house? With every video, his location get worse and worse. I think next video, Jamie gonna be cooking in prison.
And it all starts here.
I do have to admit that today's cooking location, cooking outside, is a bit strange to be making ramen. Then again, it is nice to cook outside when you're always in the kitchen cooking, and fellow chefs can relate quite easily to this. When you're in the kitchen day after day for 12 or more, 16 hours a day, you get very tired of seeing the same scenery all the time, the same kitchen. So anytime that I was in banqueting and I got to like go off site, I always volunteered for it because I wanted to get out of the kitchen and I wanted to see new things. And it is nice cooking outside, but sometimes it can be a little more difficult to make like more intricate dishes.
And it all starts here with some humble bones. The broth in a pan. Fry off a handful of pork bones, 8 chicken wings.
Okay, pork bone, correct.
Pieces of ginger and 5 cloves.
Chicken wing, okay also.
Drizzle of sesame oil.
A bit weird that he adding aromatic in the beginning. Usually when you start making broth, you just use bone to start.
There are many types of ramen, and the Shio ramen or the Sanosan recipe is to actually blanch the bones and everything to make the stock first to help remove all the impurities from the bones, the blood and everything else, and then transfer that to a new pot with fresh vegetables to then make the stock. So it's a little different. I think Jamie is trying to make this a little quicker today, cutting corners. So we will see how it turns out.
You can have any meat in your finished broth. I've chosen to go with pork belly.
Ooh, pork belly. Pork belly, good. In Japanese, it's called char siu. Good topping. So Jamie gonna make ramen with char siu topping. Not bad, not bad.
Think about garnishes. Remember, ramen is the ultimate broth with the ultimate pimpage and garnishes, right? So
he correct.
Some crunchy bits of bashed up cracklings, and we love cracklings.
Pork crackling, not common, but he writes topping, all subjective.
For those of you who don't know what crackling is, or specifically this is made out of pork skin. We get it super, super crispy, and then you eat it. You can do the same thing with chicken, although chicken's much thinner. And this does add a very nice texture to whatever you want to add it to. You can even eat these individually like chips, add a little bit of salt to them before you finish them. Now, in the UK growing up, my father, I forget what he used to call it, but when they were kids, they used to go to the fish and chip shops and they used to sell, I forget what it is, so for those of you who know, write in the comments, but they used to sell all the little bits from the batter that used to fall into the deep fryer. They used to sell that separately. So instead of eating, say, French fries or anything like this, you'd be eating like fried batter. So, you know, crispy things are tasty. It's not the healthiest, but they are tasty.
Roasted at the same time as these bones. Pop in the oven for 45 minutes at 200 degrees Celsius.
Usually when you make broth, you don't need to roast the meat first. Why the extra step? Hiya, too much time on your hand, is it?
And just let it do its thing.
I agree with Uncle Roger on this. Now, I do understand that Jamie's trying to get, say, more flavor out of the bones and everything, because when you roast the bones before we make chicken stock or even we make beef stock, veal stock, or any of this, you get more flavor out of the bones. But with clear stocks, you don't want color on the vegetables, you don't want color on the bones or anything.
Hot pan coming through!
Wait, so inside his truck, there is fire. Jamie, that not safe. That not safe. Your trailer made of wood. This is fire hazard. Jamie, please don't die. Because if you die, Uncle Roger need to find new person to be my mortal enemy. Hiya. Please don't die. Hashtag keep Jamie alive.
So, we have...
He's right about that. I honestly do think they're mortal enemies right now. But if we just take a look at this little caravan or the van that he has, I wonder if it was the producer's idea to have this little setup or if it was Jamie's idea. And I wonder if Jamie actually owns this little truck. I wonder, he may actually own it because it's quite unique, isn't it? I mean, this is not something that you could go to a local rental car company or even for one of these little caravan shows and find, at least not here, maybe in the UK, yes, but just a little, I don't know, it's a little different.
We have a nice piece of crackling, look at that, to go with our lovely ramen. So that goes to one side.
He destroyed a whole baking pan to make one crackling. Hiya, you wasting money, Jamie. Look like Jamie Oliver have his own line of baking tray. That's why he want his viewer to destroy it. He can sell more, make more money. Uncle Roger, respect your hustle, Jamie.
In the kitchen, we use a lot of aluminum trays to put food on and then throw in the oven. When I was in London, we had a Jasper grill, and Jasper grills are fantastic. They're actually made here in Barcelona, and if anybody from Jasper is watching, I would love a sponsorship. One time we did put something in the oven, it was so hot that the tray just disappeared. It was gone. There's nothing left.
Have a look in here, I mean, listen to it.
If you listen to your food, you know you need more friends.
Now let's get that on a hob. Add 1 tablespoon of miso paste.
Now if we take a very quick look at the chicken, you can actually clearly see that the chicken wing is burnt. So if you don't want to add this very bitter flavor, because anytime that you burn anything, it will add a burnt flavor to whatever you're making. If you don't want to add it, you need to remove it.
And top it off with 3 litres of water. Then add the pork belly that you remove the skin from. I'm just going to simmer this for hours and hours and hours, and that's going to bring out all the flavour. It's going to give gorgeous colour. Now leave to simmer for 4 hours.
No. Uncle Roger don't like this technique. You use miso paste to make flavouring for the broth, or what Japanese people call tare. You don't just throw miso into broth. You have to make miso tare separately. This is same mistake as Nigella Lawson. You throw miso in water. That's not making miso ramen. That's just making miso soup. Hiya.
Again, this is one of those recipes that if you're new to cooking, if you don't know anything about ramen or cooking in general, I would not follow this recipe. And I'm not trying to be mean with Jamie. I'm just saying that there are other recipes out there that are much easier to follow and much more straightforward than this. But what he's doing right now is cutting corners and throwing everything together in one pot and making something, which you can still make something out of this, but some of these other ingredients like the chashu, you should make separately.
Add 1 tablespoon of miso paste with 3 litres of water.
Also, 1 tablespoon of miso in 3 litres of water. That's too little miso. You can't taste shit. Instead of spending money on your own baking tray, why are you trying to save money on miso? Hiya.
Now leave to simmer for 4 hours. You can't rush this.
Another thing that nobody's talking about right now is that when you start to see a buildup of foam on the top of your broth, this is also for normal chicken broth or beef stock or anything like this, whatever you're making, not just for ramen. You want to remove the crud. You don't want the excess material that builds up on top, that foam.
It's gonna be an incredible flavour-packed base for the rest of the ramen.
I think 4 hours just about bare minimum to make good ramen broth. Uncle Roger think you should go longer. And why are you cooking in the ground now? This really is cooking tutorial for divorced people. Uncle Roger can relate. When ex-wife Auntie Helen left Uncle Roger, she took everything also. My children, my house, my stove, and Uncle Roger have to cook shit in ground also. Jamie, I feel your pain.
I'm starting to think that some of this is actually a true story that he's turned into a little bit of a joke, a meme.
Over here, I'm actually going to cook some lovely soy marinated eggs, adding colour and flavour to the ramen. This is eggs.
Okay, egg, good topic.
Start by soft boiling 6 large eggs for 4 to 5 minutes. Then
4 to 5 minutes. Soft boil usually 6 to 7 minutes. I don't think the egg gonna be done cooking.
When making eggs, well, it depends on how you're going to make the eggs. First of all, it depends on what type of eggs that you're using. Because if you're using a chicken egg, it's not going to be the same as a duck egg. And if the egg is at room temp when you add it to the water, or if it's cold, if it's chilled, if you take it out of the fridge and then add it to the water, that's going to affect the amount of time when cooking eggs. So if you want to make an easy soft-boiled egg, or what we call a œuf mollet in French cuisine, this is a very easy egg to make. I have made a video on it, but I didn't like the video, so I need to make another one. I would suggest leaving the eggs at room temperature until they're at room temp, adding the eggs to the water, bringing them up to a boil, and you start counting the time when the water comes up to a boil. After 5 minutes, you start to run it under some cooler water, you crack the egg, and that's it.
Drain and set to one side to cool while you make your marinade. I'm going to put in 200 mils of low salt soy sauce. I'm going to put...
Hiya, low salt soy sauce. For what? For what? Your body can't handle salt. Hiya, why so weak? So weak.
A lovely fragrant spice, star anise.
Star anise, a bit weird ingredient.
Condiment. I got
Even
some
okay.
garlic here.
Now, it doesn't look like Jamie's adding any sugar to this. You can add a little bit of sugar to sweeten it, but he is adding some mirum, and this is a sweet rice wine. So depending on how much you add, you're going to increase the sweetness, but it's not like pure sugar. It has a different flavor to it. What I would suggest is if you want to make this recipe, is that you make this recipe and you make another recipe, a different recipe from an actual like ramen chef, and you compare the two because this recipe is a little different. And I'm not saying it's going to taste bad, it may taste actually really good, but it's always good to compare from, different recipes and see which one you like the best, and if you don't like it, you can tweak them.
And then I've got some ginger. Don't even
Okay, those okay. Boiling it good. Take away sharpness of soy sauce.
Then put it all into a Ziploc plastic bag. Absolutely gorgeous. Just wind it up.
This Ziploc bag technique good. The marinade not bad. 1 point to Jamie.
Like this. Put it in the fridge. The longer you keep it in it, the stronger the marinade and flavour. I'm mixing traditional Japanese accompaniments like seaweed with some new twists like fiery kimchi. A fermented
Kimchi a bit weird. It's Korean, not Japanese.
When Jamie says things like fiery kimchi, you think that he really likes spicy food, and we know that's not the case. He doesn't like very spicy food, so the kimchi I don't think is fiery. I think is very mild.
We've got steamed greens, steam it, and with the spinach, just wring it out super tight until you've got a dense ball of goodness.
Who want dense ball of spinach? Vegetable tastes like set. Who want to eat dense ball of set? Dense ball of set is what Uncle Roger called my testicle.
Finally, the all-important garnishes.
Jamie is actually doing a good thing with the spinach, but if you squeeze it out as much as you can and you extract as much water as you can, it'll help prevent you from diluting whatever you're going to be adding the spinach to, because if you put it, say, in a quiche, or if you even put it on a vegetarian pizza, or I don't know, if you add it to even, say, as a garnish for some chicken or anything like this, you don't want that excess water. You don't want to make things watery with it. So squeeze it like Jamie is doing over the sink as hard as you can, and then at the end put it on some paper towel, well, a couple pieces of paper towel, to then pat it dry, and you'll get rid of the excess moisture.
I've got the crumbled pork crackling, toasted sesame seeds, sliced chilies, spring onions and lime.
Lime a bit weird.
Simmering the pork and broth. You're ready to assemble your ramen. So let's just get that pork out. Look at that. Just falling off the bone. Let's plate it up.
Wait, what? You gonna serve the char siu like this? Hiya, no. Season it. Put some soy sauce. Braise it with some kind of sauce. Do something to the char siu. Don't just serve it like naked like this. Char siu is Uncle Roger's favorite ramen topping. Supposed to look brown, beautiful, and sexy. Good char siu should have same color as Ariana Grande now. Not Ariana Grande 10 years ago. What the hell is this pasty-ass char siu? No flavor, no color. This char siu so white, it looked like it about to start a podcast. Hypocritical.
This is what I mean by sometimes you need to make some of the ingredients individually, and the char siu is not finished. And there are good tutorial videos on YouTube to see how to make the char siu properly. It's not difficult to make. And today with technology, the great thing is that you can compare a lot of these recipes within minutes of each other and see some of the results.
Just falling off the bone. Let's plate it up. Let's go in.
Wait, what?
Let's go in.
What? That's not even ramen. That's soba noodle. It completely different type of noodle. Hiya. Uncle Roger have to put my leg down from chair. This is emergency.
Now personally, I love soba noodles. I use them a lot. For this though, I don't use them. If you don't know what soba noodles are, they are made out of buckwheat, and buckwheat is gluten-free. So if you do have a gluten intolerance, this could be a good substitute for you guys. You could also substitute with some rice noodles. So it's just something to keep in mind, because egg noodles, well, you can get everything today. So you can get probably gluten-free egg noodles, but more often than not, they contain gluten.
Cooked soba noodle. Did he really say he gonna make ramen with soba? What? Uncle Roger cannot compute. Jamie, you were doing okay so far, but how you fuck up so bad? Soba and ramen, two completely different things. That's like saying you want to make spaghetti but with egg noodle, or you want to make Malaysian sambal but with chili jam.
He did actually substitute the sambal with the chili jam in the very first fried rice video. So in the end, I think it's best just to stop asking the questions why he did it and instead just accept the fact that he's trying to make things easier for people. He's trying to cut corners, but sometimes it doesn't actually help. It just makes things a little worse. And well, we see that right now, don't we?
With our noodles here, let's get a nice slice of that gorgeous pork on top.
Everything wrong? Nothing you do can save you now? The pork so bland?
Top it all off with that.
The kimchi? Why kimchi?
The traditional soy marinated egg. And look there, guys, a lovely soft boiled egg. Really, really nice.
You can tell he didn't marinate egg long enough because it's brown on outside, white on inside, just like Auntie Hersha. Niece and nephew, this is new insult for whitewashed Indian people. Don't call them coconut anymore. Call them Jamie Oliver egg.
Nice. Chili and stuff going on. The lovely pork cracklings. Common sense tells you that's going to taste absolutely gorgeous.
Common sense tells you that's going to taste gorgeous. When you go to a fine dining restaurant in the UK, France, and most places, the food will look very pretty. Now, why is that? Normally, or the old saying is that we eat with our eyes. So the prettier a dish is, the more attractive it looks, the tastier it looks, the more you want to eat it. Now, there has been research done that that's not the only indicator. There's also other indicators such as the other senses, smell, and everything else that can help with that. But beauty is not always an indicator of how good a dish would taste. Because sometimes even when you see a soup that looks disgusting, it can taste actually really good. Then again, you may not want to taste it if it looks disgusting.
It all comes together with that flavour-packed broth. Let's have a little try. Gorgeous.
At least he's using chopstick, not like Nigella Lawson with her Spock.
Absolutely delicious. Ramen. Good for the soul.
Wait, what? But now he's using spoon. Why you give up using... Just when Uncle Roger thought this video was over.
To sip the broth, you can use a ramen spoon. If you don't have one, well, then you're going to have to use a normal spoon with it if that's the only thing that you have.
Good for the taste buds. And very good for you.
Hiya. Jamie, you almost made ramen. You're so close. All your steps sort of passable until the soba. You fucked up. Jamie, please don't die. I don't think Uncle Roger can find another Mr. Chili Jam.
Now, when you look at this, I can't say that it's going to taste bad because I'm sure it does taste good, but let's just say this wouldn't be something that I would cook for a ramen competition. There are certain methods of making, well, depending on what type of ramen that you want to make, a certain type of ramen. Sometimes it is best to follow the old methods of recipe. Obviously, some of the old recipes are very long and you don't want to go through all that labor, but there are other ways of making a quicker ramen, and there are plenty of other videos out there that are better tutorials than Jamie's tutorial. I'm sorry to say, but at the end of the day, this does look much better than the fried rice that he made and the butter chicken. So hopefully you did enjoy this video, guys. If you did, then be sure to share, like, and subscribe as it helps out my channel greatly. And this will be shown to more people if you do like it, and also share it as well on social media. After many requests, and I mean many, we are finally going to be making Jamie Oliver's famous butter chicken recipe. Or as I call it, the no butter chicken, because it has no butter in it. And let me know before we get started how you think this recipe is going to turn out. What do you think it's going to taste like? Let us know in the comments down below. And before we get going, be sure to give this video a like, a share, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button, because trust me, this is one video that I did not want to make, and well, look at me today, I'm making it, so here we go.
I've come up with a recipe that you could do any day of the week. This is my kind of version of a butter chicken.
Well, that's a true statement. I honestly think that Jamie was making this recipe up as he was going along, because it kind of looks like it.
All of this happens in a pan, so it's a super convenient recipe.
Convenience does not always mean delicious.
Let's get that on a high heat, and then I'm gonna add 700 grams of fresh tomatoes whole. Essentially what I wanna do is scald, char, and blacken the skins of these tomatoes. Already, look at that. Can you see how we're blackening those tomatoes? That's gonna give a char, a smokiness. So just take these tomatoes off the vine.
To make this recipe today, we got all the ingredients that Jamie is using in this video, and I couldn't get different colored cherry tomatoes. I only got some red ones, but they are a little sweet, so this should add a little bit of a sweetness to the sauce, because again, this is going to be the foundation of the sauce, and depending on the tomatoes, it can change the flavor. And I'll let Uncle Roger explain the sauce.
Butter chicken is North Indian dish that use makhani gravy, which is tomato-based gravy. So tomato correct, but just make tomato puree, no need to char it.
Now at the same time, as we blacken these, we're gonna do the chilies. Split the chilies in half, and with the tip of the knife, take out the seeds. That's the hottest bit.
The white membrane is actually what contains most of the oils or the capsaicin, which can get onto the seeds. The seeds can make a dish hot, but in any case, we're going to cut these as Jamie has done, de-seed them, and we're going to add them to the pan as well.
So in these go. Now, as these tomatoes get black all over, what you'll notice is naturally the skins are starting to peel off. Let's get the last of the chilies on there. Now let them cool down. If you want, you can cover them just to let them steam a little bit.
Now what Jamie has just done with these tomatoes is a little trick that we do use in the kitchen, especially in more Southwestern cuisine, to take off the skin of chili peppers. It works very well.
The marinade, really, really simple. In a bowl or a nice platter, I'm gonna add 2 tablespoons of the garam masala.
Uncle Roger liked this bit.
2 tablespoons of the garam masala.
Correct? Garam masala correct?
And we're gonna do the same as Jamie, adding the garam masala to our bowl as well.
Then I'm gonna take 8 cloves of garlic and just use a grater. Look at that. Then I want a nice big couple of thumb-sized pieces of ginger. Just take a little spoon to scrape the skin off the ginger. Then I'll use the same fine grater to grate the ginger.
And one thing to know is that this little tip with taking the microplane and actually using the garlic and the ginger on this is an excellent little tip. It saves you a lot of time in the kitchen if you want to mince any of these ingredients quickly without having to use your knife.
Okay, so into this, we will season it with salt and pepper. 2 tablespoons of lovely yogurt.
We're gonna do as Jamie has done with the garlic, the ginger, and also adding yogurt to this.
Now, when it comes to the chicken breast, it's almost twice the thickness here at this fat end than this part here at the thin end. So what I'll do is ignore this thin end, and about here, start to score it. About 1/2 centimetre to 1 centimetre now thick. This will allow that lovely marinade to penetrate quicker.
All right, I'll let Uncle Roger have a go at this.
Hiya, Jamie. Chicken breast. The marinade all ingredient correct. Uncle Roger pleasantly surprised. And then you fuck it up by using chicken breast. Hiya.
There's no polite way to marinade. Get that into all the little slits and the cuts. I'm gonna let that marinade for about 10 minutes and have a clean down.
We're gonna do the same as Jamie with scoring the chicken and marinating our chicken as well for only 10 minutes.
What he say?
I'm gonna let that marinade for about 10 minutes.
Marinate for 10 minutes. For butter chicken, we marinate overnight at least 12 hours. 10 minutes, that's not called marinate. That's just a splash. 10 minutes, the chicken's still alive, it's still clucking.
And to be quite honest, 10 minutes is not enough time for this marinade to do anything at all. Give it a couple hours at least, or overnight is even better.
Right, let's get cooking the chicken. I'm gonna get this nice and hot. I'll add a little bit of oil to a pan, and then let's put the chicken straight into that hot oil. And I wanna get it dark and golden.
I think even Uncle Roger missed this part in his original video, but this is the part where Jamie adds olive oil to make the butter chicken. Now, if you're at home and you just have some olive oil, it's not a big deal, all right? It isn't. However, olive oil, and especially this, which I think is extra virgin, it has a very strong flavor, and these flavors do not mix well with a lot of these other spices.
So while that's frying away, let's peel these tomatoes. Just take the skins off and the little stalk. The chilies I'll keep to one side. Hey! Buds, do you want to turn the chicken for me, darling? So when it comes to cooking the chicken, we're only going to do it for like 8 to 10 minutes. Well done, mate.
Seeing this actually reminds me of cooking with my dad when I was little. I learned how to cook when I was 5 years old with my dad.
This is the cactus here.
This is the cactus, this is the prickly pear. This grows on the end of the prickly pear. Usually they come out in the end of August.
Then again, Uncle Roger may think of this as free labor, which it is in a way. Free labor.
Making your kid work for you for free? Uncle Roger, like, that's the main reason Asian people have kids anyway.
So look, we've peeled through all of these little tomatoes, and then you can gather all of these little skins at the end, put them in your hand, and in there, that is pure flavour. You go and wash your hands, big boy.
We're going to be doing the same as Jamie by peeling the tomato skins. Now, when you're squeezing the juice out of the tomato skins, if you want to get like every ounce of juice out of that, you need to really squeeze the tomato skins like you hate them.
Emotional, damn it!
Oh, chicken's looking amazing. Gnarly on both sides and just cooked through perfect.
Gnarly, there's his favorite word again.
My gnarly peanut chicken. Gnarly on both sides.
Gnarly? Who described good food as gnarly? That's how Uncle Roger described Auntie Helen. Gnarly.
Now let's make the sauce. It's really, really simple. So use all those pan juices there.
Now we have seared the chicken as Jamie has done over high heat. We have fully cooked the chicken through. If you cook like this, and you will see the amount of residue that is left in the pan, and this, if it's not burnt, adds flavor. If it's burnt, it adds a bitterness to whatever sauce you're making. And if you don't want to make this sauce even worse, then I suggest cleaning it.
Let's get the tomatoes and all the juices into the pan. And now in with 2 tablespoons of that cashew butter.
Cashew butter? What is cashew butter? Butter chicken, we just use cashew nut paste. Cashew butter sound like some organic grocery store whole food bullshit.
For anybody learning Spanish, here's something new for you. Crema de anacardos. This is the cashew butter that we're going to be using, just like Jamie in the video. And this is 100% cashews. Nothing else is added to it. Now, like Jamie, we're going to be adding 2 tablespoons of cashew butter, not teaspoons.
So I've got 500 mils, give or take, of boiling water. So just enough to really help this simmer down and turn into a lovely thick sauce. Just get a fork and just squash all those tomatoes and let that boil vigorously for a couple of minutes.
He said, get some boiling water, and he got it out of his greenhouse. So does he have a kettle in his greenhouse? I mean, it was possible if you have a little tea kettle or something in your greenhouse. Jamie actually does have a teapot in his greenhouse. Now you can take a fork, as Jamie's doing, and just squish the tomatoes. Or if there's enough sauce actually in the pan, you can take a hand blender and blend everything together until it's more of a sauce.
I am gonna put some chili in. The question is, how much? I think what I'm gonna do is just go in with 1.5.
Of course it depends on the pepper, but 1.5 little chilies is not a lot.
If you want to take the edge off the spice, put like 2 teaspoons of mango chutney.
The mango chutney is the chili jam of butter chicken.
Wait, what he putting?
Teaspoons of mango chutney.
What, mango, what?
Put like 2 teaspoons of mango chutney.
2 teaspoons of mango chutney.
Mango chutney? He putting mango chutney into pan? This all over now. You make Uncle Roger put leg down from chair, and you make all our ancestors cry again. Hiya.
Today we got the exact same mango chutney that Jamie used in the video. Well, I think it's the same type because there are multiple types with ginger and with other spices and herbs with them. And if you taste this mango chutney before, it's super sweet.
Now what we can do is get that chicken in there, and we want the chicken to be really juicy, right? And I want quite big chunks. I don't want like little wafy bits. And then I'm going to put this in the sauce and let that chicken simmer. What I'm going to do now is just spoon 3 tablespoons of yogurt through the sauce, just a little bit of coriander on the top, and that, my friends, is going to be a beautiful curry.
Thank goodness we're almost finished with this recipe. Now I'm going to take the chicken and cut it like Jamie did into big pieces, not little wafy pieces. I'm going to add that back into the sauce, a little bit of extra yogurt as well, and some coriander to give it some color.
So look, I've got some rice here. I've put some chickpeas in and then just get it in there. Look at that.
Uncle Roger didn't like the chickpeas.
Chickpea Middle Eastern, James. Uncle Roger, phone drop. I don't even care anymore. This is too painful. This is not Indian. This butter chicken have everything except butter and Indian.
And then just get it in there. Look at that. Big chunks of meat. Let's get amongst it. So good. That's good to go. Let's feed the family. So do you like it, River?
I love it.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yes!
I'm actually a little hesitant to taste this because I've made this, I smell it, and you know, it doesn't smell quite the same as actual butter chicken, and I don't know. Well, in any case, we're gonna taste it. This is really good, I wish. But surprisingly, even after we added the garlic, the ginger, the garam masala, the dominating flavor right now that I taste is the cashew butter. That is like the only flavor that I'm tasting with some extra spices added to it. I do want to say though that Jamie has been cooking for many years, and he makes recipes easier and simpler for people that normally don't cook. Hopefully all of you did enjoy this recipe review. I didn't have as much fun making it because I constantly thought that I'm gonna have to throw all this food away, because really, I don't like wasting food, but I honestly don't want this to be my lunch. So please do give the video a like and a share, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on any future content that we will make. And let me know your thoughts on any other reviews or anything that you would like us to do as well.
Mr. Chili Jam, aka Jamie Olive Oil, he disappoint Uncle Roger so many times now. How his Thai green curry gonna be? Subscribe to Uncle Roger channel. We so close to 4 million niece and nephew in family. And when we hit 4 million, Uncle Roger gonna make my own ramen. So smack the subscribe button now. Go!
Guys, we're gonna make Thai green curry. It's delicious, fragrant. My family love it. We're gonna go 1 cup of rice. That's enough for 4 people.
1 cup rice for 4 people. Is your whole family just baby bird? Hiya. That like 5 grain of rice each. You starving your children, Jamie. 8 seconds in, already make mistake. He the Usain Bolt of fucking up.
And then 2 cups of water.
1 cup of rice is going to be about 200 grams, and you need about 100 grams per person if the rice is going to be, say, the main dish, about 90 to 100 grams per person. If the rice is going to be a side dish, or if it's going to accompany the main dish, like with curry or anything like this, then you can use a little less. You don't have to use 100, maybe 50, 60 grams per person. So Jamie's not completely wrong, but if I were him, I would be making double the amount, so I have extra for curry for the next day, or if I want to make stir fry or anything like this. I'd always make a little extra because it saves me time later on in the week.
This is the perfect equation for the perfect fluffy rice. A pinch of salt.
Now, if you're going to be cooking rice at home without a rice cooker, and I think Jamie is using basmati rice, not jasmine, because with jasmine rice, you have to wash it before to get rid of the excess starch. You have to rinse it a couple times. But a quick way of starting the cooking process of the rice is to do what Jamie's doing by putting the kettle on and bringing that water up to temp. Yes, this is a little trick. Then again, if you have a rice cooker, I would suggest using a rice cooker. But if you're like me, where you have a very little kitchen, and trust me, it looks nice and organized now, but I have another room, a little one to the side with, it's totally unorganized and I don't have enough space. So if you are like me with, say, not that much space, it can be a little challenging to have, say, another machine just for one thing that, you know, you're not going to use, say, every day.
Lid on top, medium heat, happy days.
No, not happy day, no. You don't have rice cooker. It's sad day for Uncle Roger.
We're gonna make a paste. Peel a thumb-sized piece of ginger. So we're gonna go in with your thumb size, my thumb, not your thumb, right? Thumb-sized piece of ginger. In.
Hiya, ginger wrong. Use galangao. Nobody use ginger for Thai green curry. Nobody.
Now, obviously, if you cannot get galangal, if you don't have an Asian market next to you, or if your grocery store doesn't carry it or anything like this, you can substitute it, yeah? Jamie could say this, though, that, you know, maybe the correct thing to use is galangal and then, you know, ginger if you need a substitute. They're not the same, they're a little different. But it would be nice if Jamie, with all the studio money and everything else, could at least explain why he's using this instead of that other ingredient, instead of this is how you do it. So if you have to substitute, you can. But if you can get the actual ingredient, galangal, in your grocery store or anything like this, try it, get that instead, and use that to make the curry paste.
Thumb-sized piece of ginger into the food processor. Into the food processor.
And if you can use a pestle and mortar, it's a lot better than, say, a food processor. Any food processors, Vitamix, a Thermomix, anything like this, the blades spin, yeah, at several thousand RPM, which is fantastic. In the Thermomix, you can make a very smooth puree, but the blades are cutting. They're not crushing, they're cutting any of the ingredients. So you're not going to have the same results as using a pestle and mortar. In a pestle and mortar, you're crushing the ingredients, And this helps to release a lot of the fragrant aromas from the ingredients that you're using.
Food processor. Jamie, I thought you have pestle and mortar. When you're making the Malaysian fish video, I see you have pestle and mortar. Where is it? Use your pestle and mortar. Where is it? Niece and nephew, food processor, not replacement for pestle and mortar. Because food processor just slice shit up. Pestle and mortar can do Uncle Roger's favorite thing, pounding. Pounding bring out all the flavor. Maybe that's why Auntie Helen pounds so many other people.
Into the food processor. Then we're going to go in with the lemongrass. Now I need to spank it.
No.
Now I need to spank it.
If you're using lemongrass, yeah, you don't need to spank it. If you're putting, especially if you're using a pestle and mortar, you're going to be crushing it anyway, but you don't need to spank it. Jamie's being a little theatrical with this.
Stop spanking. Spanking not gonna do anything. You're gonna throw it all in food processor anyway. It's spinning at 9,000 RPM. If you spank harder than food processor, then I feel bad for Mrs. Oliver. Sorry, Jamie's children.
And then this part, I'm just going to break that up and put that in. 4 cloves of garlic.
Garlic, good.
And then 6 leaves of kaffir lime.
Kaffir lime, okay.
Pinch of cumin. Beautiful. Little green chilies here.
Oh, who is that?
Green chilies here.
See, I think that Jamie's wife running away from spanking.
Little green chilies here.
Now, Jamie's only using 3 chilies. I know he doesn't like spicy food, but you need to use a little more than 3 Thai chilies, yeah? And just remember that Thai chilies are a little on the spicy side, so use your own discretion when using them for any dishes or anything like this. Add a little in the beginning, and if it's not spicy enough, add a little more. Now, some people believe that removing the seeds make the chilies less spicy, and the spice or the chemical compound in chilies is called capsaicin. This is what makes them hot. Now, this chemical is not in the seeds. It could be coated on the seeds, but is mostly concentrated in the white membrane on the inside of the chili peppers. You don't want to see seeds in the dish, that's fine, but you can throw them in whole. You don't need to remove the seeds when making, say, any curries or anything like this. European cuisine, we tend to remove the seeds without just about everything, and the skin. You have to peel just about everything.
Out with the seeds, I'm going to go for 3.
What? What he say?
I'm going to go for 3.
3? Just 3? Just 3 chili for your curry. Hiya.
Out with the seeds, I'm going to go for 3.
Uncle Roger making Thai green curry for 4 people. I gonna use like 20 or 30 chili, but he used 3? That's less than 1 chili per person. Why even bother with the chili? This not gonna be curry, this gonna be smoothie. Hiya. Not enough chili. Uncle Roger predict your green curry not even gonna have green color. Keep watching video, see if Uncle Roger prediction correct.
Little green chilies here. Out with the seeds.
Also, why are you de-seeding the chili? Why? Uncle Roger realized this is white people's favorite thing. They like throwing out seed of chili. Seed is where all the flavor is. Don't be pussy. Eat your chili seed. Hiya. Jamie, don't need to take the chili seed out. You got 5 children. You have more than enough seed.
Out with the seeds, I'm gonna go for 3. 2 shallots.
That's so many shallots.
Nice bunch of coriander. So
too much coriander. Hiya.
Now, I would say that Jamie's missing a few ingredients. One, you can see the texture of the curry paste is too coarse. This isn't a paste. This is just chopped up. But secondly, he's missing a lot of other ingredients, or several ingredients that make a delicious curry paste. He's missing shrimp paste, white peppercorn, things like this, and more chilies. If you're allergic to shrimp paste, or shrimp in general, I should say crustaceans, then you don't need to use it. It's not a must. But if you aren't allergic, it adds a lot of flavor, and try adding a little bit if you're going to be making his recipe.
Wait. So that your paste? That all the ingredient for your paste? No galangal, no white peppercorn, no shrimp paste. Just that little sprinkle of cumin, not gonna do shit. This curry gonna be so weak. So weak.
And then a tablespoon of groundnut oil into the pan. It's fairly hot. I'm gonna go in with 750 grams of chicken. Also, the chicken thigh is tastier, so we'll fry this off.
Jamie is right that chicken thighs have a lot more flavor in them. However, he should not be using a metal spoon on a non-stick pan. And that brand of non-stick pans, that's the good brand as well. But it's just good practice not to use metal spoons on any non-stick pans. The other thing is that he should not be cooking the chicken thighs first. He should be cooking the curry paste, because you still need to cook the spices in the curry paste. It's not finished yet. Or at least add the curry paste with the chicken and cook them together.
8 minutes in a hot...
No, Haya, no. Metal spoon on non-stick pan, that's not even the biggest crime in this picture. You're not supposed to fry chicken like this for green curry, Haya. You need to mix the chicken with the paste and then stir fry it together. Jamie Oliver haven't get one thing right so far. You're just making chicken stir fry now, and earlier you make smoothie. He making every other food except green curry. What crazy thing he gonna do next?
In the think markets today, you can get a whole bunch of different mushrooms. You've got enoki, king oysters here, but you get those little mixed...
You know, you can do whatever you want at home. If these are the only ingredients that you have to make, say, a quick curry for the night, it's lo que hay, yeah? That's how it is. It's not going to be authentic, but if you want to make it traditionally, yeah, you don't need to add all these mushrooms. The mushrooms, though, that he's using, the king oysters, this is not a common one that people see a lot. They are the ones on the bottom right of the screen. If you can get some of these different mushrooms, they would make a beautiful risotto.
Pack.
Nobody put mushroom in curry.
Of Asian...
400 gram?
Oriental mushrooms. Quarter some. We can leave these whole and just break them up into...
This much mushroom. And he used 3 chili. Now he making mushroom soup. Hi. Too much mushroom. Who gonna eat this much mushroom in one meal? Jamie, just because you put in enoki mushroom, it don't make this dish any more Asian. This curry is so white, it about to book spa holiday.
Little wads. Look how amazing that is. So I'm just going to push the chicken to one side.
Don't push to one side, throw it out and start over.
The mushrooms. Loads of texture, loads of different shapes.
Look at that mushroom, that big ass piece of mushroom. Who want to eat that in your curry?
If you're going to be using a lot of mushrooms like Jamie's using, and I don't mean for Thai green curry, I mean for anything like risotto or soups or anything like this, you want to cook the mushrooms first, because mushrooms are like a sponge. They have a lot of water in them. So if you cook them before you release that water, they're going to shrink. They will also, on the other hand, because they are like a sponge, will absorb all the fat, all the oil that's in the pan, or the sauce that you have them in as well.
You're just eating green curry and then one big blob of mushroom get in your mouth. And when you cook mushroom, all the water from mushroom come out. So this dish not even gonna taste like green curry. It's gonna taste like mushroom sweat. Hiya.
And that can suck up some of the lovely fat that's come out of that chicken as well. These little delicate mushrooms here, I'll put those in just at the end.
No, don't put it in.
Now we've got some nice colour on the chicken and the mushroom. I'm now gonna go in with a paste. Delicious.
No.
I like this a lot.
If you look at the consistency of this paste, it's very coarse. Yes, it's not a paste, it's not a puree, it's very, very, very coarse. I would strongly suggest, if you want to save yourself all the time and effort and save yourself the headache, is to just get a pre-made curry paste. Yeah? And a good one is Mayploy. It's a very traditional Thai curry paste that has all the authentic ingredients in it. And it's a very good product for a pre-made curry paste. It's not the same thing as actually making it yourself, but it has a level of consistency that is probably much higher than what most people can make in their homes. And you buy it, you leave it in the fridge, and whenever you want to make a curry, you take a little bit out. That's it. You have a much better quality product than this coarse curry paste that he's made.
Uncle Roger's so upset. I put my leg down from chair. This not how you make green curry. Hiya. You don't just whack it in like it's soy sauce. Green curry, you cook the coconut milk, pour the green paste in, and then you boil until the fat coming to surface. Beautiful green fat, not just throwing random shit in pan. This worse than his egg fried rice video. Where did you learn how to make Thai green curry? From K Cooking Channel, is it? I'm
gonna go in with a paste. Delicious, fast cooking.
Don't brag about being fast. It's easy to be fast if every step wrong.
Straight in with the coconut milk. And I'm using a coconut milk that's light. So give that a little shake.
Now, personally, I don't like light coconut milk. It's much more watery than the normal coconut milk or coconut cream that you use. And if you don't know what coconut milk is made out of, yes, you have the coconut, you have the white meat inside, and then you have the water inside of that. The coconut milk is actually made from the meat that's inside the coconut, the white bit. They take this, they grind it up into a paste, mix it with water and some stabilizers, and that's what you get when you buy it out of the can at the grocery store. Light coconut milk is a little on the watery side, it's not as thick. So if you use the light, it's going to be watery, it's not going to be as creamy. So just keep this in mind if you get this.
Now in with the mange tout. Now we know... Now in with the mange tout.
Now in with the mange tout.
You put in so much. Remember, 3 chili. 3 and 200 grams of the worst vegetable ever, mange tout. If vegetable tastes like sad, mange tout tastes like terror. Is this what British people think green curry is? Is this what they're eating?
2 minutes to cook, so that's kind of your timer now. Of course, you could use any other seasonal greens. Have fun with it.
Jamie does tend to add a lot of peas to the dishes, or at least the videos that we've seen so far. He does add a lot of peas to the dishes, yeah?
Just pluck, don't slice. How many things can he get wrong in one video? Hiya. I can't even put my leg back up on chair ever again.
You've kind of got like ginger tea infused rice.
Where the tea come from?
And then we'll just use a fork just to
my...
scuff up that rice. Because what we want is light.
Look at the... Oh my god, the rice looks so clumpy and wet. Hiya. Niece and nephew, please hit subscribe button now. Uncle Roger need the strength to carry on.
Rice. Here, my friends, is our curry, balanced with lime and the seasoning.
Now, if you look at this, it looks very dry, this curry, yeah? It's green with the vegetables, well, with the peas that he added, but it's not a lot of sauce. You don't see a lot of coconut milk. And he's missing a couple other ingredients. Then again, I mean, if you can get the ingredients, maybe some bamboo shoots, no? Maybe some Thai eggplant, if you can get it, you know, there's another thing. And if you compare a few of his other past things, like with the butter chicken and with the Thai red curry, you know, this looks a little dry.
From the fish sauce, finish it with some herbs. What a wonderful dish. More chilies, guys, more chilies.
Oh, so far chili. Yeah. Yeah!
Here, my friends, is our curry, balanced with lime.
Niece and nephew, does this look like Thai green curry to you? Uncle Roger put on screen, show you side by side. Hiya, this don't look like green curry at all. See, this curry don't even look green. He didn't use enough green chili. What is this mange tout mushroom bullshit? If your curry mostly look like mange tout and mushroom, you fucked up. Uncle Roger can't even say hiya anymore. It's too much pain. I'd rather have Auntie Helen leave me again. He has no pestle and mortar, but somehow he still crushed all my hope and dream.
You know, it's lovely to see little pops of colour. Thai green curry, cooked in the time that it took to cook some basmati rice.
Basmati rice, wrong rice. Use Thai jasmine rice for Thai green curry. Is he trying to get Guinness World Record for most fuck up in one cooking video?
Look at that.
If you are going to be using jasmine rice, just know that jasmine is a very fragrant rice, and when using it, it's a good idea to wash it a couple times before to get rid of the excess starch, because it will start to clump together and stick in the pan if you don't rinse it well.
So let's have a little go. Very good. You know, it's got that wonderful sort of tropical flavour, like really, really perfume.
Uncle Roger never hear anyone describe curry as tropical before.
Of course, you could swap the chicken out for tofu.
No, don't put tofu. I see before what you do with tofu. Leave tofu alone.
And there you go, guys. Thai green curry, Jamie style.
It's very easy to tell that it's Jamie's style. Now, I would like to see Jamie's version of Masi Man curry, and the only video that I can find is one where he actually has somebody else that knows how to make it, making it with him. So, you know, that may not be as fun to watch, but in any case, we are going to be reviewing other videos of Jamie, not just Uncle Roger's videos. I'm going to be doing a few others, like, say, risottos, or paella, you know, anything like this, and, well, let's see how he does.
Really, really nice. If you want the recipe, click on the details below.
Don't click.
And if you want a cocktail to go with this, then go over to Drinks Tube and see my friend Diridon, where we did an epic mojito.
No, please don't. Learn to make green curry properly first. No need to pair it with mojito with lime. He's so clueless but confident. Where he get all this confident? Regular people have imposter syndrome. Jamie have the opposite of that. This Jamie make Uncle Roger cry again. The only thing he get right is the set design. It's so pretty. This is old school Victorian English kitchen. Remind me of simpler time back when Jamie Oliver can't upload YouTube video. Food processor. How many times? I've paused the video so many times. I got like 50 seconds in. Oh, this video is gonna be painful.
In any case, guys, let me know your thoughts in the comments down below, but his green curry looked very dry. And I mean, you don't have to make it like authentic all the time, but at least for Jamie, because it's not like a normal YouTube person or YouTube cook or chef that uploads videos or anything like this. No, it's not like this. He actually has a show kitchen. He has a camera crew. He has editors. He has a whole business. He has restaurants. He has purveyors providing all the ingredients for him. So he could have had the correct ingredients, or at least, you know, had more of the correct ingredients and then maybe had his spin on it and said, well, this is my version. We're not making the authentic, blah, blah, blah. Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Be nice with him. Yeah, Jamie does get a lot of hate mail, as I do too as well, and it's not nice.
Today, we're gonna cook scrambled eggs 3 ways. We're gonna go a la English way, a la the French way, and the American way. Beautiful scrambled eggs, so delicious.
Well, this is going to be interesting today. Now, if you guys are familiar with eggs, and for all the chefs watching, as you know, there are literally more than 100 different ways on how to cook an egg. And if you have this little cookbook, which is Le Répertoire de la Cuisine, this is my dad's old little cookbook, there are so many different ways on how to cook an egg in here. Like, it's literally mind-blowing. And just for scrambled eggs alone, there's like 30, 40 different ways. So if you haven't gotten this book, then you should check it out. I think they sell them on Amazon in the English and French versions, but the only thing is that you kind of need to have a little bit of skill to be able to make these recipes, because it's just a suggestion. It's not a very detailed book, but there's thousands of recipes in this book.
The chicken egg is the most delicious and cheap form of brilliant protein on the planet. Fact. They have loads of micronutrients, and they're so quick to cook.
Jamie is right about that. Eggs are basically a superfood. You have to think all the nutrients that a little baby chicken needs to grow, to survive, to hatch, is inside that egg. So if it's good for the little baby chicken, and with all those ingredients, it is good for you. And if you actually have the space to have your own chickens or ducks, I used to have ducks as well growing up, then you will notice a big difference in quality compared to the store-bought eggs, like a massive difference.
English scrambled eggs. We're gonna go onto a medium heat. I am gonna go 2 eggs per person. I'm gonna do it for 2. So just whisk those eggs up. Now, one little request. I hate battery eggs. So minimum for me, standard eggs is barn eggs. And of course, free range and free range organic is the way to go.
Interesting. Jamie has a bit of a different philosophy and probably more of a common technique than what Gordon does, because Gordon, when he makes his scrambled eggs, he does not mix the eggs before adding them to the pan. Gordon actually mixes the eggs in the pan as they're cooking instead of doing it beforehand. Now Gordon says that if you do it the normal way that most of us probably do it, it makes the eggs a little more watery, but in reality, if you're just cooking at home, you don't need to be that particular about it. I mean, if you're going for a restaurant and you're going to cook for someone, okay, this is one thing, but at home, it's another thing. So this is okay. And again, what Jamie's saying about like the barn eggs or like actual farm-raised eggs, big difference, but big difference. You get a much deeper yolk as well with the eggs. They have a lot more nutrients in them than the ones that are from the store.
Let's do it. I'm going to go in with a nice knob of butter. Straight in, just with a little salt. In we go. And for me, the perfect thing to move the eggs around is a little spatula like this. So I'm just going to move it around, and very quickly you can see it setting around the base. You can see there's little cooked curds and the raw egg. So I'm just going to leave it every sort of 5 seconds. I give it a little move around. You don't want it to catch too much. Some people put milk in, some people put cream in. If you cook it right, you don't need any of that.
So depending on the kitchen, of course, but a lot of the time when you go for an interview, they will ask you to cook. And some of the time, they may actually ask you to make some scrambled eggs, especially if you're in the UK or if the chef is English. And this is usually a test. If you make perfect scrambled eggs, you know how to cook. If you don't, you may need to learn. Now the other little thing though, very important about the cream, this is something I don't agree with Jamie here. The whole idea of adding cream, yeah, is to stop the cooking process, but you add it at the end of the cooking process, not at the beginning. At the very end, and it stops the eggs from overcooking, because if you don't, what can happen is the eggs will continue to cook because they continue to absorb the heat from that pan. If you're noticing that your eggs are a little dry, add a dollop, yeah, or a little spoonful of creme fraiche, sour cream, or a little, very little splash of milk, cold milk, and that will help prevent them from overheating.
This is cooked now, but you've got to remember that this pan is still warm and they're going to continue to cook. So all I do is when I get to this stage, I just put it to one corner of the pan, and that way it's not going to kind of overcook anymore.
That's it? That's what Jamie does to stop them from overcooking. Now, don't listen to him with this. Try a little bit of creme fraiche or sour cream, just a little bit. It will not only stop the eggs from cooking, but it will also add a little bit of creaminess to the eggs.
I get my toast. You can butter your toast, but remember we've got a nice knob of butter already on our scrambled eggs.
Come on, Jamie, you don't need to burn the toast. Quick story, when my dad was the executive chef at Lowe's Ventana Canyon Resort in Tucson, Arizona, one day, Yves Saint Laurent was coming to actually visit the hotel. Long story short, my dad was English, he was French, so he had his little liaison call the hotel and asked my father, actually called the executive chef, to ask him on the phone if he knew how to make toast. They sent over a color chart to my father and they told him on the color chart which color they want, which shade on the toast. Long story short, he was happy, blah, 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 but in any case, it's just, you know, one of those things that, well, still exists today. English and French don't necessarily get on.
So on we go with our lovely, beautiful English-style scrambled eggs. You can see it's medium curds, still with moisture around. Completely beautiful, but also still soft in texture. So, English eggs done. Soft, gorgeous, delicate. Next, French style.
If we forget about the toast being burnt, not bad, Jamie, not bad.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Jamie. J'aime l'œuf. Œuf? Œuf? Œuf.
C'est quoi ça? Qu'est-ce que tu fais, Jamie?
French style eggs. You lightly season for free-range eggs. We whip it up, and see here, we've got about 1 inch of boiling water. And we're going to cook this over a bain-marie, a water bath, okay? Now, here's the thing. Eggs cook at a very low temperature, and it takes a while.
This is true. When you're cooking with a bain-marie, it can take a very long time, especially if you're making a lot. However, using a water bath method is a very safe way of cooking eggs. And if you do it this way, they'll be super, super, super silky. And this is also the method that we use to make hollandaise, although you can use direct heat to make hollandaise as well, and scrambled eggs. But again, this is like the ultra safe method and you have full control. You hate it when that happens, no? When you're like juggling and all of a sudden you miss one. I think he did it on purpose though.
Okay, so now you can see there are kind of curds beginning to form. You can see them on the end of here, just about. And now is a good time to put a few knobs of butter in there. So I'm going to go from a whisk now, and I'm going to use a little spatula. And you're going to start to see a more gentle, delicate curd coming out.
Now, if you're not making scrambled eggs and you're trying to make hollandaise sauce and your eggs are like that, you messed up. The big important thing is when making hollandaise, you do not want any scrambled at all. You want a very silky, ribbon-like sauce. And of course, when making scrambled, if they look like this, they're perfect.
We're in a good place. On we go. And very, very different to the English. When you eat it, it's very, very fine. It's very luxurious. So there you go, guys. French style eggs. They are delicious.
Are they delicious? Well, the eggs can be tasty, but normally you want to add something with them. I don't know, maybe some smoked salmon. I don't know, maybe something to make it a little more interesting instead of just eggs and toast and a little bit of butter.
Finally, food tubers, we're gonna finish with the American style eggs. Okay, so we're gonna start off the same. Put a little salt into our 4 eggs. We're gonna use a frying pan. Go in with a knob of butter.
You can use like a frying pan, omelette pan, whatever type of pan, but a lot of people in the US tend to use a cast iron skillet to make their eggs. I'm not saying everyone, but a lot of people do.
Let's get that bubbling away. We're gonna go in with the eggs. You'll see it starts to set. And as it starts to set, I'm bringing in these beautiful sheets. And you get this kind of roulade-y, folded, gorgeous diner eggs. See these beautiful sheets happening, guys? The same rules apply to the French and the English. We want it to be gentle cooking, so it's a joy.
Well, I have to admit, Jamie, that these are some of the nicest diner scrambled eggs that I have seen, because normally when you get diner eggs, I'm not saying every single diner, but normally you just throw the bloody eggs in the pan, they cook them as fast as can be, you put them on the plate, they go out, and you have nice dry eggs. In other words, Jamie's putting too much care and love into this. You don't need to put that much care and love into making like some dried eggs. It can take less than 30 seconds.
Last but not least, there's something quite delicate but substantial about this. And you can see there's shiny parts where it's just cooking. There's cooked parts that are delicate and sheety.
What? What did Jamie say? I think I didn't hear Jamie right. Did he say sheety or shitty? Because the two are not quite the same. Yeah, this kind of reminds me of Gino da Campo, because he couldn't say sheet for the life of him.
Prepare yourself a tray with a little bit of parchment sheet underneath. Stay with me. It's going to be shit all the way. So, there's any other word for this so then I can use?
Just a sheet. Just a sheet. Just saying it correctly will do it.
Scrambled American style eggs. So tasty. Now, all of these styles, French, English and American, they've all had the same eggs, same pinch of salt, same amount of butter, but the method that we've used to cook them has completely not only changed the texture and the look, but the taste. So we've done the English, the French and the American. That's just the tip of the iceberg. There's hundreds of countries from all around the world. So how do you cook your eggs? Let us know. We love it. That's what FoodTube is all about. Take care, guys. Bye.
Overall, not a bad video with Jamie. I do have to say, though, that I disagree with him on not adding any cream or creme fraiche at the end of the cooking process to stop the cooking. Of course, if you're lactose intolerant, this is another thing, so don't worry about it. But if you're not, you can eat like milk and dairy products. Just add a little bit and it will stop the eggs from overcooking, especially if you're making a lot. It can help prevent this.
A little hack of a friend of mine that they swore by. And I tried it and I did it as a blind taste because I swore that it wouldn't work, and it did. Mango chutney, 1 teaspoon. Slightly strange, but go with it.
Go with it. A friend recommended the hack.
this.
If you do happen to enjoy this video, guys, then be sure to give this video a like, a share, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button and the bell notification so you don't miss out on any future content. But most importantly, watching the video to the end actually helps the video the most. Hopefully you do enjoy this video, and let's get started.
Lovely people, we are gonna make the most incredible mac and cheese. I've got a recipe for you that's gonna blow your mind.
That's never a good idea to make promises that you can't keep.
Let's do this. First up, a nice big knob of butter into a pan. Finely slice 3 of these onions. As the butter comes up to the heat, 15 minutes to make these onions go sweet and gorgeous.
He's adding a lot of onions to this. Well, I think Jamie is going to be caramelizing the onions. So this will add like a sweet element. It'll sweeten the mac and cheese a little bit, but it's not a necessity.
A stir every now and again, beautiful. So after 15 minutes, you can see the onions have shrunk back down. It's lightly golden.
I was right. Jamie is caramelizing the onions. This will add a sweetness to the dish, which, you know, you don't need to do it. You don't have to. You can make a simple mac and cheese.
So I'll take 3 tablespoons of flour, and that's our thickening agent to turn our milk into a silky, gorgeous sauce. And that will immediately suck up all of the moisture from the onions.
So what Jamie's doing right now is making a simple roux. You know, this is going to be the starter for the bechamel. Now, what's a roux? Well, a roux is an easy way of thickening a sauce. There are many different types of roux, but in general, you want equal parts butter and flour. Well, always a little more butter than flour, because otherwise then the sauce is going to be a little lumpy. But there are 4 different types of roux. You have a white roux, which you cook for about 1 minute to 3 minutes. You barely cook it. You have a blonde roux, which you cook for about 3 minutes or a little longer, where it's still quite blonde. You have a brown roux, which obviously is a little darker. You cook it a little longer. And then you have a dark roux. And dark roux you cook for a very long time. Not until the point where they're black, but until they're like heavily caramelized. And the white roux, the blonde roux, the brown roux you use in French cuisine. Dark roux are popular in Cajun cuisine.
And then I've got 1 litre of milk. So slowly, we'll add that milk. As soon as it's absorbed, we'll add some more. So the rest of the milk goes in, and we're gonna let that simmer while we cook the pasta.
Now, as far as adding the milk, there are many that say you need to add a cold roux to hot milk or hot milk to a cold roux. In any case, if the milk is at room temp, it should be okay. But when you go to add it to like this roux to make the bechamel, add it in stages. Don't add all of the milk at once, because what can happen is you can create a lot of lumps, and those lumps can be quite hard to get rid of. However, if you're going to blend the sauce, it's a little bit of a cheat, so it doesn't really matter if you have a lot of lumps. It still does, but not as much, because you can just blend it, and if need be, you can pass it through a sieve as well if you really messed it up. There's always a way to save a sauce. Sometimes it may be a little difficult, especially if you don't know, but there are tricks in the kitchen that we use.
So of course, we're using macaroni. I'm only gonna cook this for 5 minutes. I wanna half cook the pasta, and then let this simmer while we get onto the other flavorings of this sauce. So when it comes to choosing the cheese, you could do one, of course you could, but I wanna do it my style.
Oh, he's gonna be doing it his style today. I hope this isn't gonna be a repeat of the butter chicken.
This is my kind of version of a butter chicken.
Now, as far as what type of cheese you're going to be adding, not all cheese that have mold is good to add. So if you do see that your cheese has a little bit of mold, especially like on the rind here, which I think it looks like it's the cheddar, it's okay as long as you don't add it. It's not a big deal. As a matter of fact, you want to try to get rid of it, because that mold would just spread because it's eating the cheese. And it can spread to everything else in the fridge as well. Some mold is good, but there are other types of mold that's not good.
100 grams of cheddar. Now that's a good flavor and a good melter.
It depends on the type of cheddar. That's being a little too generalistic. I mean, that's like kind of saying like all pizzas are delicious and tasty. And I know that's not a fact. I've had quite a few pizzas that taste like cardboard. And like pizzas, not all cheese is made the same.
Then we're gonna go to a really stringy, gorgeous cheese. So this is a raclette, but you could absolutely use a lovely Gruyere. 100 grams goes in like that. And then Parmesan. I'll do that on a finer side. And Parmesan just has that amazing ability to join up flavors, make it all make sense.
Parmesan, well, Parmigiano Reggiano, if you're going to be adding the good stuff to this, the better the cheese, the better the sauce. It adds a lot of salt to this. So if you're going to be adding a lot of it, just taste it, yeah, as you're making it, because you can add too much and then the dish is going to be a little, well, too salty.
Now let's just talk about nutrition. This is not a green dish, but it is one of the most beautiful things ever. But also, as indulgent as this is, it's a brilliant carrier of seasonal veggies. So lovely fresh or frozen peas, bang, amazing.
Peas? Seriously, the first word out of his mouth that he says, well, you can add something to the dish, peas. That's his favorite thing to add. I mean, honestly, he could have said anything else, but it had to be peas. Don't tell me that he's actually going to be adding peas to this.
Getting asparagus in there, fantastic. Handful of spinach. But today, we're keeping it really simple. And this pasta has had nearly 5 minutes. Get into this pasta water and steal some of this starchy water, and we might need that later. We've only half cooked the pasta, and there's good reason for that, because when it carries on its journey of cooking, it's sucking up that flavor, not water.
A lot of people have told me recently that I pick on Jamie too much. I mean, I'm not as hard as him as Uncle Roger is. Yeah, I'm not. I could be, but I'm not. And I give credit where it's due. Jamie with this is right. You don't want to fully cook the pasta if you're going to then put this in the sauce and continue cooking it by putting it either in the oven or letting it stay in the sauce. Also, when taking the pasta out, well, it should be a little less done than al dente, it's going to continue carrying over and cooking because the pasta is not being cooled down. So if you run some cold water under the pasta, it'll stop the pasta from cooking. That's one thing. If you let the pasta, just let it sit there in the colander, it will continue cooking.
So I'll get that in, and I'll save back just a little bit for on top later. A teaspoon of English mustard gives it an amazing color and gentle heat.
Now, just before anyone starts criticizing Jamie and going after him for adding English mustard to this, you do, or you can, actually add English mustard to this to just give it a little bit of spice. And a lot of recipes do have English mustard, so this isn't a bad thing. However, it's not for everyone. If you don't want to add English mustard to it, you don't have to.
A little hack of a friend of mine that they swore by. And I tried it, and I did it as a blind taste because I swore that it wouldn't work, and it did. Mango chutney, 1 teaspoon. Slightly strange, but go with it.
Go with it. A friend recommended the hack. Did this friend also recommend to put the mango chutney in the butter chicken and the shrimp curry that we reviewed? Yeah, did he? Which, by the way, if you haven't seen that video, or both of those, I'll leave the links down below. Also, if anyone doesn't believe me that mango chutney, that brand of mango chutney, this specific type of this brand is sweet. I remade Jamie Oliver's mango chutney. I still have that mango chutney, and tasting it, it's off the scale on the amount of sugar that they add to it. Honestly, this brand of mango chutney is tasty, but it's sweet as f***.
We're gonna add a little bit of this starchy water to get ooziness and silkiness. So it's really important to do this off the heat. We don't want to be boiling cheese. At this point in the story, we go in with our macaroni, give it a nice little toss up. I'm excited.
Did I miss that part? But it didn't look like he blended the sauce. Or maybe he did. But if you're going to be adding all the onions to this, and if you have any lumps as well, it's just a good idea to give the sauce a blend. Unless you want it a little lumpy. I mean, I don't want my cheese sauce to be lumpy. A lumpy sauce with mango chutney in it. Blech.
And I forgot one seasoning. Of course, Worcestershire sauce. A good couple of little swigs in there.
Now, personally, I've never tried it with a mac and cheese. I never would have thought of adding it to a mac and cheese, but then again, I would never have thought of adding mango chutney to mac and cheese either. And look at what happened.
And we are good to go. We're gonna take this gorgeous, silky, pasta-y goodness. Look at that. So that goes in the oven for half an hour at 200 degrees Celsius, which is 400 Fahrenheit. Now, what I wanna do to make it even better is contrast that creamy, cheesy gorgeousness. So we're gonna make a pan grattata. Bacon, herb, garlic.
This is nice. Adding some crispy bacon and breadcrumbs to the top of this. Very nice. It adds texture and flavor.
As it starts to get lightly golden, that is your cue to put the breadcrumbs in. And these flavoured breadcrumbs are like a gift on a simple pasta dish, even lovely stews. Amazing. These breadcrumbs have gone golden and crunchy. They smell amazing. Come on!
If the breadcrumbs are a little dry, if you don't have enough basically fat in that, you can add a little bit of lard to this and it will add more flavor to it. And well, just make the breadcrumbs a lot tastier as well.
Half an hour. Oh, look at that. Come on. Mac and cheese beautifulness. Crack.
Kind of sounds like a kid when he goes into a toy shop. Huh? Whee!
Come on. You know it makes sense. A few beautiful salad leaves. The ultimate smoky bacon. Crispy bits. Enough talking, let's just eat it.
If I just saw the end result and I didn't know that he put some mango chutney in this, you know, you could say, oh, well, that doesn't look that bad. But, ¿qué pasa? I know what he put in it.
Like the depth of flavour is off the hook. One of the things I like to do, which is my own personal problem,
I don't think that's his only problem.
is to take a vulnerable, empty gem lettuce leaf and then load it with mac and cheese. And I actually do this at home, and my kids are around the table, and they're just looking at me going, you are such an idiot, you are like...
Well, they took the words right out of my mouth.
But then, when they try it, they realise that I'm a missionary, trying to make the world a better place through mac and cheese. Don't judge me. I say no more, but click the link and cook it. You'll love it.
One thing that I love about Jamie, and for the most part, nobody can deny this, he is a character. He's good on camera. Whether or not you enjoy his recipes or whether you don't like them at all and you think they're disgusting, well, at least some of them, he's a character. But you do have to admit, some of these recipes have just been bizarre. I mean, think about it. The chili jam and the silken tofu with a little bit of water in the egg fried rice. That was the big one. The mango chutney in butter chicken. Chorizo in the paella, but on top of all that, peas are his favorite vegetable because he has literally added peas to just about every recipe that we have reviewed with him. And I've also remade a few of those videos as well. The butter chicken, the paella, and maybe we'll make some of the other ones. I don't know yet. But in any case, guys, hopefully you did enjoy it. Be sure to give this video a like, to share, and don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the bell notification so you don't miss out on any future content.
We're gonna make the most delicious veggie shepherd's pie. This is in fact vegan, really, really good, but this is one of many recipes that I'm gonna be celebrating across the whole month. I've done a meal planner for you guys, which spans a whole month of budget-friendly recipes.
Oh, I've heard that before. I mean, it's like almost every single video Jamie has reviewed, he said this is going to be the most delicious recipe, blah, blah, blah. Like with the butter chicken, this is going to be the most delicious, blah, blah, butter chicken. Or the egg fried rice. Or the pad thai.
This is going to be good on the planet, it's going to be good on your wallet, and it's going to be good in your tummy, right? It's going to be delicious. No compromise happening here. So let's get cooking.
Now, I do have to admit, this is a good thing that Jamie's trying to give you like budget-friendly meals and everything, because I mean, in today's world, food is not cheap. Now, if we're going to be saying that it's going to be the most delicious recipe and everything, and it feels good in your tummy, then that may be stretching it a bit too far, at least if we're going to take into consideration the last video that we reviewed of Jamie, which was the pad thai. And if you guys haven't seen that video with Jamie's pad thai, you should see it. Like, really, you should. If you want to laugh, you should see it.
Going to go in with some nice olive oil, about 2 tablespoons goes in, right? We'll put it onto a medium heat. I'm going to start the flavour story with a herb. To use a nice little pile of rosemary in this dish is a good trigger for big flavour. Roughly chop the rosemary. So the rosemary goes in. As you get a little bit of a fry on there, let's add some garlic.
Why is Jamie adding the rosemary first? You don't need to do that. You want to add the vegetables before you add the herbs. I mean, okay, rosemary is not a super delicate herb, so if you add it to the beginning of the cooking process, it's not a big deal. All right, especially if you're just going to be sauteing everything together, it's not. But you can still brown the you-know-what out of it and you can still burn it. The same thing goes for the garlic. You don't want to be burning the you-know-what out of it, and this is why Jamie has sliced it and he didn't mince it, because if he minced it, it would be brown in less than 30 seconds.
So we're now gonna add the first veggies. Just, you know, standard mushrooms, button mushrooms, little kind of brown mushrooms, portobello mushrooms, whatever you can get your hand on. You can break these up like that. Also, dried mushrooms are a massive, like, trick if you're veggie vegan and you're craving that depth of flavor that you can easily access from meat.
What the hell is he doing with the mushrooms? I mean, why is he using his hands to rip and break them up? You want to respect the ingredients, use them right. Otherwise, they won't respect you and then your food will taste like shit.
So mushrooms I put in first, season a little bit now to get that seasoning into the veggies. You can go quite heavy on the pepper.
Jamie is doing a good thing. Yeah, I am praising him with this. He is sauteing the mushrooms before he's adding, say, the other ingredients, the other onions or any other veggies, carrots that he's going to be adding. This is good. Why? Because mushrooms contain a lot of moisture, a lot of water, and you want to get rid of it. So in the beginning, if you have a lot of mushrooms, you may want to do them in batches. That way the water will evaporate and then you can add the rest to the pan. Because otherwise, you're going to boil the mushrooms. And nobody likes boiled mushrooms. Well, maybe some people do, but I don't.
On the story of spices, that is about a tablespoon of ground coriander. Goes in. Delicious. Okay, a little cheat, a little hack. It's not cheaper, actually, but it's a good conversation starter. In the supermarket, you have got frozen chopped veg.
Frozen chopped veg is not cheaper in the market than fresh. Oh, that is interesting. Well, I mean, of course, it depends on where you live, because I remember being back in the US and frozen veg was pretty cheap in comparison to some vegetables. I mean, when you're paying like $2 or $3 for an onion, it can be cheaper going with frozen.
So convenience here, what we have here is celery, carrots, onions, right? So a whole bag goes in.
Onions, carrots, and celery. That's mirepoix. So if you're wondering, you know, mirepoix, what is that? It's the basic veg in French cuisine that we use to make a lot of different things, a lot of sauces, a lot of stews, a lot of things. And in Italy, it's a sofrito, so the same veg. And in Spain, I've said this many, many times, so I'm sure you're tired of hearing it, but in any case, it's not the same thing. We have a different type of sofrito here, a special type.
It's frozen, you can take a handful. This is a really brilliant product to have in your freezer. I'm gonna turn the heat up now. And I wanna let this fry off for about 5 minutes to concentrate the flavors, get them golden and get them caramelized. Most of the time, those frozen bags of chopped veg are more expensive than buying the raw stuff. But let's look at the upside. It's frozen, you can take a little bit or use the whole lot. It's already chopped for you. It's blended as a mix, which is kind of convenient, and there's no waste.
Now, one quick thing. Anytime that you're adding any frozen veg to any pot, you want to sear what you need to sear off in the beginning or saute, like with the onions or with the mushrooms in this case, and then add the frozen veg. Why? Because when you add frozen ingredients to a hot pan, it drops the temperature, and then you're not going to be sauteing anymore. You're going to be boiling everything. So it's going to take a few minutes to get back up to temp.
So this has been frying for like 15 minutes, and you'll notice that the volume has gone down. Look at that. It already smells good. Okay, so when doing a beautiful ragu, bolognese, you know, mincemeat dish, you know, using wine or beer is quite common. There are eggs used in the fining process of red wine, okay? So have a look on the back of the label, you know, to make sure, is it vegan or not vegan?
Jamie is not entirely wrong about this. Egg whites are one of many different ingredients that are used to clear proteins in either, in this case, wine or in a consommé or in anything where you want to clear, say, your stock. Although egg whites are not always used. Sometimes, like breweries, for example, and even other dishes, you can use Irish moss, which is also very good at clearing proteins and other particulates in, say, your beer or in your stock or anything else.
So go in with a good glass. Cheers. So can you see how we've now gone back in seconds to a dry pan, okay? At this point, now I add our proteins in the form of lentils, and then I'll go in with tinned chickpeas.
Right, so both lentils and chickpeas, or garbanzos as well in the US, if you don't know what chickpeas are. They're good substitutes, especially if you want to make this vegan or if you want to add more vegetables, more protein and other different things to your diet. This is good. If you don't like a lot of gas, then maybe you want to stay away from both of these, because I guarantee you that if you have any gas issues, this isn't going to help.
So once we've done that, what we need is a little bit of stock. Now you can buy veggie stock, right? But I just want to give you like a little cheat on how you can make your own.
Wait a minute. Using a cheat for a stock, a veggie stock? Anytime Jamie starts saying like he has a cheat or a hack or a friend told him, yeah?
A little hack of a friend of mine that they swore by. And I tried it and I did it as a blind taste because I swore that it wouldn't work. And it did. Mango chutney, 1 teaspoon.
You have to take it with a grain of salt because this may be the beginning of the end of this recipe.
Just boil a kettle and use, this is porcini, but I really genuinely do use dried mushrooms. You just put a little handful like that in, right? That's all you need.
Right, so far with the porcini mushrooms, good. Porcinis give a lot of flavor to a dish, and actually when you make like croquetas de ceps or porcini mushrooms, they're delicious.
The flavor is phenomenal. Also, if you wanted to pep up some flavor, like you can cheat with a little bit of Marmite, just a little spoon like that goes in.
Marmite? In a veggie stock?
Just a little thimble of soy sauce. The other one is miso.
Soy and miso. He has so many different things going on here. I mean, is this a stock or is he turning this into like some weird form of tea?
So these are all really good tips. Then if you've got any herbs lying around, you know, you can put those in, right? But essentially we're making a cup of tea. It's an infusion. You know, if you're using carrots and you've got peel, you know, right, you can still, you know, be clever about it. This will taste phenomenal.
It's gonna taste phenomenal. Oh, that's subjective, eh?
So let's just move it about. It's good.
I don't think so.
There's one last ingredient. You could use tomato puree, you could use tinned tomatoes. I'm using just a little clutch, you know, 10 or 12 sun-dried tomatoes. Sunshine, optimism, hope, little pops of sweetness.
And they're also Jamie's brand of sun-dried tomatoes, as we can see on the label.
You know, as we add our stock now, this is essentially the equivalent of our mincemeat, our bolognese-esque type ragu. And the mushrooms can go in, by the way, not the herbs. The little masher, just gently crush, just to lose, you know, that blatant shape of the chickpea.
Why are we using the masher again? You don't need to be using the masher. Someone needs to take that masher away from him. Like, honestly, he overuses it. You don't need to be using it. You don't need to make this into puree. It's chickpeas. What are the chickpeas? What are the garbanzos going to do to you? Huh? They're going to bite.
Okay, so we're done. Turn it off. Normally at home, I would just fill this pan with mashed potato now. But I do want to make it a bit more fancy, just because, you know, we're making a cooking show.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is for TV, so maybe we do want to make it a little nicer, you know, just a bit, just a little bit.
It's a little bit wetter than you would think, but remember, it's going to carry on baking in the oven, and I do want it to kind of be blippy.
It's a bit more wet than you may think. No, it's pretty wet. And also the word blippy. I've never heard that word before, blippy. What does blippy mean?
So, into that dish, I'm going to go on top with my mashed potato, just boiled, mashed. Instead of butter, nice extra virgin olive oil and salt and pepper, a little bit of nutmeg. It's really nice.
The mashed potatoes are so dry. And why are we crumbling the mashed potatoes with our hands? Golly, use some gloves for goodness sake. Not only that, but if they are hot, if you put on gloves, you don't burn yourself. and it keeps your hands clean, and it keeps the mashed potatoes from being contaminated.
Last but not least, before I pop it in the oven, I'm going to put a little oil over the top of the potatoes and purposefully use a different herb, thyme. If you put in, you know, 3 or 4 tablespoons of oil, like that, right? And get in there like this, and then squeeze it through. That will guarantee you flavour, but a nice crispy finish.
What is Jamie doing to the herbs? You don't need to make herb oil like this. I mean, this is a very basic way of doing it, but basic. You don't need to get your hands into it and squeeze the you know what out of the herbs and everything. If you want to, and you want to have a mess, and you want to make a mess and have oil all over your hands and have greasy hands, then do what you want.
In the oven it goes now for about half an hour, 40 minutes until golden, blipping and delicious. So in we go.
Blipping again.
So this beautiful veggie shepherd's pie has had 35 minutes. Oh, look at that. Absolutely beautiful. What I loved about this, can you see here? Look at that. So we've got that incredible gravy blipping away here.
Blipping away, bubbling. So overall, Jamie did get some nice color on top of the shepherd's pie. This is good. You want a little bit of color on it, and you don't want to burn it. That's a no-no.
Cooking into the potatoes, giving you soggy, tasty potatoes. We've got the crispy potatoes on top, little gnarly, crispy bits here. Look at that, look, sticky bits. Like really, really nice. Like almost like the best bits. Yum.
And Jamie said the same thing about the lasagna.
Can you see the crispy bits at the side? Look at that. Stodgy, crispy. Some lovely seasonal greens that you can just toss with a little bit of olive oil. So let's go in for the kill.
Let's go in for the kill. He's already gone in for the kill. This is overkill.
You can see this is gonna feed nicely, like a big old group of people.
Unless if you have a lot of friends, you may not have so many friends after you feed them this.
Serve this with whatever lovely sort of steamed or boiled veggies you can get your hands on. I've just got a little bit of kale here, mustard and brown sauce. Really, really nice. Not that it's traditional, but a little bit of ketchup as well is definitely the done thing in our house. Enough yapping. Time to have a little taste.
Now guys, what do you think Jamie's gonna say? Do you think he's going to come out and say, this is the best vegan shepherd's pie ever? Or do you think he's going to say, you know, it could use a bit of work. The mashed potatoes are maybe not seasoned enough, you know. The mix is maybe a little too salty. I put too much Marmite in there. You don't know? No, I don't think so. I think he'll say it tastes good.
Let's get in there. Yummy texture. First thing, the texture, it is very similar to what you'd get in a typical meat sort of stew ragu. Experimenting, having fun, and being open-minded. So there you go.
This is true. With food, it is a good idea to be open-minded because you don't want to just say, no, you can't do anything. Otherwise, you don't have any progress. And a lot of the dishes that we have today, we wouldn't have had if everyone was so strict with the ingredients. But having said that, there are limits.
Happy cooking. That's delicious. It's really good.
Now, if we were to just look at the shepherd's pie saying it's a vegan shepherd's pie, I have to admit, it doesn't look that bad. It doesn't. But we know what he put in it. Now, me personally, I would try this just to taste it, but I don't think it would be something that I would like that much. I would probably want something else.
What the hell? Who are you?
You've been talking a lot of shit, Uncle Roger.
It looks like Uncle Roger's been kidnapped. What's happened?
Our boss isn't happy.
Who your boss?
Jamie Oliver.
Oh no, that guy. Hiya, why you work for him?
Well, if you must know, he pays very well and he gives us free lunches.
Free lunches? You eat Jamie Oliver food every day? Hiya, that's why you in such a bad mood. You have to go around kidnapping people.
Shut up, Uncle Roger.
One of Jamie Oliver's employees kidnapped Uncle Roger, and he pays pretty well. If there are any Jamie Oliver ex-employees in the audience, if you care to chime in, you're more than welcome.
We're not gonna let you go until you give Jamie his uncle title.
Oh no, we all know that not gonna happen. But if I don't give Jamie uncle title, I'm gonna be left here to die. What I gonna do?
For everybody that's watching, if you were in Uncle Roger's shoes, would you give Jamie Oliver the uncle title? Let me know.
I'm gonna make Gado Gado, which is basically a supercharged salad.
What supercharged salad? Gado Gado, just daily Indonesian food. No need to oversell this, Jamie.
So Jamie's gonna be making Gado Gado. It looks like a simple salad, but then again, I'm not an expert on Indonesian cuisine. To me, it looks like a salad where the dressing is one of the most important components. So, well, let's see how it turns out.
Sweet Joe, good? Your boss finally not wearing checkered shirt? Good? He got new wardrobe? Do you bring him shopping or something, nephew kidnapper?
We've reviewed a lot of Jamie Oliver's videos, well, quite a few, and Uncle Roger's right about this. He's had a checkered shirt, if not in all of them, but at least most of the videos that we've seen.
First, special dressing. Start with 120 grams of crunchy peanut butter, a clove of garlic, and the juice of 2 limes.
No, 2 lime wrong. And also we don't use peanut butter for Gado Gado. We deep fry whole peanut and then use that to make the sauce. Because peanut butter you get from shop here, they're not roasted. The flavor not gonna be good. Hiya.
Now this is one thing that I disagree with Uncle Roger, because in the US, I've seen it in the past too, I've actually seen it, you can get roasted peanut butter. The peanut butter that they sell here doesn't have any additives in it. It's actually just 100% peanuts, and it does taste like they roast them. Then again, I could be wrong. And roasted peanuts, of course, have a better flavor than just raw peanuts.
Do you want us to let you go or not?
Fine, I guess peanut butter okay if you in hurry and you want to make Gado Gado. Like if your house burning down and you need to make Gado Gado before it turns to crisp, then you use peanut butter, that okay. And I guess garlic okay also.
Can you just say one nice thing about Jamie?
I trying, nephew kidnapper, I trying.
Let's see if Uncle Roger has anything nice to say about Jamie in this video.
Have you seen any of my video reviewing your boss? You know how he fuck up Asian food every time? He make all our ancestors cry. You Asian also, why you working for him? I can tell. Underneath the face mask is a young Asian boy.
That must be because he pays pretty good, but who knows?
You got that lovely, comforting sort of Moorishness of the peanut butter. And then you got the lime that's really spanking the flavours up.
Spanking?
Spanking the flavours up.
Don't spank. This Jamie Oliver loves spanking everything.
Now I need to spank it. We want to get spanking. Give it a ruddy good spanking.
Spanking the flavour. What you gonna do next? Finger the mouthfeel, rim the umami.
Uncle Roger, come on. I mean, you need to put like sorry children or something. That was a little, you know. When Jamie says, you know, I'm going to spank the lemongrass or I'm going to spank the pomegranates or that this looks gnarly or anything. Jamie's a showman, and you kind of have to be if you have a TV show, especially for so long. But sometimes he does say some pretty funny things in just the perfect moment.
We've got soy sauce.
No! Soy sauce completely wrong for Gado Gado. That big mistake. Uncle Roger gonna put my leg down from chair, but good thing my leg already down from chair. I know he gonna fuck up. Hiya.
Well, so far, fingers crossed, Jamie hasn't added any olive oil to this dressing, at least not yet.
If you don't say something nice about Jamie, you're gonna be left here to die, Uncle Roger. Do you understand me?
Yeah, but just because some dish Asian don't mean you need to put soy sauce. That's a mistake many white people make.
Yeah, but that tends to happen with a few other things too. I mean, look, everyone outside of Spain tends to add chorizo to the paella. Or in some instances, they actually make a burrito out of the paella.
About a tablespoon of fish sauce.
Fish sauce? Fish sauce wrong also, not for Gado Gado.
Paste.
Tamarind paste, okay.
It's now. And then 50 grams of palm sugar.
Palm sugar, good, correct?
This is very important, you know. Sweet and sour. It's going to be amazing. I'll put a little swig of olive oil in there.
Olive what? Oh, Jamie, olive oil strike back. This Asian food, how you put olive oil in there? You're not making salad.
I stand corrected. Jamie did add some olive oil to this.
Look at this shit, nephew kidnapper. Look at this shit. Look at what your boss doing. Jamie, olive oil for Asian food. Can you imagine? Olive oil mixing with the fish sauce, mixing with the soy sauce. You think it's gonna taste good or not?
I think you're right. That looks pretty disgusting, Uncle Roger.
Yeah, this is so stressful. Uncle Roger need to take a break from this. We're gonna do ad read. This video sponsored by ExpressVPN.
That was a perfect transition into the ad. Hint, hint, ExpressVPN. As for the dressing and the sauce that Jamie has made, with all the ingredients that he has added, it's a little, I don't know, I haven't mixed all these ingredients together, but it just seems, I don't know, different.
For some spice, add a chili or two.
Chili, okay, optional.
Thick dressing.
Oh.
That goes into a nice serving dish. I'm gonna put it right around.
Why you put dressing in the bowl, Jamie? Why you coating the bowl? Coat the gado. Don't coat the bowl. We're not eating the bowl.
I have to agree with Uncle Roger. It is a bit strange the way that he's adding the sauce to the bowl. However, I do understand it from Jamie's standpoint if he means to coat the bowl. It's another way of incorporating the dressing or the sauce with the salad. Or you could also toss it, but from what I've seen on how the salad is normally presented, it's not pre-tossed. Is Jamie's recipe? I don't know.
The salad, a great gado is as much about texture as it is about flavour. And I'm going to use tofu 2 ways.
Tofu, correct?
I think there's a lot of people that don't understand tofu. They think it's kind of like, you know, a meat substitute, which it's not. It is in its own right.
What?
Beautiful. There's a lot of people that don't understand tofu.
What's so hard to understand about tofu? You just cook and eat it. It's not hard to understand. This tofu, not woman.
This little box of tofu seems awfully familiar. I think I've seen it in another video.
Tofu. Firm, silken tofu. It's protein, basically. It's made out of soya beans. It's extremely healthy.
Let's see what Uncle Roger says about it.
You can cook it, and you can get some texture.
But he's using wrong type of tofu. This Japanese silken tofu.
Yep, that's what I thought. It's the same type of silken tofu that Jamie used in his egg fried rice. The exact same. And in that video, I'm sure you guys have seen it, but if you haven't, then you should definitely check that video out after seeing this video, our review of it, because it was fun to make and painful to watch as well.
Slice it up. Just a little bit.
You need to deep fry it. Okay, good. He's frying it. Good job.
I mean, just keep it moving. I've also got some soft-boiled eggs.
Soft-boiled egg, correct?
And warm baby new potatoes.
Potato, good.
Soaking up
Oh,
all
and he boiling the potato. That good. Your boss getting a few thing right, nephew kidnapper.
Yeah.
When Jamie does that, yeah, that has to be like one of my favorite clips of him. Like literally. I even made an emoji of that clip, and well, that emoji is available for all my YouTube members to use. YouTube members, show off the emojis if you want.
Perfect for soaking up all the flavours of that dressing. It doesn't have to be a specific size, but kind of nice mouthful sort of pieces, so don't make it too big.
Bite size, that is a good tip.
Now the raw stuff.
Raw?
For me,
no.
variety.
Every vegetable in gado need to be blanched.
Now Uncle Roger's saying that all the veggies should be blanched. This is something that not all the recipes, at least I can find online, say the same thing. They actually do, some of them do say just raw veggies. Wow, then again, it's not one of these recipes like butter chicken or carbonara that a lot of people tend to know, so.
You can really kind of make it your own depending on what's available in the markets. You know, classically you'd have a lot of the Indonesian cabbages.
Cabbage, correct.
Bean shoots here. You know, you can pick this stuff.
Bean shoot, good.
Use your imagination. Orange tomato.
Tomato, correct. We use as garnish.
But I do have to admit, I don't think I've ever seen Uncle Roger actually agree with Jamie so much. All it takes is tying Uncle Roger up to a chair and forcing him to watch Jamie Oliver. Not bad, not bad.
Cabbage.
Red cabbage, okay.
I got some beetroots.
Beetroot? No, but I guess you want to make it fancy.
Beetroots. Beetroots, that's more of an English thing. English like beets.
The colour. Woo! So nice.
So nice.
Why he holding that beetroot like he Gollum from Lord of the Ring? He's gonna say, my precious.
Funny story, guys. So when my dad went to school, this was in the 60s, he went to an all-boys school and he wasn't the best student. So what he would do to get out of school is he would eat a can of pre-cooked red beets before school in the morning. And then when he went to school, he would talk to the nurse and say to the nurse, you know, that he's having a bit of an issue, that he's bleeding. They would check, and because, you know, if you eat enough beets, this is what happens to you. And he would get the day off and, well, be able to spend the day in London. Things have changed a little bit. I don't think that would work today, but and for me, it didn't work because I was homeschooled, so I didn't have a choice. I couldn't make an excuse.
So look at this tofu now. It's still very soft in the middle, and it's getting crispy on the sides.
Okay, okay.
Nice. Let's do it. Let's serve up.
The bowl with the sauce.
Uncooked tofu.
Wait, uncooked tofu? Why? Why? You just showed us the tofu you cook. Use the cooked tofu. What, you got Alzheimer, is it? You just forgot you cooked tofu, is it?
Jamie may actually add it to the salad because he is adding all the other ingredients and he did make it, but it could be that he just wants to use it for garnish on top to make it look a little pretty. I really don't know. I'm just speculating here.
We got some potatoes. We've got that lovely spinach, just a wad of that.
It looked nice.
Beetroot.
I wish he cooked the vegetable first.
Last but not least, our crunchy tofu.
Crunchy tofu go in finally.
See, I was right. Jamie added the tofu on top. I don't know why, but he did.
And just have the prawn cracker.
No, don't crush your prawn cracker. Every video, Jamie need to crush something. Usually, he crushing all our spirit. But this time, he crushing prawn cracker. In Indonesian gado, Jamie, you don't crush prawn cracker. The prawn cracker become like spoon for you to scoop out the vegetables, scoop out the sauce. Don't crush prawn cracker like this.
You know, I was about to say that the salad doesn't look that bad, that it looks quite nice. Jamie has a different idea on serving this, and yeah.
Raining on top. And now it's time to toss the Gado. And this is kind of what it's all about really now, guys.
Nobody toss Gado like this. This Western salad technique again. We just mix the sauce and vegetable.
You will see people that don't eat any veg. You will see them scoff veg on a new level.
Now see, this is the thing with Jamie, and I don't want to be too hard on him. I do like Jamie, is that he does have a message, and as he just said that, you know, he wants to make this basically an easy version or whatever to make it better for themselves instead of buying like store-bought or takeout or anything like this, which is a good message. This is excellent. It's just that not all of his recipes, case in point with the last review of our Jamie Oliver butter chicken, by the way, if you haven't seen that video, you should see it. They don't really, even if you try to like change them a little bit, you can't really like fix the recipe. You have to kind of like start from scratch again. Yeah.
Let's have a little try. I just love it. Everything food-wise is happening in that mouthful. Oh, absolutely gorgeous.
It actually not bad video, but cannot give him uncle title, nephew kidnapper. Because the olive oil, the soy sauce, the fish sauce, that all big mistake. I know your boss want to make his own version of Gado, but those flavors, they just don't go together.
Yeah, I can see these flavors being a little bizarre with, you know, with everything mixed together, but I don't know. I'd have to give Jamie a bit of a pass on this because it is a salad, so it's not like a very overly complicated recipe and you can change it. It's easy to change it, but I'll leave it there.
I know now you're gonna leave me here to die, and that okay. Maybe this is the last video Uncle Roger gonna make.
This isn't gonna be Uncle Roger's last video. I have a feeling.
You're free to go, Uncle Roger.
What? Why?
Because you got a tour to do.
But your boss not gonna be happy. Jamie Oliver not gonna be happy. Come work for me. Come work for me.
Jamie's Gado recipe, well, it may not be authentic. Almost none of them are. But you do have to admit, Jamie is trying to make this for more of a Western style audience. So he is adding a few other ingredients that people may add in substitution for the correct ingredients, because keep in mind, people may not have access to all of the authentic ingredients. At the end of the day, if you make something tasty, that's all that matters.
So get yourself a little potato masher.
What?
And just mash it. Just put your weight onto it and you can feel the broad beans and peas popping. This will be absolutely like a lasagna.
No, this is not a lasagna. Today we're going to be seeing Jamie Oliver make his vegetable lasagna. My question is, Should I be worried? Because we have seen some failures in the past. Then again, this is Italian cuisine, and Jamie knows Italian cuisine. He normally does really good with Italian, or fairly good, so I don't know, maybe it'll be passable. Before we do get going, guys, if you have seen multiple videos of mine and you keep coming back and you like my videos and you're not a subscriber yet, then be sure to hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on any future content, and also like the video because it does help out greatly. Now, let's get started.
I'm going to show you how to make an absolutely delicious one-pan veggie lasagna.
One-pan lasagna? Oh boy, tiene una pinta, as they say here. It looks like, well, this is going to be an interesting video.
We're going to be bigging up some beautiful veggies, lovely sweet leeks with butter. We've got asparagus. We're going to use frozen veggies because I love frozen veggies, broad beans and peas, which are really easy to get hold of.
Well, we already know that he likes frozen veggies and peas. I mean, we just have to watch a couple of the other videos to see that.
And the method is really simple. I've stripped it right down so that you can make it all in one pan. There's only one thing to wash up. We get it in that oven, and in about 40 minutes, you have got something that you're absolutely gonna love.
Well, I beg to differ, because the last time that he said that with the butter chicken, I mind you, it's not something that we absolutely loved. So, I don't know. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Maybe we'll get lucky with this recipe.
First up, we're gonna slice up a leek. So what I do is I strip the outer leaf off like this, just get the knife and just run it down like that. So what I wanna do is just show you a way to clean these efficiently. We wash it away from the root, water going down, right?
It's good that Jamie's showing you on how to use a leek, because a lot of people don't really know on how to use them. The one thing Jamie didn't show though is that you need to cut a portion of the bottom off. You need to cut the root off to be able to use it.
Finely slice the green part, and then as we get to the white part of the leek, then we're going to go from finely sliced to little slices like that.
What?
Right? Why? Because it's more kind of chunky and substantial.
Why are we cutting the leek super thin, like you should be doing for this, and then we're cutting the leek in bigger pieces? There's no reason. It likes it chunky, and then just leave everything chunky if you like it like that.
I want to do it in a pan, like a casserole style pan, sort of low-sided. I'm going to go in with a knob of butter.
For anybody learning English, a knob of butter is not an exact measurement. It's just like a piece of butter that you use. Now, calling somebody a knob, and this is also called an insult, yeah? If you call somebody a knob, basically you're calling them an idiot. So just keep this in mind. If somebody calls you a knob, it's not a compliment. And knobbing is another thing.
And then a nice drizzle of extra virgin olive oil. I'm then going to go in with the leeks. We're going to sweat off those lovely leeks.
Now you can saute with butter at home. The only thing is you need to be a little careful if the pan gets too hot, and to do that you need to keep moving the ingredients around and adding a little more butter at a time to help keep the temperature down. Otherwise the butter will brown. Or you can do what Jamie is doing, is by adding a little bit of olive oil with the butter and mixing the two. What does this do? It raises the temperature threshold, and that way the butter will not turn nutty. It will not brown on you as quickly. Obviously, if you crank up the heat, you're just going to reach a smoking point, but the olive oil can help that.
With the asparagus, I'll pretty much always just trim off the edge of the asparagus, and I nearly always turn that into a soup or a sauce.
So if you have enough asparagus, you can use the stems and actually make a soup out of it, or even make some vegetable stock. Which, by the way, I do have a very good recipe for a vegetable stock and a vegetable paella on my YouTube channel. I can leave the link down below for you guys to check that out. And if you are interested in learning more on how to cook, then be sure to check out my cooking course, which I have a link down in the description below for you guys to check out. It's more basics to advanced, but I explain quite a few things and I show quite a few things as well. So if you're interested, check it out.
Just finely slice it like that. What I like to do is save the tips to put in at the last moment.
You know, funny thing, when I was little, I only used to eat asparagus tops, like sitting at the dinner table, and then I used to get in trouble. I did the same thing with broccoli too. I'd just eat the top of the broccoli and I wouldn't eat the rest of it. Yeah, the top is the best part.
So in here, I'm gonna add a nice pinch of salt, a nice pinch of pepper. You can add a little swig of water to create a little bit of humidity in the pan.
No, you don't need to add water to the pan, not unless, of course, the pan's getting too hot and you need to drop the temperature. You can add a splash, but not too much. You don't want to be adding a lot of water to this. You want to reduce the moisture in the veggies.
So look, this has had about 10 minutes now. So traditionally you'd make a bechamel, but that's another pan or two, right, to wash up and deal with. But actually we can do it all in the pan.
Normally you make the bechamel separately and then you add it to the dish, but it looks like Jamie's going to be cheating a little bit.
I'm going to put the flour into this pan. So 2 tables or 50 grams of plain flour goes in. I'm also going to put 2 teaspoons of English mustard in.
Coleman's English mustard. He's actually adding mustard to this. Oh boy, huh? Vincenzo actually reacted to this video. I wonder what he said.
Ma per favore, Jamie, I banned forever. Mustard in a lasagna. Jamie, I think your brain, I don't know what happened to you, Jamie, but you lost it. You lost it. Chili Jamie and egg fried rice, mustard in the lasagna. You are mad.
800 mils of milk, scrape the bottom of the pan. 300 grams of that we're going to use. Then put 300 grams of frozen peas, move it around. Let's get that just simmering for 5 minutes.
You know, the further that this recipe keeps going on, the more that this is becoming like an English lasagna. It's not a lasagna, yeah? This is more like an English type casserole. This is turning into like another creation.
Half a bunch of mint, and literally all I do is just rip off those top mint leaves. I'll use that for other things. And I'm just going to fairly roughly chop the mint. It's going to taste absolutely amazing.
The thing is with mint, it makes the spring veggies taste fresh. It makes them taste even like lighter, you know, when you add mint to them, which is delicious. And when I used to work in London at Berners Tavern, we used to have a like barley risotto. Now, it wasn't actually a risotto, it was just called a barley risotto, and it was with spring veg. If any Italians are getting a little angry with me, it was different, yeah? And that used to go with the lamb shoulder, because mint sauce is typical with lamb. And having spring veg with this, as like a little barley type risotto, was delicious. So it's not uncommon to add mint to, say, spring veg. The mustard, though, turns me off. This, no.
I am going to be not traditional, again, by using Parmesan, because I love it, and that is traditional, but I'm using some cheddar.
Yeah, why not? Add a bit of cheddar.
Cheddar's an amazing cheese. It's full of flavour, and it melts and oozes in the most beautiful way.
The thing is with cheddar is that I love cheddar. It's one of my favorite types of cheeses. It's just that there are a lot of different types of cheddar. There are cheddars that are sharper than others. There are also some cheddars, though, that are drier than others. The thing is that the thing that they sell at Mercadona, it's an okay cheddar. It's just that it's a very dry cheddar. So when I cut it to like put it in a sandwich, it just breaks apart. So when you go to bite it, the bloody thing keeps like falling out. And it's very annoying because I love cheddar cheese. I love a nice sharp cheddar. And this one, every time, huh?
So get yourself a little potato masher.
What?
And just mash it. Just put your weight onto it and you can feel the broad beans and peas popping.
Smashing the veg. Why use a potato masher to smash the spring veg, Jamie? Please. It's bad enough that you're going to be boiling the you-know-what out of them. They're not going to be nice and green anymore. They're going to be brown. But you don't need to smash them.
Then I'm going to go in with most of the cheese, right? Not all of it, most of it.
Go on, you know you want to put more cheese in there. Yeah? Might as well. The more we watch this, the more it looks like something that Jack would make.
Then you take your big bag of cheese, the whole entire 2 pounds, and you just dump it all in. Don't be shy, it doesn't have to be pretty. All it has to do is taste good, and it's going to taste delicious. Trust you me.
And the asparagus tips, right? And then the curveball, of course, is the pasta.
Curveball? What curveball? What do you mean the pasta? Are we going to get some like funky type, different type of pasta or something? I'd expect it right now. I would.
So the key here is using fresh lasagna sheets. It's brilliant. You can get it in all the supermarkets. And the fact that it's fresh means it cooks very quickly and it's really elegant, silky, and very kind of luxurious. So I'm literally going to grab it like a pack of cards and tear it.
Tearing the pasta sheets? If we were making the lasagna like normal, you wouldn't really need to tear the lasagna sheets, not unless, you know, you need to fill one of the gaps. But come on, just like a stack of cards, and you should cut it anyway, don't tear it, so that way it's a little more uniform. Also, first thing that he said,
you can get it in all the supermarkets.
You can't find fresh pasta in every single grocery store. at least worldwide. And when I lived in London, I actually lived on Edgware Road, I used to go to a Sainsbury's that was literally on the corner with Marble Arch, and I don't remember seeing any fresh pasta. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I don't remember that, and that was in London.
And then all I'm going to do, right, is just dish out the lasagna cards around, and then just stir it through. This will be absolutely like a lasagna.
No, this is not a lasagna. As much as I love you, Jamie, this isn't, and it's not going to look like a lasagna at the end. You are mucking about, you're just mixing the pasta in. It's not going to cook evenly either, the pasta sheets. There's a reason why you layer it all nice and uniformly. Guys, please help me finish this video by hitting the like button and sharing with others. And you know what? Let's make a deal, yes? Because we did this in a previous video 2 years ago, and I kept my word, and we'll do it again. If this video gets 500,000 views, we may make this recipe and actually test it for ourselves. Because right now, I don't think it's gonna taste very good.
So this will serve 6 people really nicely. So I think this is a really lovely meal for any day of the week, actually.
And you know, the funny thing is that if you really want to piss off like Italians, all you have to do is basically add a little bit of mustard to lasagna. But just imagine that if this was a Spanish dish, if anything goes wrong, it makes the national news.
Uno de los cocineros más famosos del mundo, el británico Jamie Oliver, ha provocado un enorme revuelo con su receta de la paella.
So it's a good thing that this is an Italian dish and not Spanish.
And what I like to do, you know, just to be aesthetic, is kind of have a nice layer of pasta on the top.
The pasta on the top, but if you don't cover the pasta that's on the top, then it dries out, and then it's not like nice, it's just like hard pasta, and it's not even like crunchy because it's normally thicker. It's just not nice. You want to like cover that with the sauce and with cheese, so then, you know, the pasta stays nice and tender.
So the last ingredient for a little flourish of texture, flavor, and nutrition is almonds.
Almonds? Now why are we going to add nuts to this as well? I mean, the next thing you're going to tell me is that he's going to be adding some sun-dried tomatoes to this and a bit of pesto.
And what I love to do is just bash them up. Have some fine, have some whole, have some cracked, and then I'll literally just let that snow down on our lovely lasagna here. Almonds, a little kiss of olive oil.
Honestly, what is it?
Get yourself a lemon.
Lemon?
And just a little bit of the zest, just a tiny bit.
And we're adding lemon zest now. I mean, you can add a little bit of like fresh lemon zest at the end. And you really get the fragrance of the oils from the lemon. Adding lemon to this is questionable.
That's now going to go in the oven for 25 minutes. That's all, 25 minutes, that's it. It'll be crispy, gnarly.
Gnarly, there's his favorite word. This is a word that he loves to express.
Chicken's looking amazing. Gnarly on both sides and just cooked through perfectly.
But gnarly is maybe not the best word to use when wanting to describe something tasty.
In it goes. Right.
I'm gonna be honest with all of you. I need a beer right now, and it's lunchtime, my time, and I honestly think I'm gonna go to the store, get some beer, and make a pizza for myself. I need some comfort food right now. I really do.
So, the lasagna has had 25 minutes. It's looking and smelling amazing. Ho, ho, ho. Look at that. Imagine that on the dinner table.
Jamie, as much as I love you, I can't imagine this at my dinner table. Firstly, I wouldn't make this for my dinner table. I would make something else. I'd make proper lasagna, or at least another type, but make it a little different, a lot differently, not a little differently, a lot. And saying that this looks delicious and tastes delicious, yeah, that's very subjective. Yeah, very. I'm not criticizing people that say it is. I'm just saying it's subjective. Very.
One of the things that you can do, which is a little bit of an optional extra, is put a little bit of pesto on the top.
Pesto! He's actually adding pesto to this now too. What is this turning into? You know, I called it too, didn't I? I said pesto. I was being sarcastic. I didn't actually think he was going to add pesto to this though. And if you are going to add pesto, hey, add fresh. Don't add store-bought pesto.
We don't want to use loads of it, but little bombs of pesto. As you start serving this, just mix up with the lovely creamy hot white sauce. Just a little bit goes a long way.
Yeah, well, so did his butter chicken. A little bit went a long way. Why? Because I didn't want to eat it. I'll be honest, I didn't finish it. I didn't throw the chicken out, but I didn't finish the sauce. I couldn't. I honestly could not finish the sauce.
What I like is you still get crispy bits from the lasagna like that. And, you know, you get the veggies, but you also get the lovely creamy sauce, which is absolutely beautiful.
If you look, it's not even difficult to see, just zoom in a little bit. You can see he burnt it. The top of this is burnt. You should cover this in the oven if you notice that the top is starting to brown too much. Yeah, you can see a little bit of the asparagus here and there is torched, and maybe some of the almond burnt a little bit, because almonds contain a lot of oil and it's easy to burn almonds. It is easy. It may have been better to add the almonds at the end, you know, toast them separately and add them at the end if you want to add a little bit of texture to this instead of adding it in the beginning.
Can you see the crispy bits at the side? Look at that. Stodgy, crispy.
Stodgy, crispy. He's proud of the crispy bits, isn't he? If pasta to me is a little burnt and it's a little dry, I don't like it with my lasagna. I'm sorry, I don't. If anything is going to be crispy, it should be the nice cheese or the bechamel on top that has a nice crust to it, but not the pasta. Because when you bite into the pasta, it can be, you know, a little too, like, hard. It's not good. It can even be chewy at times. Not good.
Maybe just a little bit of parmesan on top. And that, my friends, is a beautiful one-pan veggie lasagna.
That's it? That's how he's gonna do to plate it. If you wanted to add something, you could add maybe a little bit of rocket, a little bit of arugula, no, to this. Arugula goes well, yes, this does. Or maybe even some chives as well. But in any case,
yum, yum, triple yum, so good. Crispy enough, soft enough, stodgy enough, cheesy enough.
Jamie is a very good showman, and he is trying to sell this lasagna creation thing as something super delicious, but to me, he doesn't seem super excited. Maybe a long day, maybe tired, I don't know, but it doesn't seem like he's as excited as he has been with some other recipes. Hopefully, guys, you did enjoy this video of us seeing Jamie Oliver's vegetable lasagna that turned out to be something else entirely. And one thing I do want to say is that please don't pick on Jamie. Jamie does have a good message, and he does try to help people make things at home and try to get them into cooking, which is a good thing. But it's just sometimes some of these recipes fall a little short. Kind of like the butter chicken. That was a disgusting recipe.
Use the water to stop the frying. Bit of water, bit of water. That water and the fat, that is what's going to emulsify to become a creamy sauce.
Today we're going to be doing something a little different. We're going to be recreating Jamie's carbonara. Now this is one video that we have already reviewed. It was very popular. I got a lot of comments saying that black pepper has no spice to it whatsoever. Well, today we're going to be recreating it, and then I'm going to give you my opinion after the taste test. And if you do happen to enjoy this type of video, then be sure to give it a like, give it a share, and don't forget to hit the subscribe button because it helps the channel out greatly. Now, let's get started.
Hi guys, we're gonna make spaghetti carbonara, a classic Italian dish. Pasta, cheese, bacon. What's not to love, right? But it's really controversial. I want to give you what I think is the most authentic recipe.
Jamie is right about that. Carbonara, among some other recipes as well, are extremely controversial. I mean, it's like really controversial on if you make it like this, if you add this, if you don't add that, how you do it like this. Although there are other recipes that are similar to carbonara that you can use cream, or you have to use cream to make them. I actually have one on my channel, and if you guys want to check that out, I can leave the video down below.
So first up, guys, you only need 5 ingredients. Guanciale. This is the cured cheek of pork. And as you can see, it's all about the fat. It's salted, it's got pepper, it's dried, and it's aged. Of course, it's similar to smoked bacon, and you can get some pretty good results, actually. But you can see this is quite lean. So try and get them to not cut off the fat, because you need it. Or there's pancetta.
Last week when I started looking for ingredients to make this, luckily, I actually found a place here in Barcelona that makes their own guanciale. So it's not from Italy, it's from here, but it is relatively cheap and easy to get. But I do have to admit that the guanciale has a little bit of a different flavor and taste to it, especially if you're going to be using bacon. So if you prefer bacon or if you can't find the guanciale, well, then you have to make do with what you have at home. Speaking about controversy, guys, let me know down below how you make your carbonara at home. What do you make it with? Do you make it with cream? Do you make it with garlic? Let me know.
Then most people use Parmesan, but actually the more classic is Pecorino Romano. Sheep's cheese, it's crumbly, it's salty.
If you can get pecorino, then try to get it. But of course, if it does like break the piggy bank and it's not worth it, again, you have to make do with what you can get or with what you have in the house.
Free-range organic egg, pasta, black pepper, and then optional garlic.
Today we're going to be trying to recreate this as closely as possible to how Jamie is making it in this video, even including the same type of spaghetti and size. And this actual brand of pasta, they sell it here, but not every store carries it, so I had to make a little special run to the grocery store to try to pick this up. And it's not cheap, yeah? This pasta is actually one of the more expensive ones.
First up, guys, grab the pasta by 2 hands, twist it into the water. By twisting it, it won't stick together. Put a tiny amount of salt in this water because the cheese and the guanciale is salty. This beautiful pasta takes 8 minutes to cook.
Right, so we're gonna follow this recipe to the T, and we're going to get a pot of water on. We're going to take our little spaghetti, twist it, and drop it in the pot with a pinch of salt.
So I've got my guanciale. I'm gonna remove the skin, and I'm gonna take a nice centimeter slice of the guanciale, roughly chop this to about 1/2 centimeter chunks.
Ours does not have a skin on it, so we don't have to take it off. It does have a lot of fat though. This is a very fatty piece of meat. We're gonna do the same as Jamie by cutting ours to about a 1 centimeter size slice. I'm going to slice these lengthways as well. And well, we'll give them a couple chops as well like Jamie's doing, but I'm going to cut them or leave them a little bigger than Jamie is in his video. And I'm doing this because it gives me more time or more flexibility while cooking this, also while making the video, that they don't reduce down to nothing and then I don't have little pebbles in the pan, which can happen.
Now, the pan, it's cold. Turn it on to a medium-high heat. The reason I want it cold is because I want to render the fat out. The guanciale goes into the pan, and this pan is getting hot.
Right, my turn. We're gonna be doing the same as Jamie by putting the guanciale into a cold pan and turning up the heat, bringing it up slowly. And we're also using the same type of pan that he's using.
Give the garlic a crack and then put it in the pan. As this starts to sizzle, the fat will just pull out some of that perfume from the garlic.
Now this is one of those moments that people either agree or completely disagree with adding the ingredient. We're not going to be adding a lot of garlic, it's just 1 clove, and at the end we're also going to be removing it, so we're not necessarily adding the garlic, just a bit of the oils as it's cooking.
Then there's the black pepper. Get your peppercorns in a pestle and mortar, crack it. Get a little sieve. This is one of the most important little bits, and no one really does it, okay? Honestly, this is the outer skin. This is much milder. What we have here is the inside part, the peppercorn, which is hotter, perfect for a good hot carbonara.
Now, like I said originally with this video, this is a very good little technique that we do in the kitchen because you don't want any large peppercorns in anything when you eat pasta or anything else. And it's just, you put a whole piece of black peppercorn in your mouth and it's not fun. Now, even though that Jamie is adding the black pepper to the pan early, if you don't want to do that, you can actually toast the pepper first in a dry pan until they become a little fragrant. Let them cool. And today, since we don't have a pestle and mortar, we're going to be adding this to our little pepper mill. And we're going to be grinding the amount that we see on the plate, which is a little more, I think, than actually a teaspoon. So after about a minute of crack, 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 we're going to sieve it a little bit because even now we can collect some particles that are going to be a little too big and we don't want that. And we're going to be adding this to the pan just like Jamie and cooking this over medium-high heat. And to be honest, right now, this looks like a lot of black pepper.
Now let's get onto the eggs. Eggs are really, really delicate. And if you don't treat these right, you end up with stir-fried noodles, and we don't want that. I'm gonna take a bowl, and I'm gonna crack the egg straight into there. And I'm just gonna add a little pecorino to that. So like 20 grams. Now we're time sensitive, so we're gonna have a little whisk up.
As Jamie's doing, we do as well. We have our little bowl. We're gonna crack an egg into the bowl, the whole egg. Some people only say egg yolks. If you use the whole egg, it does give it a little more volume, but it can make the sauce more watery. We're also going to be adding about 20 grams of pecorino as well, a little whiskey, and I'm going to leave this in the fridge because today it is way too hot to be leaving food or eggs out.
We've got dark guanciale. We've got the fat that's come out of it, and that's what you want. You want attitude and color. Now I'm going to remove that garlic.
And one quick thing, it is never a good idea to mix any ingredients in a non-stick pan with metal tongs. Obviously, it depends on the company and how they're made, but it's just a general good idea not to do it. If you have any plastic tongs or at least any wooden spoons, I would suggest using those instead.
Turn the heat off, and you're going to drag the pasta and the water into the pan. Use the water to stop the frying. Bit of water, bit of water. That water and the fat, that is what's going to emulsify to become a creamy sauce.
Funny thing, even the recipe on his website says explicitly to add a splash of water. So, should we do splashy? Why not? I have to clean up anyway. No, actually, on second thought, we're going to use the ladle instead.
We're not frying anymore. Can you hear that? Quiet. No frying at all. Only then can we think about adding our egg. As we toss, we add some more liquid. Ha ha! That's the cream. You get the cream through the emulsification of the cooking water and the fat, and technique and timing. So as simple as this is, it's technical.
This is the most critical moment. You do not want your pan to be too hot. So it is a good idea to turn off the heat, like Jamie said. Add a little bit of the water as well, if need be, to cool it down. We're gonna add our eggs in like Jamie. Give the pasta a couple tosses. You know, the higher that you put your hand when you're tossing the pasta, the easier it is to toss it. I'm being facetious, but you don't necessarily need, unless of course you like to put your hand so high up in the air while giving the pasta a toss that you look like a cowboy on the back of a bronco or back of a bull. If you like to do it, that's fine, but yeah.
Get your friends, your family, get them around the table, glass of wine. Look at that, guys, look at that. Carbonara. And you finish with more pepper. Wow. I'm so excited. Spaghetti, carbonara, with a beautiful little finishing of pecorino.
Well, you know, while making this, I made a bit of a mistake and, well, cooked the pasta for a little too long. But the residual heat in the pan, as well with a little bit of the pasta water, should help to emulsify the sauce. Just be careful not to add too much pasta water to the sauce, otherwise it will be a little loose, or the sauce will be a little runny. And if you like this, that's fine, but if you want a more creamy sauce, try not to. Now we are gonna use our tongs to plate this carefully so we don't scratch the non-stick pan. We're gonna add a little more black pepper to it and a little more cheese.
That is as classic as I can give you guys. From chefs, from nonnas. It's about quality ingredients, the guanciale, the pecorino romana, quality eggs, the pepper, the technique of the pepper, good pasta, and then the sensitivity of cooking it right. Come on.
The first time that we reviewed this video, when he said nonnas, I didn't get it because I don't speak Italian, and the accent, to be honest, yeah, it's not very clear. And it sounded like he put a little bit of an R on the end of the word. So for me, I didn't understand that it meant grandma.
There's a little platter for two people. And of course, the most important thing when you eat pasta is don't watch it, eat it. That, my friends, is a thing of joy.
It's a little hot to be cooking right now. We're in like the mid 30s in Barcelona, but anyway, let's see how Jamie's carbonara tastes. Ooh. Wow, okay, well, first up I want to say we try to follow Jamie's recipe exactly how he made it with the video, even with the splashing, but the splashing is a little ridiculous, so I didn't add that much. Well, I added maybe a little bit more water than he did in the video because I used the ladle, and maybe a little too much because the sauce is a little on the thin side. It's a little too wet, it's a little too much water. I also cut the guanciale a little bigger, but overall I have to say it's an easy recipe to make for anybody at home. First off, this is a fine recipe, there's nothing wrong with it. If you want to be super picky and technical about it, okay, then you can find a few issues or things that you need to, say, improve on. One, obviously cutting the guanciale that small that he did in the video, you don't need to cut them that small because when the fat will render, they're going to be like little pebbles. So if you cut them just a little bigger, and like we did today, it'll be a little better. And even then, you can still overcook it. So you just need to keep an eye on it. Now the pepper, this is something that I said originally in the video, and I still have the taste of pepper in my mouth. This is spicy. If you freshly cracked the black pepper, it will be spicy. If you can't taste it, then it could be that your black pepper is pretty old, because after a while, it will lose its spiciness. The garlic is not that strong. For me, the strongest flavor, honestly, is the black pepper and the guanciale. Those are the two strongest. Hopefully you guys did enjoy this new little type of reaction cooking review video, and if you did like it, then let me know in the comments, and be sure to give it a like, share, and don't forget to subscribe, because if you do like it, then we will make more of these.
Roger haven't reviewed Jamie Oliver for a long time now. Wonder how my old friend doing.
You're gonna absolutely love this recipe.
Right off the bat, here we go. Some famous last words from Jamie.
This is a modern day fast food classic, pad thai. Deliciously healthy.
Why pad thai like that?
Packed with
Why so much vegetable? You sure this pad thai?
Chili egg.
Oh no, the words Jamie Oliver, veggie and pad thai, those words don't go together. Uncle Roger think this video gonna give me heart attack. I need my good morning towel for me to scream into.
Huh? Uncle Roger is a security blanket. I think he's gonna need it. Maybe I should have one too.
So I've kind of evolved this recipe and had some fun with it.
No, Jamie, don't evolve, don't have some fun with anything. Those words coming out your mouth, that's scaring all Asian people all over the world.
Evolve and have some fun with it. This kind of sounds like it's turning into a science experiment.
Chili sauce.
Chili sauce wrong.
Soy sauce.
Soy sauce wrong.
Now tamarind.
Tamarind, okay, tamarind correct. Sauce for pad thai is just tamarind, palm sugar, and fish sauce. That's it. If you really want to make it vegetarian, do you know, niece and nephew, they make vegetarian fish sauce also? Yeah? But Uncle Roger don't recommend that. Just eat the real thing, vegan people. Life too short. Just use real fish sauce. Fish almost vegan anyway. Because fish got no leg, got no feeling, can't make sound, it almost plant.
Oh, true, fish are not the same as octopus, and fish are a good source of a lot of vitamins, minerals, and protein. Funny though about octopus, some octopus actually have a higher IQ than some humans. And if you don't believe me, check it out.
It's from a bean that's sweet and sour. It's a really important flavour in Asian cooking. And then a little sesame oil.
Sesame oil wrong.
Tofu. It's made
Tofu.
out of soybean.
Tofu for pad thai, okay, but need to be square fried tofu. Hopefully he do that.
Ooh, you know when your spider senses or your intuition starts telling you like this is going to be a repeat of the fried rice video? It actually is going to be a repeat, because if you take a close look at this still photo here, he's using silken tofu. And we saw last time what he did with it. Oh, Jamie, please don't smash the tofu this time. It's not nice.
It's made out of soybeans and it's a great source of protein. To get your veggie pad
garlic good,
going, bash up 2 cloves of
just chop garlic enough. No need pestle mortar.
Nice and pureed. And then I'm going to use silken tofu.
Silken tofu wrong.
Put in dishes, in cubes, slices. What we're going to do is use it as a foundation of the sauce.
Tofu for sauce?
Grams.
The tofu is going the same way as the miso in Jamie's ramen. He's gonna kill it. I think Jamie's baiting Uncle Roger. This is probably the same as taking some spaghetti and breaking it in front of Italians. No! It doesn't go over very well.
Wait, what? No! What Uncle Roger just watched?
Silken tofu is what? No!
He put tofu in pestle and mortar.
I have to admit, I haven't worked in an Asian kitchen before, so I can't say this for 100% certainty, but I have never seen tofu turned into a sauce before. Never. And that's after working in a French kitchen, and I'll tell you, the French are known for their sauces. There's like a million different types of sauces with everything. There's so many different variations, but the tofu, I have to admit, that is like, that's taking it maybe in a bad direction. A step a little too far.
Who cooked tofu like this? Jamie, in his egg fried rice, he crushed tofu with hand. But this time, that's not even enough. He have to crush tofu in pestle and mortar. You're just destroying tofu. Jamie Oliver really is the ISIS of Asian food.
Silken tofu is ultra smooth. It'll give you a sauce so silky, it'll cling to your noodles.
Stick to the noodles? Peanut butter will also stick to the noodles if you really want to be technical about it. I mean, a lot of things will stick to the noodles. Molasses will stick to the noodles.
Any sauce will cling to noodle. That's how sauce work. That's how any liquid work. It cling to shit.
A little correction about that. A runnier sauce, more watery, more liquidy, will have a harder time sticking to the noodles and coating it, or at least sticking to it, than a thicker sauce. Or in other words, it'll still lightly coat it, but it won't be as thick.
Oh,
so silky.
Uncle Roger defeated now.
Then get building flavor. A tablespoon of
the whole thing gonna look like vomit.
Tablespoon or two of sweet chili sauce. Then the tamarind. You want a nice tablespoon of this paste. Tamarind's a key ingredient in Worcestershire sauce.
Jamie is right about this. It is one of the ingredients, but so are anchovies and vinegar, which are also very important ingredients to make liemperns.
And I'm going to put a little teaspoon of sesame oil in there as well.
Oh, sesame oil wrong also. Lime also wrong. Lime in pad thai you just squeeze on before you eat, not in sauce. Sauce gonna go in wok. You cook lime in high heat, it's gonna lose flavor.
Wow, this is looking like a lot different than even the version that Ramsay made for the Thai chef. If you haven't seen that, you guys need to see that clip.
Well, how is it? Oh no, look at that face.
This is not pad thai at all.
This is not pad thai.
Half a juicy lime, and that, my friends, is your sauce.
Look at that. That sauce looks like shit you eat on Fear Factor.
For the all-important noodles, grab yourself a packet. So these are rice noodles.
Rice noodle, correct?
Go with 150 grams.
No. You don't want to put in boiling water. It's gonna overcook noodle. Rice noodle, put in room temperature water.
Pan, and you leave those for about 7-8 minutes, but check the pack, they're all different. When
yes, pack tell you how long to cook it for, but remember, pad thai, the noodle still gonna get cooked in wok, so don't finish cooking noodle in water. You need noodle to be a bit undercooked, then finish cooking in wok. You see that noodle, Jamie noodle, I guarantee it overcooked.
Uncle Roger's not gonna say anything about the sieve, or the colander, as he calls it. This recipe must be really bad for him not to say anything about that. Like, really bad.
Run them under cold water. That stops the cooking process.
See? It already overcooked.
You leave those for about 7-8 minutes, but check the pack.
Jamie, this Asian noodle, not pasta. Don't just follow instruction on box. Niece and nephew, you can't trust instruction on Asian noodle packaging. Anyway, it's all wrong. You have to cook with feeling.
Uncle Roger is right about this. It is more important to use feeling. And the suggestions about cooking times on the packets, even for like pasta, like Italian spaghetti and pasta and all this, is more of a suggestion. I mean, I don't even read the packet. I never do. I never pay attention to it. I just cook it. I taste the pasta. I don't go too far and I don't get on the computer and do some other things at the same time. I'm still in the kitchen and I just check it. And once it's like, you know, al dente, it's done.
And then just add a little sesame oil to stop them sticking.
Sesame oil again? No, to stop them from sticking. Don't overcook it. Simple.
The thing is with rice noodles, as soon as you take them out of the water, they will stick to each other like a you-know-what. I mean, seriously. They will stick to each other like Velcro or even like duct tape. I mean, it's really hard to break them apart. So you have a few options. You can either add oil to them so they don't stick to each other and clump up, or you can add them immediately to whatever you're cooking. And with the sauce and the other ingredients, it will coat the noodles. And the noodles will continue to cook once you do this. So again, like Uncle Roger said, you don't have to overcook them. You don't want to, because otherwise you end up with puree.
Lightly toast and bash up 20 grams of salted peanuts.
Peanut, good.
Give a glorious crunch to the veg. Pad Thai is that kind of brilliant mix of veggies, but then you get things like salad and herbs that are raw and cold and fresh. So there's that kind of jarring of hot and cold, crunchy and soft. It's just a brilliant thing.
You know that feeling when you have like deja vu? Well, I'm having a little bit of deja vu right now because I'm having flashbacks of what happened in in the mac and cheese video with Jamie.
One of the things I like to do, which is my own personal problem, is to take a vulnerable, empty gem lettuce leaf and then load it with mac and cheese. And I actually do this at home, and my kids are around the table, and they're just looking at me going, you are such an idiot, you are like...
Pad Thai, no jarring of hot and cold, it's just noodle dish, keep it simple. Jamie, olive oil?
I've got some broccoli, some asparagus, baby corn,
Wrong.
pak choy, the outer leaves.
Pak choy. Classic mistake. Oh, how to make this dish more Asian? I know. Let's put this Chinese sounding vegetable in there. Pak choy. Woo! Yeah!
Cut the core of the pak choy in half and the baby corn. Keep the asparagus tips and finely slice the stalks.
You know, I do have to admit, this is one of those recipes that it would be a heck of a lot easier if you were using a wok. I mean, you don't even have to buy a big one. You can get them on Amazon. Just a small wok, just so you can toss everything together, or at least a deeper pot. Because, I mean, honestly, in a shallow saute pan or in a frying pan, it's going to be a little, you know,
Some bean sprouts here, which
okay, bean sprout only correct vegetable.
And I just want to kind of click them off. This stuff can change up. What's available in the supermarkets, the markets, your budget. That's what's cool about this.
Now, Pad Thai is actually a relatively new dish. It was created after the creation of, or the unification of, Thailand. So it's a relatively new dish. If you were to remove the sugar from it, or maybe add a very little amount, it's not that bad of a recipe. It's actually pretty healthy in comparison to more processed foods or Burger King or McDonald's. I mean, it's still pretty healthy.
Finely slice the shallot.
Shallot, correct? Okay.
Start to dry fry all the veggies.
Wait, what? What? Dry? What the hell?
And char, and give you some...
Is he frying shallot with no oil at all? Oh, Uncle Roger's so upset. It not just laid down from chair. My whole body is laid down from chair. Pad Thai need oil, Jamie. Hiya. That pan just comes straight from factory. It dry as hell and he whacked shallot in there. No oil, no lube, just nothing. Walao, he just raw dogging shallot into pan. Hiya.
Well, you know what? I do have to admit, Jamie is not using olive oil. And this is like the first time that we've ever seen it too, because there's no olive oil. He's not using anything. This is progress. I think Jamie's been taking Uncle Roger's advice. Ah, he's a secret admirer, maybe.
Listen, nephew, use oil. It make everything cook better. Dry frying is like dry humping. Nobody want that shit.
Smokiness, so we're gaining flavour. If you dry fry asparagus, you get nuttiness.
What happened to your sesame oil? You using so much earlier. At least put some sesame oil in there. Better than this.
I'll go in with some of these bean sprouts, some of our noodles.
I have to say, with that Thai chef that didn't like Gordon's Pad Thai, if he tried this, whoa. I would love to see the reaction from him. He'd probably throw the plate at him. I'm not joking.
Get yourself a little water.
The water gonna overcook noodle even more higher. The noodle gonna be soggier than baby food. What you doing, Jamie?
It kind of goes a little bit crazy now. But this is exciting, right?
It's not exciting. It's heartbreaking.
And a nice wadge of this
diarrhea sauce.
Tossing it around.
Well, to be honest, if you take a look at that sauce that he made, the brown sauce, it kind of looks like a crunchy peanut butter, doesn't it? I mean, look at it. It looks like crunchy peanut butter.
This is the fast bit, so you've got to concentrate a bit more, but it's not hard, it's exciting. So in we go.
No. Metal spoon in non-stick pan. Usually that biggest sin in Asian kitchen. But this video is so terrible that metal spoon in non-stick pan, that's the smallest mistake.
Crushed nuts, lettuce leaves, get in some coriander, mint and basil, and wedges of lime.
Only herb in Pad Thai is garlic chive. Coriander, mint and basil. Like, what it gonna taste like? It's just too many things, Jamie. Too many things.
He has some strange flavors, but it's not just the flavors going on here. It's the texture of the silken tofu as the sauce.
And then we want a little dry fried egg. So wipe out your pan.
Dry fry again.
And of course you need a non-stick pan for this.
Oh, I love that bit. Yeah. If you're gonna do it, be sure that it's a non-stick. You know what? Actually, if you don't have a non-stick, give it a try. Because I guarantee you, unless you're using some sort of fat, it will stick like a you-know-what to your frying pan.
Sprinkle with salt and chili flakes, and when it's crispy, flip it over and give it just 30 seconds. Look at that. Yeah.
The pan so new, it comes straight from factory.
Uncle Roger's right about that. That pan looks brand new, like it hasn't been used before. Because I actually have the exact same non-stick pan in my house, and it's about 1.5 years, 2 years old right now, and I haven't been using it a lot. It's just for making like Spanish omelets and tortillas. But I've made enough that now the bloody eggs stick to it in some spots. So I have to be a little careful. I have to add extra oil to it.
And then the last little kiss is of soy sauce.
Soy sauce wrong.
So that, my friends,
why vegetables sticking out like that? This food so shit, even lettuce trying to escape.
That's all I've got to do now. Get myself some chopsticks.
All you got to do now is go to Thailand and apologize.
You know, even before the egg fried rice video with Uncle Roger, Jamie did have like the paella incident and the Jamaican incident as well, and a few other incidences. And now I wonder, after all this with Uncle Roger, if Jamie can walk down the street peacefully without someone, you know, hackling or accosting him, saying something about egg fried rice. Especially with YouTube, none of this should go to the point where you actually accost someone in public. In the end, it's food, yes. He may not have thought of it, and it's disrespectful, but at the end of the day, it's food.
Ugh. That's the worst noodle pull ever.
The use of that tofu.
What the hell?
Sauce is a bit of a game changer.
Asian food, the game perfect already. No need game changer, Jamie. Don't change game, change yourself.
Second, like
you see,
a dish that's
he eat one bite. Notice how he only eat one bite. No second bite. He just pushing noodle around. Even he know it's terrible.
Super nutritious.
Honestly speaking, if he wanted to make this vegetarian or vegan, why not just add some mushrooms to this? He can add some different sorts of mushrooms. Add some different variations of mushrooms with this, with some other sauces. Make this a different version of pad thai. And just leave it at that instead of making this weird dish.
Look at this pad thai. Ugh. If you want to make vegan pad thai, it's simple. Just substitute with vegan fish sauce, and dry shrimp you can substitute with mushroom because they both give pad thai umami flavor. That is vegan pad thai, very simple.
See, Uncle Roger agrees. Mushrooms would have been a game changer, not puree tofu.
You're the first chef who make Uncle Roger fall down completely from chair. Uncle Roger extending invitation, man to man. When Uncle Roger hit 10 million subscribers, I'm happy to fly to wherever you are. We make one Asian dish together, okay? Can be fried rice, can be ramen, can be pad thai, you choose. And if you agree to film together, Uncle Roger will even eat chili jam with you, okay?
Uncle Roger, seriously, if Jamie agrees to this, I have to be there. I would love to be one of the judges, actually. If that's possible, it would be fantastic. I would love to do this. I honestly don't care where it is. Well, unless I have to get a visa, I need to know ahead of time. But please, let us know. And actually, guys, if you could, let's make this happen, yeah? Whether it be a collaboration with Uncle Roger and Jamie, and I'm the judge, or at least I'm there participating somehow, or it's a collaboration with Jamie and myself, or even better, Uncle Roger and myself. Today, guys, we're going to be seeing how Jamie makes his pizza with Vincenzo. So this should be interesting. Welcome, Vincenzo.
Hi, James. Hi, everyone. Thank you. Today will be an interesting video. We believe Jamie will do well.
Before we get going today, guys, be sure to keep in mind to head over to Vincenzo's channel to like his video and share his as well, because we also reacted on his channel, and support his channel, and, well, watch both of our videos and try to watch them for as long as you can, and hit the subscribe button, because that's the most important thing. Now, let's get started.
We're gonna make homemade deep pan cauliflower cheese pizza. Making ordinary veg extraordinary.
James, you didn't tell me this. You just told me it was a pizza video. What is that?
This is why I wanted you to see it with me. Today, Jamie is going to be making a cauliflower cheese pizza.
Okay.
So I think he's trying to go, I don't know, he's trying to make it a little different than the normal pizza that we're used to.
You've never seen a pizza like it. Beautiful cauliflower in a cheesy white sauce. Life doesn't get much better than this.
That's a deep dish pizza.
That's what I was going to say. This is more like a Chicago style or deep dish, yeah?
100%.
And as for you can't get anything better in life, well, I'm sorry to say, but I don't consider cauliflower pizza the best thing in life. I think there are better things than that. I don't know. Maybe spending some time on a beach somewhere in Greece.
That sounds good.
I don't know.
Maybe he hasn't lived life enough.
Maybe he's been in England too long.
It's two of the best things in my life. Cauliflower cheese from Sunday roast and homemade pizza. So let's do the dough. I've got some strong flour. All you need is 500 grams. Get that in a nice little pile like that. Just gonna put a little bit here for dusting and make a well in the middle of the flour.
It kind of looks like he's making pasta, doesn't it?
To me, it does. It looks like he's making pasta. Why don't you use a bowl or anyway? That's what he wants to do.
The best thing to do is not to do it on the countertop, but to actually do it in like a bowl. That way you keep the mess in the bowl. If you use the countertop, you need to make sure that your countertop isn't porous, because what can happen if it's not clean? It can have bacteria in there, it can smell, and you don't want that smell, the odor, and the flavor in the dough.
Into it, dissolve 7 grams of yeast with 300 milliliters of lukewarm water and mix away. Bring in more of the flour, just move that around. Look at that.
The consistency is good. Jamie does work with a lot of pasta, so he knows how to make pasta, and I haven't seen him make mini pizzas, but the consistency right now looks pretty good.
Yes.
And now we're going, and just give it a good kneading. Every culture has its own way to make a flatbread and to fill it and flavour it in different ways. Just like those ladies in Dagenham, you know, they were doing it with all those lovely greens and herbs. You can see it's almost cleaning the surface here. So after a couple of minutes of really good kneading, you can see that what you've got is an elastic, stretchable, wet but not sticky dough. Get it together as a ball.
Now, real quick, guys, just to show you Jamie making this, he has experience. You can see how much technique that he's actually putting into this while kneading the dough. He's doing a good job. Like I said many times, yeah, not all his recipes are my favorite. Most of them I don't like, actually, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't know what he's doing. He does. It's just sometimes he makes things a little different to try to spice up, you know, your dinner and your lunch and try to make you cook.
Give it a little dusting. Oil up a bowl and pop it in. Cover with a hot, damp cloth and leave it to rise for an hour.
Now, he put olive oil in there, okay? I've got pizza chefs friends who always say to me, the olive oil doesn't give anything to your pizza dough. I know they're right, but me, homemade pizza, passionate cook, I always put extra virgin olive oil in the dough. I like it, you know, and I like to put some in the bowl like you did. It doesn't do anything, okay? In a way, to me, the texture, the feel is a little bit different with olive oil. I find it more elastic, okay? But I think you put too much in the bowl. You don't need to put olive oil in the bowl to prevent to get sticky. Doesn't do that. Doesn't work that way.
When you watch a lot of pizza chefs, instead of adding oil to the tray, because obviously when you're thinking like in a pizzeria, they're making like hundreds, if not thousands, of bloody pizza balls a day.
Yes.
A lot of them dust with a little bit of flour. So they use the dry method. They don't use wet.
That's right.
And that way, it doesn't stick as much.
I can get on with the cauliflower cheese. So first up, we need an onion. Finely slice it and whack 50 grams of butter into a pan.
I like that knife and I like how it cuts. And I like that beautiful chasseur pot. It's got, I've got the same pot at home. Copper pot. Beautiful. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, copper pots are fantastic. If you can afford them, they're fantastic, but
it was
they're
a
some of the
present.
most expensive pots in existence.
It was.
Yeah, oh, okay, well, hey, if it's a present, that's fine.
But it does cook very well.
It's going to start the beginnings of a white sauce. Ramp it up with 4 fresh bay leaves, add the onions and a splash of water and fry them for 10 minutes.
He's going to saute the onions. Why add the water to saute? That's not going to saute the onions. You're going to boil them. Because you have to evaporate the water to be able to saute. You saute with fat. I think Jamie was just adding a quick cheat so they don't burn, so he can walk away and do something else at the time. But there is a way to caramelize the onions quickly if you want to, but you have to do it on mid to high heat, and you have to keep an eye on them, otherwise they burn.
So 2 tablespoons of flour. It will thicken up straight away.
I think he's actually making the cheese sauce, so he may be making sauce mornay.
As a base.
With... As the base, yeah.
Then we want to think about adding the milk. And I want 700 milliliters of nice organic whole milk. Slowly but surely, add in the milk. It will come together thick to gooey to looser to silky white sauce.
All right. So you made an onion bechamel.
Well, the actual bechamel to make in France is with onion. It's with a studded onion. This is the old way of making a bechamel. A little bit of nutmeg, you season it.
Yes.
In Spain, it's just a simple flour and butter. That's it.
That's how we do it in Italy too, yes.
2 teaspoons of English mustard.
Of course. Of course, of course. I was waiting for that moment. I was waiting. Of course, that's what I wanted. English mustard.
The thing is, I mean, when you're making a mac and cheese, English mustard is used in the sauce for mac and cheese.
Are we making mac and cheese
But
today?
he's not making a mac and cheese today. He's making a bloody pizza.
That he said is the best thing ever, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
That'll give it a fantastic colour and a delicious flavour.
Now for the main attraction, a whole cauliflower, every bit of it.
I really like the leaves in this dish.
What? He's going to be using the cauliflower leaves.
Have you watched Gordon Ramsay latest pasta? You don't watch it, please.
No, I
did a
haven't.
reaction
I haven't
video
seen
to
it.
it. I did a reaction video and I was like, oh my God, unbelievable. He basically used a lettuce. He put lettuce in the pasta sauce. Like he used lettuce, like he's making sancho bao. Like it's insane how these people.
Well, I'm actually curious to see how he's going to be using the cauliflower leaves in this, because they're just cauliflower leaves. It's not a part of the cauliflower you normally use.
No.
Florets, finely sliced stalks, everything. Cauliflower is going to immediately flavour the white sauce.
Gently simmer, give it the odd stir here and there for 30 minutes, then fold in 120 grams of gorgeous cheddar cheese.
Wait. I didn't understand he was going to do that. I didn't understand he was going to put the cauliflower in the white sauce.
No. Neither did I, eh?
And how are you going to cook the cauliflower in the sauce? By the way, it's so thick.
But this is what Jamie was saying. Cook it for 30 minutes. So you already made the bechamel. You already added the flour. You already added the butter. You already added everything. It's a finished sauce. Now you're going to cook it for 30 minutes with florets, cauliflower florets that are about this big, yeah? They're about 1 inch across. It's going to take more than, about 30 minutes to cook. But if you're not careful with that bechamel, it's going to burn. You have to continuously stir it. The proper way would have been boiling the cauliflower or even baking the cauliflower or sauteing the cauliflower.
Yes.
There's a lot of different ways to cook it. And then adding it.
So, come on, Jamie, what are you doing?
The pizza dough's had an hour, and as you can see, it's doubled in size. You can cook it in a big tray, you can go thin crust, or you can cook it in a big, round, non-stick pan, go thick crust, deep pan.
He's going deep dish today.
But it looks good, the dough, I have to say. I like the bubble as well.
Yeah, no, the dough, it looks okay. It looks all right.
You're going to prove and cook the pizza dough in the same pan. Less washing up, so check it can go in the oven before you oil it up. And simply shape the dough to fit.
Use this part of your palm and just push it up the rim of the pan.
That dough didn't rise enough. As you can see, it's stiff. It's going to be like extremely heavy. It's going to be like a bread. It's going to be a big loaf. It's a lot of dough in there, okay?
All right, Jamie is giving good advice on how to stretch it with the palm of your hand and not just your fingertips. This is good, but he could have halved that recipe. And just because it's a deep dish pizza doesn't mean it needs to be a super thick crust.
And let's get our cauliflower cheese. Make sure you get every last bit of that sauce. Level it off. Let this prove again for the second time until it's doubled in size.
He could have made it a lot easier, the sauce. I'm sorry. He could have made a lot easier, the sauce. And he could have treated the cauliflower a little bit better. He didn't treat the cauliflower very well. I'm sorry.
Hey, guys, if this video gets to 500,000 views, I'm not promising, but we may remake the recipe. But I'm not promising because I honestly don't want to make this. I've never eaten the leaves of a cauliflower head before, and I don't really want to eat cauliflower leaves.
Prove away.
The dough is going to prove around the cauliflower cheese and double in size for an extra deep pan crust.
You ready? Come on. It's just like puffed up. I'm not sure if I want to sleep on it or eat it.
Well, I wouldn't want to do either, to be honest.
In we go. Don't slam it down and don't slam the door.
Get the pan onto the bottom of the oven for a beautiful crispy base. Then cook on high for about 25 minutes or until gorgeously golden.
Look at that.
To be honest, look at it. It looks all right. So if I buy the book and I see this photo, I go, oh, way, let's make it. It looks interesting.
Yeah, then you look at the ingredients and you go,
Cauliflower cheese, deep pan pizza. Hi. Wrong, but right. Beautiful.
Wrong.
Look at that bread. That's a bread. That's a bread. See, that bread is dry.
And not only that, there's no air pockets in this. Oh my goodness. What is this?
Definitely not something you can eat.
Right, time to eat, lovely people. I went in too quick. It was very hot, but it was worth it.
He's not enjoying
oh my
it.
Lord, it's cheesy.
He burned his mouth, is what he did. When it's too quick, that's why he's fanning.
You see his face? Oh, what is this? Oh, must be the English mustard.
I don't know. I don't think he put enough English mustard in that for this, but I think it was hot. But it's a cheese sauce. It just came out of the oven. It's hot.
It's oozy on a really fluffy, crispy pizza. Welcome to the wonderful world of cauliflower cheese, deep pan pizza.
He's so fake. How can he fake that? That was super fake.
The thing is, though, with Jamie tasting this, he may like it. He may like this recipe, but it's not super fluffy. If you look at it, there's no air. It's super dense. When you don't have air in the dough, it's dense. When you have a lot of air, it's fluffy. It's the opposite of the statement. Guys, let us know in the comments what you think about this monstrosity. Do you think it looks tasty? Would you eat it? Because to me personally, the sauce looks a little sad. I mean, the nicest way I can say is just doesn't look nice. But be sure to check out Vincenzo's channel after seeing this video, with the other video that we reviewed. Be sure to give it a like and a share as well, and subscribe to his channel if you haven't done so already. Thank you, Vincenzo, for seeing this video with us today.
No, I'm going to say thanks to you because you introduced me to this video.
Well,
Definitely don't
I'm
make
sorry.
it.
I know, it was a little bit of torture with Vincenzo, but it was a lot more fun to do it with you today because that way, you know, I can get an Italian's perspective on an Italian dish that Jamie is making. Today, guys, we have a very special video. Today, we're going to be reviewing a video that we've already seen, but we're going to be doing it with Vincenzo.
Hey, hi guys, how you going? Oh, today's going to be fun, James. We're going to react together. I always wanted to do this. Hopefully, it's the beginning of a fantastic journey together. James, what are we reacting to today? What are we doing? What are we watching today? Please surprise me.
Today, we're going to be seeing a Thai curry Jamie Oliver made with Uncle Roger reviewing it. So, well, we'll see how it goes.
Poor Jamie.
So guys, be sure to stick around to the end of the video to see, well, how this review turns out. And if you do happen to enjoy this video and you want more, then be sure to give it a like, give it a share. And don't forget to head over to Vincenzo's channel and subscribe to his channel as well if you haven't done so already. Now, let's get started.
Who are you? Why are you tied up like this?
Uncle Roger, I've been sent by Auntie Helen. She's not happy that you've been mentioning her in all your videos.
Auntie Helen? My ex-wife Auntie Helen. You tell her I'm not scared of her.
Oh, really? She knew you were going to say that, so we have something special planned for you, Uncle Roger.
What?
You have to review Jamie Oliver's Thai red curry.
No. Please, no. Tell her I'll do anything she wants.
Vincenzo, you think that Uncle Roger doesn't want to review this video, or how do you think?
I don't believe so, no. I mean, you already went through the egg fried rice.
Yeah,
now this.
This is true, yeah.
But he's forced. He's sitting on that chair. He can't go anywhere.
Yeah. If it were me, though, I think I would have tied him up a little tighter. Those ropes don't look too tight, do they?
Auntie Helen is very generous. Auntie Helen has been very kind to him.
Aye, she is.
So I'm going to make the most beautiful Thai red curry with prawns and lemongrass in all the supermarkets. Just trim off the ends like that.
Lemongrass correct?
Come on, review it properly. It's Jamie Oliver. He must have made some mistake.
He cut the wrong end. You need to cut the hard end while you cut the soft end. Hiya. Jamie, see? Nephew kidnapper. Even he know you fucked up.
And then just give it a spank. But if you smell it, it's also released that incredible
Why he likes spanking thing?
sherbet lemon sort of smell.
What do you mean spank? How'd you spank that? How'd you spank it?
Oh, you spank it with the flat end of the knife or the back end. Just give it a whack. That's it.
You want to know something, James? You know how I started my YouTube channel? I started my YouTube channel with Jamie Oliver. My first video ever was a FoodTube Jamie Oliver competition. He was looking for upcoming, YouTube chef, blah, blah, blah. And I participated. He was my inspiration. I loved him so much. I wanted to be part of FoodTube. I'm glad I'm not today. Otherwise, Uncle Roger would have destroyed me.
I didn't know that, Vincenzo. That is interesting.
My first video ever.
Yeah, that is interesting. I'll have to go see it. The thing is, though, with Jamie right now, Jamie's spanking the lemongrass, but it's not a necessity because he's going to be blending it up. So he is spanking it to try to release some of the aroma and everything, which is a good thing, but it's not quite a necessity because he's just going to be chopping it up in the end.
Absolutely gorgeous. So I've got the lemon.
Food processor. Use pestle and mortar.
Can I say something, James? Very traditional, pesto and mortar, you say?
See.
It is very old school and still, yes, it's right to use it. But can I say one thing, over the years, I use blenders, and I think blenders are great. You just need to use it the right way. So I'll give you an example with pesto. I'll make a fantastic pesto with blender. Okay, pesto and mortar is the right way, yes. But if you use a specific technique, you can use blenders to make pesto and to make recipes like this. So I wouldn't say that blender is a bad thing. Do you agree?
Yeah, no. Well, the thing is, though, is that in the professional kitchens, okay, it's possible that you'll have a pestle and mortar in the kitchen for making something. But when you have to make a certain amount of, let's say, a puree, a sauce, or anything, we use the RoboCool, or we use a blender or a food processor. We don't use the pestle and mortar. If I was making, because I used to have to make, for banquets, I used to have to make like 20, 30 liters of bloody basil pesto, a lot. I had a RoboCool, and it was massive. I didn't use a pestle and mortar, otherwise it would have taken forever.
Can you imagine you got like you would be Hulk.
Oh yeah,
James Hulk.
Yeah, you would be, wouldn't you?
Your hand would be like this.
Yeah, I know, like the Flintstones. You have the massive pestle and mortar that you're grinding everything.
Yeah.
A heaped teaspoon of tomato puree.
What?
Then
tomato puree for... What is this?
A heaped teaspoon of tomato puree.
That is tomato paste. That's what he's saying. Tomato paste.
Correct.
For a Thai dish. That's a bit...
Correct.
Bit too much.
Yes.
Yeah, wow.
Nobody use tomato for Thai red curry. That's the wrong thing. Nephew kidnapper, cut off my rope. Uncle Roger want to put my leg down from chair. This must be fastest Uncle Roger ever put leg down from chair. He really is Usain Bolt of fucking up. Nobody use tomato puree for red curry. What is this? You're trying to make bolognese, is it?
I think Jamie's adding the tomato paste for because tomato paste is used as a thickener, as an emulsifier, to thicken the sauce, but I think he's adding it also because of the color, because tomato paste has that nice dark red color, and he's trying to make a red curry. But
James, you're very nice to Jamie. You're very nice.
Yeah, I know,
you're
I'm being
so
a little
nice to
nice.
Jamie. He needs to give you some. I don't know if he paid you. Did he give you money?
No.
Oh, I don't know. But,
Not yet.
You're very nice to him. You're so kind.
I'm going to put 4 of these roasted peeled peppers.
Pepper?
Kind of smoky, sweet flavour. 4 of these go in.
Wrong again. Tomato puree and red pepper.
Maybe he's making an Italian dish.
I don't know. It seems more like he has a fusion recipe going on here, doesn't he? The thing is, though, tomatoes and peppers are from the Americas, so it's not even really European.
Ooh, here is a competition now, James. Okay, he's making an American dish. Okay,
well,
here he is making an American dish.
More South American, Central American.
But the Italians took the tomatoes to the next level. You have to say that.
Well, this is true, is that today, when you think of tomato, you think, Italy. This is the thing that you think of. It's like the ingredients that when you think of an ingredient, you correlate that to this or that place. So tomato is Italy. Pasta, no, Italy is Italy. When you think of rice, you think of, depending on an Asian country, but you think on more Asian countries. No?
Yes.
You don't really think European.
Yes,
even though
true.
We have it in Europe.
I think Jamie going, oh, I'm making red curry today. Get all the red thing in kitchen and throw in there. Good thing he not working next to fire extinguisher. He gonna put that into.
Really good, a kind of smoky, sweet flavour. 4 of these go in. And then I've got this bunch of coriander.
So much?
Big handful, stalks.
You want coriander root, not coriander.
Okay, I'm so sorry, James. I need to tell you one thing. I need to say something. Okay, so when you use a blender, there is methods. So what I was saying before with the pesto, you start with extra virgin olive oil and garlic. You blend that until it becomes nice and creamy. Then you may maybe add the nuts. And then at the end, right at the end, you put the basil, but you don't want to overheat the basil, otherwise you kill it. So once you got a creamy base, you have the basil in with the cheese and the pulse you 20, 30 seconds, you create the pesto. So you don't overheat it, you don't burn it. In this case, he's putting everything together and do everything together. You're not going to get a creamy mix.
So one trick, actually, Vincenzo, I don't know if you use this, but when you're making like a lot of, let's say, pesto, for instance, if the Robocool is heating up too much, you can add a little bit of ice to try to cool it down. A little bit of ice is not going to matter when you're making like liters of pesto, but it helps to cool everything down.
You're talking about a big kitchen and big production.
Because what can happen is with the blade spinning so quickly, it can cause heat, the friction, and when that heats up, it can turn the color of any of the ingredients, like the basil, for instance, dark.
Black.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That's a good tip. Yeah, very good tip.
1 chili and then garlic. 2 cloves. Chili. I'll use this 1 chili.
1 chili. 1. Remember, niece and nephew, Jamie Oliver making his green curry. He used 3 chili, and we all know that is not enough. 1 chili. Why even bother?
Not spicy enough. Not going to be spicy enough, James.
No, but the thing is, though, because we have reviewed all these videos by now, is that Jamie, I don't think on all his videos, anytime that he adds chilies, he always adds a little bit. He never adds a lot to make it super spicy, which it may be his personal taste. He doesn't like spice. Then again, when he made the carbonara, he did add a lot of black pepper. So I don't know. That's a little different.
It's interesting.
Yeah, he did.
But the thing is, when you're teaching an ingredient, a recipe like this, let's say to a white audience, like Uncle Roger says, you want to explain things. Like you say in Thailand, I went to Thailand on holiday and they use spicy, very spicy dishes. So if you want to make it authentic, add 3 or 4 chilies.
No, true.
Because in England, we don't like chili that much.
This is
even
true.
though in England they like chili, they love chili. They explain to people. So I'm learning this from you, Jamie. I want to know.
Yeah.
Because if I love chili, I don't want 1. I want 3.
Well, this is true, but then again, it depends on the type of chilies that you're adding to it, because Thai chilies can be quite hot. The thing is with Thai red curry, though, is that normally the Thai paste is not the hottest. So Thai red curry is not the hottest. The green curry is normally a lot hotter.
It's the bomb.
Yeah, it can be. It can be. But
I get some Vietnamese chili here from a Vietnamese friend. Ooh, you need a little one to be, to be knocked out.
Red curry like this, 1 portion. We use 10 red chili. 1 chili. Use the right amount, not the white amount.
And then garlic. 2 cloves of garlic. And just
garlic crusher for what? You're gonna blend it all in food processor anyway. Garlic crusher is the whitest invention. Uncle Roger only see white people use it before. Nephew kidnapper, you white? Do you have any garlic crusher at home?
No.
Yeah.
See what I tell you?
So, sorry, James, but I have to say something here. Okay, it's funny what you said about the garlic crusher because the garlic will crush anyway the blender.
Yeah.
But I love garlic crusher. I think the garlic crusher brings a bit of the flavors out of the garlic. I'm a big fan of garlic crusher.
Yeah.
I don't understand why he doesn't like it. You don't like it?
No, well, I don't have one at home. I used to, in the US, I have one, but here I don't because there's another thing to buy in that. But the thing is that when you crush the garlic, you get different reactions out of the garlic depending on how you work with it. If you crush it, you release a lot of the allicin, the chemical that's in the garlic. You get a lot of flavor out of the garlic when you crush it. When you slice it, you don't get as much flavor. This is why, depending on the recipes, they call for sliced, minced, or crushed. It depends. It depends on what you want.
I always like. I'm a big fan of crushed. It's beautiful, those aromas.
Yeah, it is. The thing is, though, if you're going to be making this into a puree, you don't need the garlic crusher. You honestly don't, because it is going to just cut it up anyway.
That's right. And I would have put the garlic first. First thing I would put in.
Yeah, you can just drop it in. That way the blades just spin and cut it up.
And you can't even squash.
Ginger.
No, wrong. Galangao, not ginger.
And then I got a secret ingredient, okay? Lime leaves. Incredible. So put about 4 or 5 leaves.
Not lime leaf. You want lime zest. Secret ingredient. If by secret you mean wrong, then you correct.
Uncle Roger's saying not to use ginger and to use galangal. The thing is, though, is a lot of people will say that the galangal is actually more peppery or spicy, and ginger is sweeter. But the thing is that if you actually cook with ginger, if you make like a tea or an infusion with ginger and you use a lot of ginger, it's not sweet. It's spicy.
It's spicy, yes.
It can be spicy, yeah.
Oh, looks so bad.
Those beautiful flavors in there. We want to...
Where got beautiful?
So about 2 tablespoons of olive oil goes in.
Jimmy, olive oil.
And I'm going to season with soy sauce.
So what?
1 to 2 tablespoons should do the trick, but we're going to...
soy sauce for your Thai red curry paste? Who do that? Hiya. This is Jamie olive oil. Worst video yet. Nobody put soy sauce in Thai red curry. Hiya.
Okay, Uncle Roger, I'm going to stop this. This video is giving you a heart attack, and I don't want to be a murderer.
Don't you dare, nephew kidnapper. We in too deep now. All our ancestors crying. Uncle Roger need to avenge them.
So this is one of those moments that you have to ask yourself, why is he adding olive oil to the paste?
You need liquid or not, because it was too dry. The blender needed some liquid, but the olive oil is the best option?
Yes. Well, this is the thing.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
And the soy sauce? I mean, you should have used soy sauce in egg fried rice, but I don't know. I mean, why?
Yeah, but they're a little different.
That's your choice. What would you do?
Well, firstly, I'd change the ingredients. I wouldn't be making a paste like this, so I'd be using different ingredients to start with. So the paste would be completely different.
But at this point, maybe it's best to put water in there. That's the best liquid to use, I guess.
No, the best thing to do at this point is to chuck it in the bin and to start over again. That would be the best thing to do. But if you see the consistency of the puree right now, of the paste, it's his Robocool, his little food processor, is not like really, it's not blending it. And it's struggling.
No, it's not. Struggling, really struggling. Really struggling. That's why we said, do a little bit at a time. Do maybe 1 or 2 ingredients at a time until you get, creamy and creamier.
Yeah.
What the hell is this red curry paste? Where your dry spices? Where your white peppercorn? Where your salt? Salt he don't have. And where your shrimp paste? Hiya. Shrimp paste, one of the most important ingredient in red curry paste.
Should do the trick, but we're going to adjust that later. And a little bit of fish sauce, basically a teaspoon of fish sauce.
Fish sauce, correct, but don't put in blender. Fish sauce you put in when cooking. But credit to Jamie, he using Tiparo's fish sauce. That's super authentic. 1 point to Jamie. So now he at negative 9,999 points.
It's basically a teaspoon of fish sauce.
So normally when making a lot of the Thai paste, they add shrimp paste to that. and shrimp paste adds a lot of flavor. The only problem with adding shrimp paste is that if you have like a seafood allergy, you have to be a little careful.
And a teaspoon of sesame oil.
Sesame oil wrong. Oh, look at that. So ugly, so clumpy.
Bang that on there so we can get all of that out there. In a hot pan.
McQueen mother-in-law gets smoother paste in just 4 pounds. It's like a food processor not even trying. Hi. Jamie Oliver cooking so bad, even his food processor give up on him.
Just bang that on there so we can get all of that out there. In a hot pan, I'm going to go a little bit of olive oil.
Olive oil again. Wrong again.
Paste in here first. All of it.
All of it? Jamie, don't use all of it. Save some paste for your pasta tomorrow.
Then I'm going to go in with the prawn.
No.
That's frozen. That's small. They're small shrimps.
Yeah, they're frozen.
Must be frozen.
No, they are. They're frozen. So, first thing is that Uncle Raj's not even mentioning the metal spoon and the non-stick Teflon pan. This is one, yeah?
Oh my God,
Yeah,
that's
this is
so
one.
bad. Yeah, well, he's used to wok. He doesn't even know that that's a non-stick pan.
Yeah, well, maybe. But the thing is that with the paste, it is a good idea. You do need to cook it before you make the dish because the ingredients are not cooked yet. Well, some of the ingredients that Jamie added are cooked because he added a lot of, canned ingredients. But normally, when you have the galangal, when you have the shrimp paste, when you have all these other ingredients, you need to cook it to then bring out more of the flavor. One thing about the shrimp, since the shrimp are frozen, obviously it's going to drop the temperature of the pan, but it's a good idea to maybe saute the shrimp first, take them out, because you can overcook them. They're small.
100%. Well, first, I would say, with all the money you have, you could have purchased fresh shrimps, fresh prawns, because England have fresh fish.
Fresh seafood.
And second, when I go to the Thai restaurant, even though they use, I believe, a frozen shrimps from Thailand, they're big, they're juicy. These are too small.
Yeah.
They're not juicy enough. You can tell.
No.
So, and like you said, cook it on the side. I cook it on the side and leave it there, and you put them in at the end once you are ready. When you work with frozen stuff. But honestly, Jamie Oliver, you can use fresh.
Chuck them in frozen now, no worries at all. Give them a little shake like that.
No, prawn. You don't just saute prawn like that. You're not making stir fry. Prawn is expensive ingredient and you ruin it like this. Prawn in red curry. You just cook in red curry itself, like how you cook chicken in Thai green curry. No need to stir fry it first. You're wasting prawn. Okay, continue.
Give them a little shake like that. I'm also going to get sugar snap peas. Straight into the sugar snaps.
No.
Peas? Is he putting peas in there?
Yeah, he's putting peas in there.
Why would you put peas in there? Would you put peas in there?
Personally, if I was making it for maybe a dinner and that's all I had, this is one thing. But if I was making it for a video, no.
No.
Because
maybe watch Gordon Ramsay Carbonara, I got inspired.
Maybe.
Munch 2 again. 200 grams of that worst vegetable. This guy just loves Munch 2. Is he sponsored by Big Munch 2 or something? Every curry he put that in there, and 200 grams of this shit versus 1 chili. Oh my God, what the hell he doing?
And then coconut milk. So literally I'm going to bring this to the boil and turn it right down to a simmer. And this will be ready in 3 minutes. A little bit of coriander.
More coriander? I thought you chopped up the whole forest already.
And a little bit of lime juice.
Lime juice wrong.
Sorry, James, I'm sorry. But what is the lime juice going to do to all these ingredients? Please be honest. With all these ingredients, are you really going to taste the lime juice?
It depends. I don't know if you've seen Gordon's grilled cheese, did you? He added a lot of...
No.
Okay, well, I won't spoil it for you. But in any case, it adds a little bit of acidity. So if you want that, okay. But instead of adding the zest, he's adding the juice. So I don't know. He added it. It's not something that you have to add.
No, but what I'm saying is it's fine to add. I love lemons everywhere. But what is it going to do? Like all the flavors that you got in there, I don't think the lemon is going to do. You don't even feel it. You don't even taste it.
Well, I don't know. You may be surprised. I didn't think that I would taste...
Maybe surprised.
No, I didn't. Yeah, when I made his butter chicken, I honestly didn't think that I was going to like taste one ingredient over the rest, and it happened to turn out that I just tasted one bloody... Yeah, one ingredient. That was it. That's what it tasted like.
Well, I'm going to try it now. I have to try it. I know you don't recommend it, but I'm going to try it.
Hi. Try it and tell us what it tastes like.
So I'm just going to pour that.
Oh, this Thai red curry. No Thai, no red, and not curry. Look at this shit.
Absolutely gorgeous.
It looks like prison food.
But if you look at it, that shot right there, if you look at it, it has like more of a greenish tint to it. It looks more like...
Well, it's not red anymore.
It's not red. It's not red curry, but you have everything green in it. You have the coriander in it. You have the snow peas, sugar snap peas in it as well. It looks more green than red. Well, not really green, but it's not red.
This not Thai red curry. This British orange soup. Oh, Uncle Roger almost fainted from this. Nephew kidnapper. Uncle Roger done now. Release me. Release me. Hello, who is this?
Hello, Uncle Roger. It's Auntie Helen.
Release me, you crazy woman. Let me go. What you doing?
Let you go? Maybe I'll think about it when you get more subscribers than Jamie Oliver.
No. Niece and nephew, hit subscribe now. Help Uncle Roger get more subscribers than Jamie Olive Oil. Otherwise, I cannot make any more videos for you. Hiya.
But in any case, Vincenzo, what are your thoughts after seeing this recipe?
Well, definitely I'm not going to follow Jamie Oliver recipe. So I need to find a better recipe out there. So if you have one, share it with me.
If you want to make a recipe, you want to make Masiman curry, Thai green curry, whatever, or egg fried rice, it's a better idea to follow someone that knows the cuisine or someone that has worked with that cuisine a lot.
One of my favorite dishes that I make is Thai rice with vegetables and peanut butter. I love the peanut butter. I love that combination. I really love it. But the way I make it is not really Thai. Like it's Thai, but I will never share the recipe online because I'm not the right person to share that dish.
If it's something that you enjoy, there's nothing wrong with sharing.
You're not going to react to my peanut butter?
Oh, maybe.
Vegetable and rice?
I don't know. Can't make any promises.
Okay.
Maybe Uncle Roger will react to it. Who knows?
Maybe will. No, but thank you. It's been fun. Uncle Roger is hilarious. Jamie is more fun than Uncle Roger. Maybe he's a comedian too. We don't know.
No, Jamie is a bit of a comedian. But guys, thank you for watching this video. And Vincenzo, it's been a pleasure doing this video review with you. And guys, just so you know, if these collaborations with Vincenzo do really good, both of us are going to be doing this a lot more often. Be sure to check out Vincenzo's video as well, because he and I also made a review video on his channel. And subscribe to his channel as well. Like both of our videos, and I will see you guys again very soon. Until then, take care, and say hi to Vincenzo on his channel for me as well.
Ciao guys, and write a comment below. Tell us you love the video, you want more.
Exactly. Yeah, write down below as well. Yeah, we need to know how you like this video. Take care, guys.
Bye.
Thank you, Vincenzo.
Thank you, James.